Chapter 17:10. Although the army-breaking saber technique had reached its peak, Xiao Chen still could not figure out the heaviness and steadiness that Yi Zifeng mentioned. He had clearly used his full strength in every single move he made, and his momentum was heavy, firm, and tyrannical. But why did he still say that it was just an empty shell? Xiao Chen racked his brains, but to no avail. Perhaps it was really as senior brother had said, he had to find a saber expert of the same generation to spar with. However, in this vast grave sea, Shangguan Lei was already the strongest bladesman of his generation. His saber techniques were not a match for Xiao Chen at all. If not for the difference in cultivation, Xiao Chen would not have cared about Xiao Chen at all. In terms of saber techniques, Xiao Chen far surpassed Xiao Chen. Perhaps the experts of the same generation that senior brother is referring to are existences like me who have comprehended the saber Dao great Dao power. Due to this reason, Xiao Chen had no choice but to put aside his cultivation of the saber Dao for now. Xiao Chen started to try something that he had never tried before. Refining the heavenly flame and the heavenly snow divine flame. These two flames were primal chaos level existences. This was especially so for the heavenly snow divine flame, which had already reached rank 3. There was no need to refine it for now. What he needed to refine was the heavenly flame. This extremely domineering young attributed flame was only a core at the moment. It hadn't even reached the first grade. The fastest way to improve a flame's quality was to devour other flames. Xiao Chen was prepared for this long ago. Currently, he had the peak solar true flame, the purple thunder true fire that came from the purple thunder divine incantation, and the dazzling sunlight true flame that he obtained from the purple sun region's auction. The quality of the three types of flames were all above the 8th grade. It was just that its grade was far inferior to the heavenly flame. The primal chaos flame was the oldest flame in the world. It was said that there was a primal chaos flame ranking in the Great Thousand Worlds. When nurtured to its peak, it would be able to rampage in all directions, becoming a great killing weapon in one's hands. He didn't know if his two chaos-level flames were on the list or what their rankings would be. Xiao Chen did not think about this for now. He took out the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. As he looked at the familiar appearance of the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron, Xiao Chen's thoughts drifted. This cauldron had followed him for many years. After hesitating for a moment, a flame appeared in Xiao Chen's palm. This was the infamous heavenly flame of the Kunlun realm. With a gentle blow, the golden heavenly flame slowly fell into the cauldron. Boom! The flame immediately burned fiercely in the cauldron. A scorching heat spread out and assaulted Xiao Chen's face. The intense temperature forced Xiao Chen to circulate his quintessence to resist. If he continued, he would definitely injure himself. Kacha kacha! Just as Xiao Chen was about to place the purple thunder true fire in, cracks appeared in the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron and continuously expanded. With a bang, the entire Dragon Phoenix Cauldron shattered into pieces. The golden flame suddenly retracted, turning into a small ball of blazing flame, quietly floating in the air. Damn it! Why did you destroy my Dragon Phoenix Cauldron? A pained expression appeared on Xiao Chen's face. The Dragon Phoenix Cauldron had been with him for a long time, carrying many memories of the Kunlun realm. It shattered just like that. It was truly unexpected and caught them off guard. It is my fault for not considering it thoroughly. This Dragon Phoenix Cauldron is a replica. How could it withstand the might of the heavenly flame? Xiao Chen withdrew his flames and looked at the shattered Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Then he sighed softly. He needed to change to a better cauldron. Martial uncle, someone is looking for you. Just at this moment, Ling Yu's voice rang out from outside. If there is nothing important, Ling Yu will not disturb me, Xiao Chen thought to himself. Then his figure flashed as he walked out. Why are you looking for me? Ling Yu smiled and said, that monk Zhan Yuan is here to ask for forgiveness. Even his master is here. The sect master said that this matter depends on your attitude. If you insist on being stubborn, then Zhan Yuan will be in a miserable state. He might even be punished to face the wall for 10 years. Where is he? He is just outside our courtyard. I left him hanging and did not bother with them, Ling Yu said, feeling aggrieved. Wasn't Zhan Yuan's master the monk Xian Bei? No matter what, that Xian Bei had saved Xiao Chen's life before. That was a different matter. Xiao Chen could not slight him. Make some preparations and properly entertain our honored guest. That venerable Xian Bei saved my life before. Afraid that the venerable Xian Bei would wait for too long, Xiao Chen's figure flashed and quickly arrived outside the courtyard. Benefactor Xiao, how have you been? When the venerable Xian Bei saw Xiao Chen arrive, he placed one hand on his chest and bowed slightly. Zhan Yuan, who was at the side, showed a sincere expression as he bowed as well. Xiao Chen bowed slightly and said, Venerable is too polite. If it is because of your disciple, you can rest assured. I have no intention of pursuing this matter. The venerable Xian Bei smiled kindly. He was not surprised by this and thanked Xiao Chen again. However, Zhan Yuan was startled. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen let go of such a great opportunity to punish him so easily. Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, Venerable, this way, please. Ling Yu had already prepared tea in the great hall. Then, the group sat down according to etiquette. Benefactor Xiao, I was rash in the fiendish demon battlefield. Although you forgave me on account of my master, please accept this small gift of thanks. Zhan Yuan stepped forward and handed a brocade box to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen casually received it but did not open it. No matter how hard Zhan Yuan made things for Xiao Chen in the fiendish demon battlefield, the venerable Xian Bei had saved him before. Accepting the venerable Xian Bei's gift of thanks would be equivalent to writing off this matter and not mentioning it again in the future. The venerable Xian Bei looked at Xiao Chen and asked, Benefactor Xiao, what are your plans after this? I can see that your complexion is full and your aura is stable. You are not like others who just advanced and have unstable cultivations. You will probably have to go on experiential training soon. Xiao Chen's cultivation was stable, and he had reached the peak in all aspects. Naturally, he could not continue closed-door cultivation. Regular sect disciples would usually accept sect missions at this moment and go on experiential training. Xiao Chen was not a member of the Purple Flame sect and could not do as he was told, so he could only think of another way. Xiao Chen nodded and said, I am still considering it, but I have not decided yet. There are still some things I need to do. The venerable Xian Bei smiled faintly. After exchanging some conventional greetings, he sent Zhan Yuan away, showing an expression of having something important to discuss. Xiao Chen immediately understood and got Ling Yu to leave for now. Then he asked, Venerable, what do you have to say? The venerable Xian Bei took a sip of tea before putting down the teacup. Then he said softly, Naturally, I am not worried about Zhan Yuan's matter. I believe that you will give me some face and not hold it against him. What I want to talk about is the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. Xiao Chen's face sank, and his expression changed. However, he did not understand what the venerable Xian Bei meant. Is he going to represent the Buddhist sect and take back this saber technique? That will not do. Even if the other party saved my life, I absolutely cannot hand this saber technique over to him. I also cannot let the other party cripple my breaking the mundane and resolving the mundane. The venerable Xian Bei said, You have to hand over the saber technique manual and cripple the 2 moves that you practiced. This old monk will give you a corresponding compensation. I really guessed correctly. Xiao Chen did not know how to reply. The Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique was indeed a Buddhist sect martial technique. Furthermore, it was not an ordinary Buddhist sect martial technique. It was a consummate Buddhist sect martial technique derived from a primogeniture grade cultivation technique. Large sects always treated their cultivation techniques as their exclusive property. That was the foundation of their sect. They were not allowed to casually teach it to outsiders. As for the consummate martial techniques that were leaked, they had to send experts of the sect to investigate and take them back. The other party was an esteemed monk of the Orthodox Buddhist sect. The Profound Light Temple definitely had a connection with the Hidden Spirit Temple. As they belonged to the same sect, their relationship was like that of a superior and a subordinate. Making such a request was morally justifiable and not overboard. The crucial thing was that Xiao Chen did not want to offend the Profound Light Temple now. After all, he had just temporarily resolved his grudge with the Black Lotus Church. Xiao Chen asked after some consideration, Venerable, can I not hand it over? The venerable Xian Bei smiled and replied, Naturally you can. How? Convert to the Buddhist sect. I can personally help you tonsure and recommend you to join the Hidden Spirit Temple of the Central Great Realm. Xiao Chen felt speechless. The venerable Xian Bei really could not forget about accepting me into the Buddhist sect. Is there no other way? The venerable Xian Bei shook his head and said, At the very least, you have to hand over the saber technique. In the future, If you expose your saber techniques while roaming the central Great Realm, you will not be able to escape. The people from the 4 Buddhist monasteries will all find trouble with you. You don't have anyone you know to speak for you, so it will be even more difficult. When the time comes, the people from the Commandment Hall will take action and treat you as a traitor. The other 4 great temples can also exert influence on the 4 great dynasties. The Venerable Master Xianbei's attainments in the Buddhist Dharma were very high. However, he was also very clear about the ways of the world. The hint he was hinting at was very obvious. He was already helping Xiao Chen by handling this matter. If you hand me the saber manual and swear not to teach the saber technique to anyone else, the situation will be different. Not only will you form a connection with the hidden spirit temple, but you will also receive a lot of care in the future. I will also give you a corresponding reward. The Venerable Xianbei tried to move Xiao Chen with his emotions and reason, advising him to not be stubborn. Xiao Chen analyzed in his heart. That saber manual only had 3 moves of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, and he had already comprehended them. With or without the saber manual, Xiao Chen could practice the final move, entering hell. However, the value of the saber manual was clear. Back then, the savage Bloodstar Venerate did not hesitate to destroy an entire sect to obtain it. From this, Xiao Chen could prove the value of the saber technique. Never mind, I'll just hand it over. The Buddhist sects are very powerful. I really don't want to get involved in any trouble. Xiao Chen made up his mind. Then, he took out the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique saber manual and handed it to the Venerable Master Xianbei. Breaking the mundane, resolving the mundane, entering hell. There are a total of 3 moves. I can swear that the saber manual in my hands only has these 3 moves. The Venerable Master Xianbei did not ask any further. He only looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "Benefactor Xiao, how many moves do you know?" Breaking the mundane, resolving the mundane, both comprehended the true meaning. The moment Xiao Chen said that, the Venerable Master Xianbei immediately felt that it was a pity. Disappointment filled his face as he said, "This Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique is a forbidden technique of my Buddhist sect. Not just anyone can practice it. Benefactor is an outsider. Yet you managed to practice 2 moves. This is really..." After all the miscellaneous steps were completed, Xiao Chen made a heart demon oath not to spread the saber manual. The Venerable Master Xianbei handed Xiao Chen a golden page with words that he had personally written. In the future, if the Buddhist sect's people used this saber to make things difficult for Xiao Chen, they would treat him with respect. With this as proof, the Buddhist sect's people would not make things difficult for Xiao Chen. Instead, they would treat him with respect. This is a gift from the Golden Letter. It is one of the highest appreciation gifts of the Buddhist sect. I hope that Benefactor Xiao will cherish it. The Venerable Master Xianbei handed the golden page to Xiao Chen. Then, he took out a storage ring with his reward in it. These are some secular gifts. Please accept them. We will meet again in the future. After the Venerable Master Xianbei and Zhan Yuan left, Ling Yu rushed in and asked, "Martial uncle, why did that old monk look for you?" Xiao Chen looked at the golden page in his hand and the storage ring. Then he said softly, "Nothing much. It's just that today, I realized that people who hide a dagger behind a smile are the scariest. They make it impossible for you to reject them." Chapter 17:11. What is this fellow going to give? At the foot of the Purple Flame sect, Zhan Yuan endured for a long time before asking, "Master, did you obtain the saber manual?" The Black Lotus Church Holy Sun had made a fool out of him, watching as Xiao Chen defeated the Black Lotus Church Holy Sun and watched as Xiao Chen left. If Xiao Chen were in Ancestor Dragon City, the Dragon Race Upper Echelon would have bestowed him with an esteemed dragon pattern cauldron. Inside the considerably large space, the storage ring nearly filled with medial-grade spirit jades. Xiao Chen extended out his spiritual sense and did a preliminary count. Naturally, the Soaring Dragon Marquis was not there. The Soaring Dragon Marquis' clan faction was focused on the central Great Realm's Yanwu dynasty. Ling Yu calmed himself after a while. Then he sighed. "In the past, I heard from the sect master that any rank 3 monastery on the Potala mountain has much more wealth than our sect. Now, I finally see it for myself. I heard that many believers do not feel any heartache when donating that incense money, wishing that they could donate their entire family fortune." "Empty?" Ling Yu asked in surprise. "Who gave it to me? What does that mean? An ancient cauldron? This stumps me. In the ancient era, cauldrons reigned supreme, standing tall and fighting for the top. In the ancient era, cauldrons represented not only items but also luck, the nation's luck, even the dragon luck of a dynasty. An ordinary cauldron would have been fine. However, when Xiao Chen pointed out an ancient cauldron, Ling Yu did not dare to speak carelessly. Instead, he entered deep thought. Ling Yu smiled and did not refute. Originally, he had just said it casually. He had indeed gained a lot in this fiendish demon battlefield. Everyone in the Grave Sea knew that Xiao Chen was Yi Zifeng's junior brother. Anyone who wanted to make a move would have to think twice. Xiao Chen handed the storage ring to Ling Yu, letting him see what was inside and what compensation Xianbei had given him. Ling Yu said with a smile, "Martial uncle, everyone who saw it has a share. Can you give us some? Money has been tight recently." Right now it had nothing to do with the dragon race. That was the conferred land of the Yanwu dynasty's Soaring Dragon Marquis. It was called Soaring Dragon and had more than 10,000 years of history. Regardless of whether they cultivated merit, incense power, or great aspirations, they were not easy to deal with. Zhang Yuan had never treated Xiao Chen as a true opponent. The environment that day was very complicated. If Zhang Yuan had to deal with Xiao Chen alone, he would not have to worry about anything. The contents of the storage ring revealed themselves. It was empty. There was nothing at all. You can't get along with others just because they have a kind and gentle smile on their faces. However, Ling Yu was too embarrassed to accept it. After asking several times, he reluctantly accepted it, unable to hide the smile on his face. Xiao Chen did not want the sect to do anything about this matter. Actually, the sect could not do anything about it. Xianbei taking away the saber manual was perfectly justifiable, and there was nothing wrong with it. Xiao Chen to Xiao Dragon. Spirit of Chen of the clan to Dragon sect Dragon to the Chen. Chen. It is just a spirit Yu is of Long Chen. It is Chen to the Chen too. Spirit Chen of Chen Qi, just a Chen. Spirit Chen is spirit. The truth was more or less the same. Xiao Chen's expression could not help changing drastically. Xiao Chen recalled that his net worth was only 2 million medial-grade spirit jades at most. Ling Yu continued, that Soaring Dragon Great Realm is the territory of the Soaring Dragon Marquis. Its status is instantly different. The many surrounding astral zones are all centered on that Soaring Dragon Great Realm. I know a place in Soaring Dragon City where you can definitely obtain the ancient cauldron that Martial Uncle wants. Ling Yu's eyes lit up as he finally thought of a place. The Soaring Dragon Great Realm. When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt somewhat shocked. Could the Soaring Dragon Great Realm be related to the dragon race? At this point, Xianbei suddenly stopped and sighed. How unfortunate for that Xiao Chen. At first glance, I felt that he had a fate with Buddhism. The Buddhists place great emphasis on fate, so my first impression was definitely right. Indeed, an outsider actually managed to practice the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique that Orthodox Buddhist sect disciples find hard to practice. Xiao Chen looked at the empty box, and his lips curled up in a smile. Interesting. Is he trying to say that I am like heir to him, not worth mentioning at all? Xiao Chen felt even more sullen. He could not bring out his strength at all. The Tianwu dynasty, the Yanwu dynasty, the Leiwu dynasty, and the Shuawu dynasty were the 4 dynasties of the Central Great Realm. Each dynasty had hundreds of thousands of years of history. The dynasty's main clan was even older, dating back to the era when fiendish demons ran amok and sages appeared. All right, I'll listen to you, Xiao Chen said with disdain. Then, he took the box and took a look. The dazzling light immediately dazzled him. Xiao Chen's speech was somewhat unclear, and he could not hear what he was saying. Xiao Chen still had some of that high-grade life juice source. Together with his own medial-grade spirit jades, he had more than 10 million medial-grade spirit jades. Whoosh! The names of the dynasties all had the word martial in them, representing a certain atmosphere. It implied a prosperous martial luck. In the martial epoch, the dynasties stood firm and did not fall. The Soaring Dragon Great Realm was just their conferred land. I don't believe it. When they make their moves, they are inhumanely rich. Wah! Back then, they could sweep through the peak auction houses of the Purple Sun region, directly suppressing their opponents until they could not retaliate. Xiao Chen shook his head. This was the charm of faith. He could not compare. However, if he wanted to cultivate, he needed an ancient cauldron. A light flashed in Zhan Yuan's eyes. However, he did not clearly hear what Xiao Chen said at the end. He smiled and asked, "Master, can this disciple take a look at the saber manual? The Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique is really curious." The Venerable Xian Bei was someone who showed kindness and authority. Taking away the saber manual was the best way. "I got it." Xiao Chen rarely saw the Venerable Xian Bei fight at full power. He was very mysterious and had the capital to be arrogant. In any case, no matter what, this incident taught Xiao Chen a lesson. In the future, when he interacted with the people of the Buddhist sect, he could not lower his guard. What a bunch of vulgar things. Xiao Chen let out a long sigh and smiled bitterly. The Venerable Xian Bei is indeed extraordinary. However, Xiao Chen felt somewhat upset that the saber manual was taken away. After all, that was the original version. By giving Xiao Chen an empty box, Xiao Chen wanted to tell Xiao Chen not to get cocky. He would settle this score sooner or later. Xiao Chen felt very tyrannical just thinking about it. To think that a complete Great Thousand Realms was just one of the conferred lands of a marquis. Zhen Yuan gave it to me, right? That fellow is really arrogant. Naturally, Xiao Chen knew about ancient cauldrons. Coincidentally, he needed a good cauldron for cultivating vital qi. Ling Yu sent his mental energy into the storage ring and exclaimed in an exaggerated manner. He recovered his wits only after a long time. "Martial uncle, they are all spirit jades. They are all medial grade Ling Yu." 3 days later, it was time for Xiao Chen and Ling Yu to depart. After hearing Ling Yu's explanation, Xiao Chen learned that this soaring dragon great realm did indeed have some connection to the dragon race. According to rumor, before the central great realm was established, that place used to be the territory of one of the 6 dragon race bloodlines. "Martial uncle, what is this brocade box? Let me help you open it." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry about that for now. Let's see what's inside." Ling Yu muttered but did not say anything else. For a long time, Zhan Yuan had firmly suppressed Shangguan Lei and Wang Yueming. Most importantly, Zhan Yuan even comprehended a true intent. It would be a pity if such a talent was not of the Buddhist sect. Xian Bei nodded without much concern. Merits offset demerits. You do not need to be punished for the mistakes you made because of the Black Lotus Church's demons. I will explain it to Senior Brother Abbot. In that case, he could use the cauldron for 2 purposes. As he refined the heavenly flame, he could also use the cauldron to cultivate vital qi. Even so, Xiao Chen did not treat Ling Yu as an outsider, directly giving him 1 million medial grade Ling Yu. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Cut it out. Aside from me, you gained the most in this fiendish demon battlefield. Who knows how much that peak grade treasure weapon is worth? Furthermore, there is still a pile of natural treasures that have not been sold yet." Ling Yu's expression changed slightly. "Martial uncle, what's going on? Weren't they the ones who made the mistake first? Why did they take away your saber manual? I'll go and look for the sect master for you." Ling Yu even added in his heart, "If possible, I will not stand on ceremony with such worldly items." Xiao Chen said indifferently, "There's no need to care about him. Let me ask you something serious. Do you know where I can buy cauldrons? It would be best if they are ancient cauldrons. The older, the better. They have to be genuine." Xiao Chen's expression recovered its calm. Then he waved his hand and said, "There's no need. I already have no need for the saber manual. It is a Buddhist sect consummate technique in itself. Even if he does not come to me for it, someone else will come to me in the future, using even more forceful methods." Xian Bei shook his head. Then, he said decisively, "If it were any other consummate technique, it would not be a problem for me to let you take a look. However, the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique is not possible. Hence, there are too many disciples who fall into a state of obsession with the saber. After breaking the abstinence, how to exercise self-discipline and explain the words Mahamaya have always been difficult problems. If it were any other Buddhist sect expert, they would definitely attack without saying a word and not be so polite." When Xiao Chen heard that, he immediately thought of something. What lousy scripture! It must be the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique saber manual. Ling Yu was about to rush over excitedly when Xiao Chen stopped him. "Wait a moment." However, Ling Yu brought surprising news to Xiao Chen. "Zhan Yuan betrayed us. I heard that he killed a few Xian-ranked esteemed monks and stole a scripture before fleeing. The Profound Light Temple notified all the sects in the 3 blessed lands and issued the highest-level wanted posters. Right now, there is no place for him in the entire Grave Sea. Xiao Chen made some mental calculations. His net worth seemed to be more than 8 million medial-grade spirit jades. One day, he would go to the Central Great Realm and compete with the strongest outstanding talents of the Great Thousand Realms. Before the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor fell asleep, he finally gave Xiao Chen a dragon race cultivation technique and some dragon race secret techniques. Hiding a dagger in a smile. Actually, that was not to the extent of it. 8 million medial-grade spirit jades. Xiao Chen looked around and discovered a brocade box on the table. That was what Zhan Yuan had given him. Ling Yu still felt dissatisfied. How could he bully others like this? How hateful! After a pause, Ling Yu smiled and said, "Furthermore, we are now rich. 8 million medial-grade spirit jades. There are also the many natural treasures of the fiendish demon battlefield. We can sell them there and sell them for a good price." It seemed like the defeat or some other reason led to the retreat of this dragon race bloodline. Aside from this, there was nothing else. All the items were clear and tranquil spirit jades giving off dense light. Xiao Chen flicked his finger and sent out a strand of energy. Bang! The brocade box instantly bounced open. The cultivation technique for vital qi was called the Divine Dragon Golden Body Art. Just from its name, one could tell that it was extraordinary. Xiao Chen did not trust Zhan Yuan. He had been so unlucky in the fiendish demon battlefield. He did not believe that Zhan Yuan did not hold any grudges against him. However, Xiao Chen was not as lucky. He could only rely on himself. Xiao Chen did not notice that Zhan Yuan's expression was scarily sullen at this moment. Regardless of whether he had something to do or not, he would gain something by comprehending it. Damn it! Does Master think that I am not even comparable to an outsider? Chapter 17:12. Then, he suddenly made a move in the Profound Light Temple and stole the Saber Technique manual. Everything was connected meticulously. That was to say, one could still see Soaring Dragon City from 5,000 kilometers away. Ling Yu did not know about the Saber Technique manual, so he asked, finding it strange. "Ling Yu, where are you bringing me?" Furthermore, who knew what kind of danger they would encounter in the boundless starry heavens? Even a cloud sea cultivator would not dare to say that he could move around without fear. Xiao Chen smiled and did not say anything more. Let's end this matter here. Let's go to the Soaring Dragon Great Realm. Now that Xiao Chen could accompany his martial uncle, he got what he wanted. The indistinct figure looked like a huge coiled dragon amid the dust and sand, looking hazy and majestic. Yi Zifeng probably started plotting from the moment he left the fiendish demon battlefield. The two did not dare to waste time or use Yi Zifeng's name, so they could only obediently head to the Soaring Dragon Great Realm. Looking at Soaring Dragon City, which was not very far away, he barely managed to reach it at dusk. After entering, Ling Yu marveled at the exquisite and luxurious carriage. This was especially so when he saw a small cabinet appear when Xiao Chen gently touched it. What opportunity? Xiao Chen felt astonished in his heart. Soaring Dragon City's accumulations were much deeper than he had expected. The streets immediately became much less populated, forming a strong contrast. The outline of a vast city appeared at the limits of the two's vision. Xiao Chen nodded and stretched out his hand, and the cycle throne appeared from his clothes. Let's go. A special auction? How special is it? Ling Yu smiled and said, That's right. Martial uncle, the place I'm bringing you to is an auction that only those with a great desolate Aeon bloodline can attend. No matter how many spirit jades one has, one is not qualified to enter. Martial uncle, let's set off as well. This was just the conferred land of a feudal lord in the Yanwu dynasty, and it already had such grandeur. Martial uncle, the place I'm bringing you to is a special auction. If you want to find an ancient cauldron, that auction should be the fastest way. Otherwise you will have to go to the market and search slowly, wasting time and effort. The horses galloped, and the war chariot sped forward, kicking up dust clouds. Ling Yu explained to Xiao Chen where they were going. After putting away the cycle war chariot, the two went to the majestic city walls and lined up to enter. After sailing for half a month, they finally arrived at the Soaring Dragon Great World. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, and the throne transformed into the shape of a horse. A huge spiritual pressure emanated from the city. It was unknown how far away it was. When Xiao Chen and Ling Yu, who were in closed-door cultivation, were woken up, it felt like they had fallen asleep. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves in the soaring dragon Great Realm. It was an eye-opener for him. One could only imagine the magnificence of this city. Martial uncle, why do you think this Zhan Yuan would betray the temple for no reason? Ling Yu was filled with confusion and doubt. Xiao Chen sighed softly, that's right. He has already reached the ceiling of the profound light temple. However, he still did not go to the central Great Realm. It was clear that he was not confident enough, feeling nervous and uneasy. Now that I've seen an opportunity, it's not strange for me to take the risk after waiting for more than 10 years. The two mutated flood dragons turned into black dragon horses, gently moving their hooves. They looked tall and mighty, exuding an extraordinary aura. No wonder Ling Yu said that this soaring dragon Great Realm was the center of the dozens of nearby astral clusters. It was indeed true. This was not Ling Yu's first time here. He explained softly, that soaring dragon city is built in the center of this great realm. Its aura swallows everything, absorbing the luck of the entire great realm. After accumulating for more than 10,000 years, it is not strange for it to have such boldness. Ling Yu chuckled and said, Martial uncle, don't be anxious. You will know when we get there. Xiao Chen took out the 1,000-year flame that he normally could not bear to drink and filled the cups for Ling Yu and himself. Then, he gently swirled the wine cups. When Xiao Chen heard this, his interest was piqued. What strong might and pressure! Even a sovereign personage would have to think twice before attacking this soaring dragon city. Xiao Chen leaped off the warship. Come on up then. There were 3 large docks in the vast grave sea. Yes, 10 years. To be precise, more than 10 years. More than 10 years ago, when Shangguan Lei and Wang Yueming made their debut, they were no match for him. Over the years, he has gone further and further away, and Shangguan Lei and Shangguan Yun have rarely fought with him. No one knows how strong he really is. Everything was ruined. Xiao Chen entered the car and called out to Ling Yu. His days were definitely not going to be easy. How could he cultivate in peace while hiding? Of course, it was not because the war chariot was moving too slowly, but because the journey was simply too long. Xiao Chen estimated that it was at least 10,000 miles away. The Purple Flame sect had a starry sky teleportation array that led directly to the soaring dragon Great Realm. However, it consumed a lot of energy to operate it. Even if one wasn't an ordinary person, they wouldn't be qualified to use it. They all seemed to have the bloodline of the Great Desolate Aeon's 10,000 races. Normally, it was rare to see the bloodline of the Great Desolate Aeon's 10,000 races. However, this street was filled with them. It looked like Zhan Yuan had planned this long ago. He clearly knew that he could not snatch the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Techniques Saber Manual. After several rounds of modifications, the Cycle Throne was now comparable to a peak-grade treasure tool when it came to traveling. No matter how one looked at it, Xiao Chen's future was boundless. He would definitely shake up the Cloud Sea domain in the future. Zhan Yuan could even go to the distant Central Great Realm and make a name for himself. Betraying the temple would be a grave sin. Hence, Zhan Yuan informed the Venerable Xian Bei to borrow the Profound Light Temple's strength to retrieve the Saber Manual from him. What is this? Ling Yu asked in shock as he looked at the throne. The most important thing was that the Cycle Throne used to be a magic treasure. It referenced the immortal equipment of the immortal epic, and was unique in the Great Thousand Realms. When Ling Yu heard that he was going to the Soaring Dragon Great Realm, he revealed an excited expression. That bustling place was much more interesting than the boring Blessed Lands. Unfortunately, he was not strong enough or wealthy enough, so he could not go there often. He was the most outstanding disciple of the Profound Light Temple in the past 300 years. He was an outstanding talent with the greatest future in the 3 Blessed Lands. At his highest speed, he could fly as fast as a Cloud Sea sovereign personage in the starry heavens. The people of the same generation were at least minor primal core venerates. There were also many young cultivators like Hua Yunfeng and Shangguan Lei. Although the Cycle Throne could not compare to a huge starship in the starry heavens, it was very suitable for traveling short distances. Ling Yu led the way, bringing Xiao Chen to a place. After making many turns, they arrived at a desolate street. Cold cheese spread out in a cabinet, sealing Xiao Chen's collection of wine cups in ice. After paying the entry tax, they entered the city without any obstructions. People continuously appeared at the port, rushing towards Soaring Dragon City. This auction house is not open to the public. However, it is the most prestigious auction house in Soaring Dragon City. Let's go and see if there are any ancient cauldrons up for auction. If there are, we can register directly. This huge warship was specially used for traveling in the starry heavens. It could carry more than 1,000 people at a time, and its flying speed was incredibly fast. It could conserve energy and was convenient to carry around. Riding on a huge starship was undoubtedly a safe and efficient method. Xiao Chen had been to many auction houses, and they were all similar. He really wanted to know what was special about them. Of course, if one had strong connections and was wealthy enough to use the Starry Heavens transportation formation, it would be a different story. The bustling popularity of this place depended entirely on the peak cultivators of the nearby astral clusters. Xiao Chen and Ling Yu both felt this faint spiritual pressure. All sorts of peak starships stopped at every port, traveling to various places of the Great Thousand Realms. Not only would they not have a foothold in the Cloud Sea domain, but they would also be wanted by the entire Buddhist sect when they went to the Central Great Realm. Xiao Chen took a quick look. The cultivators who came here were all extraordinary. The older ones were all Cloud Sea cultivators. Star venerates were everywhere. At this moment, the chariot also started moving. 2 horses pulled the chariot, kicking up a cloud of dust on the street. If the Soaring Dragon Great Realm was the center of the dozens of nearby astral clusters, it would not be surprising that this city was bustling. Hence, Cloud Sea experts would choose to travel on a huge starship to conserve energy. Xiao Chen wondered how imposing the Yanwu dynasty's true marquis's residence was. Xiao Chen said calmly, "He has been the strongest person in the 3 blessed lands for more than 10 years already, right?" Xiao Chen's face immediately sank. To his surprise, he discovered that every cultivator walking on the street seemed to be leaping about. It was like he had returned to the Great Desolate Aeon, that hot-blooded era when 10,000 races fought for supremacy. This person is really terrifying. In the future, when I run into him, I have to be more careful and not be careless. The people walking on the main road were all martial artists, and very few ordinary people could be seen. This place was an out-and-out martial city. Xiao Chen made some calculations. 1 grave sea cluster had more than 100 purple sun regions. 1 purple sun cluster contained dozens of Great Thousand Realms. Chapter 17:13. Only those with a Great Desolate Aeon bloodline could participate in the auction? The style was really not ordinary high. Ling Yu continued, even if you are a sovereign personage, without a Great Desolate Aeon bloodline, you still cannot enter the auction. Even if you are worth more than 100 million spirit jades and have mountains of spirit jades, you still cannot enter the auction without a Great Desolate Aeon bloodline. Oh right. If your bloodline is not pure enough and of poor quality, you will still be asked to leave. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. What does this mean? Bloodlines of the Great Desolate Aeon's 10,000 races are rare in the first place. Furthermore, the bloodline's power is not diluted and pure enough. In that case, there will be even fewer bidders. Don't auctions need to be auctioned in order to earn more profits? Ling Yu's lips curled up. Who knows? I heard that the master behind the auction has something to do with the Soaring Dragon Marquis's young master here. Perhaps he does not lack spirit jades. However, speaking of which, cultivators with sufficiently pure Great Desolate Aeon bloodlines are either true inheritors of sects or noble clans. They will not lack spirit jades. This piqued Xiao Chen's interest. He smiled and said, "Never mind that. Bring me over to take a look." After a while, the two stopped at the end of the street, in front of an ancient pavilion that was not very tall or magnificent. Why did Ling Yu emphasize that this was an ancient pavilion? It was because aside from the ancient aura that this pavilion gave off, giving off an exceptionally heavy feeling, there was nothing special about it. A signboard hung in front of the pavilion with the words, Soaring Dragon Pavilion. The Soaring Dragon Pavilion in Soaring Dragon City. No one would believe that this pavilion had nothing to do with the master of the Soaring Dragon Great Realm. "Martial uncle, this is the place," Ling Yu said as he pointed to the signboard. Ling Yu pointed at the signboard. At the main entrance, many people were queuing up to enter. Those who wanted to enter had to undergo a strict inspection. They would be tested with blood, the might of the Great Desolate Aeon's 10,000 races, and the light of the Great Desolate Divine Eyes. No way. The Astral Rock Race bloodline is only grade 2. You cannot enter the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. A black-clad old man in front of the pavilion said expressionlessly to a young cultivator, urging him to leave quickly. Senior, how about you help me out? This time, I brought plenty of spirit jades to the Soaring Dragon Pavilion and wish to auction off a good treasure weapon. The black-clad old man said without giving Xiao Chen any face. There are many other auction houses in Soaring Dragon City that you can choose from. You don't have to enter the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. Old thing, don't be so stubborn, okay? I'm also a core disciple of a 4th grade sect in the Songhai Islands. I came here because of your reputation. Can't I go in and take a look? Impudent! The black-robed old man let out a cold snort and sent the so-called 4th grade sect disciple flying with a gentle palm strike. A star venerate level will of soul spread out from Xiao Chen's body, startling everyone. Xiao Chen felt startled in his heart. The old man guarding the door looked unremarkable, but he was actually a star venerate. The Star Rock race is one of the weakest races in the Great Desolate Aeon. Furthermore, you only have a Grade 2 bloodline. How dare you behave atrociously in front of the Soaring Dragon Pavilion? You are truly reckless. Scram! With a cold shout, the young man did not dare to stay any longer and left with his tail between his legs. After this scene, Xiao Chen discovered that the long queue had become much shorter. It looked like many people who wanted to sneak in retreated and sneaked out. Soon, it was Ling Yu's turn. He had entered once 5 years ago. Naturally, there were no problems, so he easily passed the inspection. Then, it was Xiao Chen's turn. Ling Yu waited at the entrance for Xiao Chen. In his opinion, after Xiao Chen activated his Great Desolate Aeon bloodline, the horrifying dragon might made the blood in his body tremble. Passing the inspection would not be a problem. Ling Yu waited at the entrance for Xiao Chen. Among the Great Desolate Aeon bloodlines, the dragon race ranked in the top 100. Although Xiao Chen's martial uncle could not possibly be a pure 6-colored divine dragon of the dragon race, he would not be far from it. Furthermore, the quality of his blood would definitely be very high. It would definitely be at least grade 5. That black-clad old man glanced at Xiao Chen and said indifferently, "Drip your blood." Xiao Chen glanced at a small spiritual pool in front. When his blood dripped into it, it would materialize all sorts of mysterious phenomena. If it were a dragon race cultivator, dripping his blood would definitely materialize the image of a dragon. It would either be a pure 6-color divine dragon or a lower-ranked true dragon, like the sky dragon, the flood dragon, the thunder dragon, the coiling dragon, and so on. After that, the bloodline would be even thinner, and it would only be a false dragon bloodline. It would materialize some strange-looking dragons. In name, they were of the dragon race bloodline, but in reality, they were not presentable at all. Xiao Chen did as he was told, dripping his blood into the spiritual pool. Boom! Dragon might spread out, making everyone's eyes light up. People of the dragon race. The dragon race. That is an existence that ranks among the top 100 of the Great Desolate Aeon's 10,000 races. How incredible! I see another heaven-defying outstanding talent of the Great Desolate Aeon's 100 races. Who knew? That black-clad old man also felt slightly startled. However, when he looked at the illusion that appeared in the spiritual pool, he frowned. However, his brows furrowed. What the hell was that thing? It had green skin and a strange shape. It does not look like a 6-colored divine dragon or the various true dragons. So, it is a false dragon. There is no need to test the rest. You may leave. You cannot enter the Soaring Dragon Pavilion yet, the black-clad old man said indifferently. The dragon race was also divided into various ranks. The 3 great ancestor dragons were the strongest, but the ancestor dragon bloodline was already extinct. Now the 6-colored divine dragons were the strongest, followed by the true dragons, and then the various strange false dragons with the thinnest bloodline. Of course, in the history of the dragon race, there had been some false dragon bloodline cultivators who turned the tables and became heaven dragons. However, most of the false dragon bloodline cultivators were known as mixed blood dragons within the dragon race. They would not have any status outside. The black-clad old man considered himself very knowledgeable and knew the history of the Great Desolate Aeon's various races like the back of his hand. With one glance, he determined that Xiao Chen was a false dragon. However, that was a blue dragon. It was once the strongest 7-colored divine dragons. However, for the sake of saving the dragon race, nearly all of them went extinct in a crucial battle, disappearing for tens of thousands of years. Now, everyone knew that the 6-colored divine dragons were unparalleled. Even Ling Yu, a disciple of the Grave Sea, knew about them. However, No one had ever heard of the so-called Blue Dragon bloodline. Xiao Chen felt speechless. However, this was fine. Even the black-clad old man could not recognize the Blue Dragon bloodline. In that case, Xiao Chen could keep his identity a secret for a long time at the very least. Ling Yu, who was at the door, felt shocked. This was completely unexpected. He exclaimed, "That's impossible. Senior, you must be mistaken." The black-clad old man said sullenly, "This old man has interacted with the people of the great desolate Aeon's 100 races before. How could I be mistaken?" Xiao Chen waved his hand and smiled. "So what if it's a false dragon? However, shouldn't old sir give me a chance to see the rank of my bloodline first?" The black-clad old man entered deep thought. Then he nodded and said, "No matter how high the rank of a false dragon's bloodline is, what is the point? Let's go. There is no point in saying anything more. Don't blame this old man for doing things according to the rules." Whoosh! Right after the black-clad old man spoke, Xiao Chen smiled faintly and opened his great desolate divine eyes. A resplendent golden light shot out from his eyes. Xiao Chen's gaze, which contained the divine dragon's might, met the black-clad old man's gaze, catching him off guard and entering the depths of his sea of consciousness. The black-clad old man immediately felt his soul tremble, and he uncontrollably took 2 steps back. When the black-clad old man recovered his wits, he looked at Xiao Chen, who had withdrawn his great desolate divine eyes, and revealed a horrified expression. He muttered to himself, "How can this be? How can the might of a false dragon be so frightening?" Xiao Chen asked softly, "Senior, can I go in now?" The black-clad old man was still somewhat confused, feeling doubtful and confused. He shook his head and said, "Go in." As expected, Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Ignoring the gazes of the others, he walked over with large strides. "Martial uncle, that was close. I thought that you would not be able to enter," Ling Yu said as he heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he felt very doubtful in his heart. To think that martial uncle does not have a true dragon bloodline but a false dragon bloodline. However, how did he clear the stage? It would be strange if the might of the strongest divine dragon bloodline did not clear the stage. Even if one was not very knowledgeable and could not recognize the blue dragon, the might of a divine dragon was real. Xiao Chen smiled and did not say anything. The two entered the soaring dragon pavilion. The two immediately experienced a different scenery. It looked ordinary on the outside, but the decorations inside were extremely extravagant and resplendent. 2 maidservants with voluptuous figures in sexy clothes walked over and attended to the two. "Martial uncle, I'll just take a look first." "All right." With the maidservants attending to the two, Xiao Chen did not need Ling Yu to lead the way. He also had things that interested him. Xiao Chen asked the pretty maidservant, "Are there any ancient cauldrons for auction?" "Yes. I'll bring you to the ancient cauldron zone. It's on the 3rd floor." The pretty maidservant had a smile on her face. Her service was very thorough and polite. When the two arrived at the ancient cauldron zone, the pretty maidservant moved to the side, obediently not disturbing Xiao Chen. Since this was the ancient cauldron zone, naturally, all the cauldrons on display were ancient cauldrons. Furthermore, there were no restrictions on them. One could look around to one's heart's content and check everything thoroughly. It looked like the Soaring Dragon Pavilion's people were very confident in their security. They did not worry that someone would dare to cause trouble here. There were not many people in the ancient cauldron zone. Right now, only Xiao Chen was there, making it seem especially deserted. The 2nd floor had medicinal pills, secret manuals, weapons, and tools, as well as some ancient and legendary items. Those were the most popular places. Xiao Chen looked around, and surprise appeared on his face. Then, his gaze fixed on an ancient cauldron. That was a square cauldron with ancient patterns carved on its surface. It looked exquisite but did not lose its weight. Dragon Pattern Cauldron. Xiao Chen felt somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, he saw a genuine dragon pattern cauldron here. However, based on its aura, it did not seem ancient enough. It should be a dragon pattern cauldron produced by the dragon race in the past 1,000 years. Xiao Chen did not know how it got leaked. Perhaps it was a reward from a dragon race cultivator. After the cultivator no longer needed it, he put it up for auction and spread it. After all, it could not be considered a peak dragon pattern cauldron. "Young master, are you interested in this dragon pattern cauldron?" This is a genuine item of the dragon race, not an imitation made by an outsider. It is the work of an elder of the dragon race's upper echelon. Just this point alone makes it extraordinary, a pretty maidservant explained to Xiao Chen in a gentle voice. Xiao Chen took a look at the starting bid. 500,000 medial-grade spirit jades. The final bid was 1 million medial-grade spirit jades. The price was rather fair. This dragon pattern cauldron should be worth 800,000 medial-grade spirit jades. After all, it was a product of the dragon race. However, it was already very expensive. Regular Cloud Sea Star Venerates could spend as much as 3 or 4 million medial-grade spirit jades. After all, they could not pawn off their treasures and weapons. Not everyone could be like the Profound Light Temple, which had many believers and could take out 8 million medial-grade spirit jades to exchange for the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique Saber Manual. This, brother, aside from its value, whether a cauldron is good or not depends on who used it. This cauldron is definitely worth the price. In the special zone for ancient cauldrons, it can rank in the top 3. Just as Xiao Chen was about to speak, an azure-clad man with a smile walked over. As he walked, a sharpness was hidden. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows. This was a bladesman. Even though this person hid his sharpness, Xiao Chen could still sense it. Furthermore, this person was an extraordinary bladesman. When the azure-clad man got closer, he smiled and said, "Just like the saber in brother's hand." Chapter 17:14. Who is this person? To think that this person's eyes are so sharp. Immediately recognizing the origin of the saber in my hand. I am Jiang He. How may I help you, brother? The azure-robed man looked very clean. His smile was also very refreshing, making it hard for others to feel ill will. Xiao Chen, might I ask Brother Jiang why you feel that this cauldron is worth the price? This was what Xiao Chen was more concerned about. Indeed, he could not see anything special about the dragon pattern cauldron. The only bright spot was that it came from the dragon race. However, this cauldron was not made of peak materials and was not old. How could it be worth the price? Jiang He casually patted the cauldron and smiled. Like I said, it does not matter if the cauldron is ordinary. What's important is that the person who used it is incredible. In that case, this cauldron is incredible as well. Jiang He glanced around and fixed his gaze on Xiao Chen's saber. Then he continued, "It is like the saber in your hand. It contains only one Dao, and it is the rather common Thunder Dao. However, because of the word tyrant and the legend of the generations of tyrants, it allowed an inferior grade Dao tool to become a superior grade Dao tool. Furthermore, it stands out from the rest, much stronger than a regular superior grade Dao tool." Anticipation appeared in Xiao Chen's heart. In that case, who used this cauldron? Jiang He smiled mysteriously. I can't tell you that. Even if I told you, you might not know. Do you know the most promising young bladesman of the dragon race? Xiao Chen shook his head. He had never been to the central great realm. How could he know about the dragon race? That bladesman is known as Willow Leaf Saber in the dragon race because his saber technique is elegant and agile like the wind. When the saber light fell, it was like weeping willow leaves fluttering in the wind, like willow leaves filling the sky. Back then, when Willow Leaf Saber cultivated the dragon race's cultivation technique, he used this cauldron. Xiao Chen only half believed Jiang He's words, as many of the dragon race's cultivation techniques required the dragon pattern cauldron. Unlike the other races, only cultivators who cultivated vital qi would use cauldrons. However, there were not many cultivators who cultivated the vital qi Dao. Hence, this ancient cauldron zone was deserted. Jiang He spoke continuously, praising the dragon pattern cauldron. This made Xiao Chen feel a sense of intimacy. Xiao Chen was a member of the dragon clan. Although he had never been to the dragon clan, he definitely yearned for it. He happened to see the dragon pattern cauldron that came from the dragon race. Although the asking price was too high, he was actually tempted. Hearing others praise something that caught one's eye, it was inevitable that one would have a favorable impression of it. Of course, Xiao Chen would not let his thoughts and feelings show on his face. This was especially so for an unfamiliar bladesman who took the initiative to charge over. The two of them chatted casually, but they ignored the pretty maid beside them. The pretty maidservant frowned as she looked at Jiang He. She wanted to say something, but did not say anything in the end. Xiao Chen was too engrossed in his conversation with Jiang He to notice this small detail. Jiang He was quite familiar with cauldrons. As he spoke, he introduced most of the cauldrons in the ancient cauldron zone. Many of these insights broadened Xiao Chen's horizons, making him feel refreshed. For example, the difference between a square cauldron and an original cauldron, a three-legged cauldron or a four-legged cauldron. There was also the appearance and value of the cauldron, as well as how it was appraised. Just talking about it made one feel that the cauldron was indeed a great talent. Jiang He pointed at the cauldron designated for ancient cauldrons and said disdainfully, "A real ancient cauldron would only be considered noble if it has an inscription on it. However, the cauldrons in the ancient cauldron area, even the oldest one, do not have any inscriptions. This means that they are just ordinary cauldrons. Things from ancient times are good, but the bricks and tiles from ancient times are still rubbish. Cauldrons can't be simply divided by age." The maidservant interrupted. "No one would take this kind of cauldron out for auction. It's either a sect guarding cauldron, or an aristocratic family keeping it. For an inscription to survive until now, one can imagine how powerful the Tao contained in it is. Who would be foolish enough to auction it?" Clearly, Jiang He's words had angered the maidservant. After all, no one was happy about it. People said that the cauldrons they auctioned were all rubbish. Jiang He laughed out loud. "That's enough. You have your own judgment, brother. We had a good chat, and I hope we'll meet again. Goodbye." Jiang He performed a casual cupped fist salute and left with large strides. Xiao Chen looked around the ancient cauldron zone again. Then, his gaze landed on the dragon pattern cauldron. That's it. After all, it was a cauldron from the dragon race and had 1,000 years of history. It should be able to endure a rank 1 heavenly flame. As for using it to cultivate, it would be more compatible with the body-tempering cultivation technique that the blood-soaked dragon emperor gave him. Furthermore, his earlier conversation with Jiang He had deepened his understanding of cauldrons, which strengthened Xiao Chen's decision. 4 hours later, Xiao Chen met the late Ling Yu on the first floor. Clearly, Ling Yu had not had his fill yet. "There are so many good things here. After looking around, the short sword in my hand is not worth mentioning at all." Ling Yu sighed, feeling somewhat dazzled. Dao tools were not rare in this place. There were 2 Dao tools being auctioned. However, they were not superior grade, not even medial grade, just inferior grade. Even so, they were still very popular, attracting many people to watch and play with them, praising them. Xiao Chen smiled and asked, "What have you taken a fancy to?" "Too many. However, the one that truly suits me is a pair of gloves. I would like to auction off the short sword. After all, I have no use for it." Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, "There's no need. That ink cloud sword of yours will become a Dao tool within 10 years. Even if you do not use it, you will be able to gain a lot from it. If you do not have enough spirit jades, I can just lend you some later." Ling Yu said somewhat embarrassedly, "I keep receiving benefits from martial uncle. I really feel bad about it." Xiao Chen did not mind. "I am your martial uncle, after all. Since senior brother is gone, naturally, I will take care of you." After arriving at the auction house, Xiao Chen took out 25 kilograms of the highest quality life juice source and handed it to the pretty maidservant. "The auction will be held 3 days from now. Your life juice source is considered a rank A auction item. The Soaring Dragon Pavilion will give you a VIP card for free. At that time, you can stay in a VIP room. Please keep it well." Xiao Chen received the VIP card, not feeling surprised. The life juice source was a wondrous item of the highest quality, so it was very popular. The higher the price, the more the other party would charge. This was equivalent to giving money to the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. Naturally, the other party would not mistreat their customers. After staying in the city for a while and sightseeing, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Xiao Chen and Ling Yu arrived at the Soaring Dragon Pavilion on time. When they entered, the decorations were already very different from 3 days ago. The auction items in the hall were all gone. The brightly lit hall only had a tall platform with no seats. It looked like the guests were going to stay in the 4 cubicles of the floor. The arrangement was rather unique. With a casual glance, one could clearly see the tall platform in the middle of the hall from any of the cubicles. As people came and went, a small auction for the outstanding talents of the great desolate Ian bloodlines was about to begin. "Brother Xiao." A familiar voice came from behind. It was Jiang He walking over. He had a smile on his face, looking as clean as before, giving off a good impression. This little brother is? Jiang He asked softly as he looked at Ling Yu. My friend. Xiao Chen did not want Ling Yu to feel awkward in front of outsiders. Normally, he would not purposely flaunt his status as Ling Yu's martial uncle. Jiang He nodded slightly. After the greetings, he asked, Brother Xiao, do you know that something major happened in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion during the past 3 days? Xiao Chen's and Ling Yu's expressions changed slightly. They exchanged looks, both confused. What major matter? Jiang He said softly, I wonder which senior expert got someone to sell 25 kilograms of life juice source here. Furthermore, it is of the highest quality, without any impurities. To think that it even startled the people of the Cluster Lord's residence. The Cluster Lord's residence. After sightseeing in the city for 3 days, Xiao Chen already learned that the master of this Soaring Dragon Great Realm was a granddaughter of the Yanwu dynasty's Soaring Dragon Marquis. Naturally, the residence here was the Cluster Lord's residence. Comparing oneself to others was truly frustrating. Xiao Chen heard that this Cluster Lord Go Yu was only 20-odd years old, about the same age as Ling Yu. However, she was already the master of a great realm. Furthermore, it was the extraordinary Soaring Dragon Great Realm, the center of several dozen nearby astral clusters. As for Ling Yu, he was just a rank 4 sect disciple, not even the strongest in the Grave Sea cluster. In comparison, the difference between heaven and earth could not even be described. Xiao Chen frowned and said, No matter what, Cluster Lord Go Yu will not lack life juice source, right? The life juice source is not the only natural treasure that can improve one's physique. There are still some. Jiang He said helplessly, Naturally, the Cluster Lord does not lack these resources. However, there are many people in the Cluster Lord's residence, and there are many people in need of rewards. Not to mention the Cluster Lord, everyone here is an outstanding talent with a great desolate Aeon bloodline. Coincidentally, this life juice source has the greatest effect on us and is also what we need the most. Xiao Chen knew about this. The life juice source improved one's bloodline, which then led to the strengthening of one's physique. The outstanding talents with a great desolate Aeon bloodline happened to be cultivators with special bloodlines. This was simply a natural treasure tailor-made for them. Jiang He shook his head and sighed. This time, we really have to pay a huge price. I hope that we can gain something. Brother Xiao, have you decided on that cauldron? This question was rather direct. However, Xiao Chen did not mind answering. He answered honestly, the dragon pattern cauldron. Jiang He smiled and said, You have good eyes. In my opinion, that dragon pattern cauldron is the only good cauldron worth collecting in the ancient cauldron zone. After a simple conversation, the two parted. After suppressing himself for a long time, Ling Yu said excitedly, Martial uncle, unexpectedly, that life juice source is in such high demand. It actually caused such a huge commotion. Earlier, I nearly could not hold back and even startled the Cluster Lord's residence's people. Xiao Chen said indifferently, That is not surprising. After all, we have a great desolate Aeon bloodline. The power of our bloodline is a treasure trove. Who would not treasure an opportunity to develop it? There were not many wondrous items that could develop a great desolate Aeon bloodline. Coincidentally, the life juice source was one of them. Furthermore, it was the highest quality life juice source. When Xiao Chen thought about his near-death experience that day, no matter what the result was, it would not be surprising. After all, he had used his life to exchange for it. After entering the VIP room, Xiao Chen was surprised to discover that the maidservant in the room was the one who led him in 3 days ago. The pretty maidservant smiled, looking very cute. Xiao Chen sat down. At this moment, an old man with a goatee walked over from the high platform in the hall. His weather-beaten face was full of vigor, his complexion flushed red, and he looked old. Ling Yu said somewhat excitedly, It is about to begin. Xiao Chen found it strange. It was just the start of the auction. What was there to be excited about? All of a sudden, the flames in the brightly lit building went out one by one, and the entire building was plunged into darkness. Before anyone could react, the light returned in the next moment. However, it was not the light of the lamps. Instead, many pairs of great desolate divine eyes opened at this moment. The ancient Soaring Dragon Pavilion immediately glowed with a divine light, looking resplendent. Chapter 17:15. The great desolate divine eyes illuminated the ancient pavilion. As far as the eye could see, The entire place was filled with beams of dazzling divine light. Under the illumination of the great desolate divine eyes, the ancient soaring cloud pavilion's noble status and identity immediately appeared. Anyone standing here would feel a surge of excitement. The outstanding talents with great desolate Aeon bloodlines, which were rarely seen, were all gathered together today. All sorts of ancient great desolate Aeon divine might reverberated intensely in the ancient pavilion as the outstanding talents competed with each other. Ling Yu, who was at the side, could no longer hold back. He activated his great desolate divine eyes, releasing motes of golden light. His gaze clashed with the gazes of the various places. This place was not a battlefield. However, the invisible competition was even more intense than a battlefield. Geniuses were all unruly. What more the outstanding talents with great desolate Aeon bloodlines? Naturally, they were even more unwilling to fall behind. However, for some reason, Xiao Chen remained indifferent, unable to feel the hot-bloodedness and impulse in Ling Yu's heart. Deep disdain flowed in the depths of Xiao Chen's bones. He did not have any desire to activate his blue dragon bloodline. There was no fighting spirit at all. Honored guest, are you not going to give it a try? The remaining 3 will receive prizes from the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. They will also get a significant discount from the auction. When the maidservant in the hall saw Xiao Chen's indifferent appearance, shock flashed in her eyes. Actually, the prize was secondary. What they were fighting for was honor and face. Xiao Chen wanted to give it a try. However, it was clear that he was not interested in the blue dragon bloodline. Naturally, he would not forcefully activate his great desolate divine eyes. Furthermore, Xiao Chen was not the kind of person who liked to show off in front of others. There was no point in fighting for some vanity. Xiao Chen looked at this maidservant. It was this maidservant whom he met twice. It could be considered fate. He smiled kindly and said, "Just call me Xiao Chen." The maidservant smiled and said, "In that case, young Master Xiao, just call me Xiao Yu." Xiao Yu, Xiao Yu. It sounds pretty good. Xiao Chen said indifferently as he picked up his wine cup, no longer chatting idly. Actually, there were people like Xiao Chen who did not dare to be interested. For example, Jiang He giggled as he watched the scene before him from his private room. How lively! The Soaring Dragon Pavilion played this beautifully, stirring up the competitive spirit of the people of the same generation. Furthermore, it can test who is truly an outstanding talent worthy of nurturing. I wonder how many talents the Soaring Dragon Marquis has sent to the Soaring Dragon Marquis over the years? However, he could not help but reveal a disdainful expression as he looked at the various outstanding talents fighting for the top spot. Strange, why did I not see Brother Zhao's gaze? Don't tell me you were defeated so quickly? I still want to see what kind of bloodline it is. Jiang He was quite interested in Xiao Chen, who wielded the tyrant blade. Of course, he was more interested in his wealth. Whether they could obtain that life juice source or not, they placed all their hopes on Brother Xiao. Brother Xiao Chen, I have high hopes for you. Ling Yu closed his eyes and cried out in pain. Just now, when he looked into someone's eyes, he felt a chill run down his spine. Their auras clashed and their bloodlines contended for supremacy. The opponent was too powerful. In merely 10 breaths, he was defeated and could only close his eyes. Are you all right? Xiao Chen asked. Ling Yu rested for a while before opening his eyes. He smiled and said, I'm fine. There will always be someone stronger. However, this is still an improvement. The last time I came, I did not defeat a single person. This is all thanks to Martial Uncle's life juice source. Otherwise, how could my bloodline power have improved so much? Ling Yu had shown off his sharpness in the Purple Flame sect. However, outside he could easily recognize his own strength. He was neither arrogant nor rash, easily satisfied. When the maidservant at the side heard this, she did not show any surprise in her eyes. It was like she already knew. However, this made sense. It was normal for the Soaring Dragon Pavilion's people to send Xiao Chen to auction the life juice source. When only 3 pairs of eyes remained in the pavilion, the competition ended, and the auction began. Xiao Chen was not too interested in the items being auctioned. He closed his eyes and rested, directly cultivating. Xiao Yu looked at Xiao Chen, who had his eyes closed. Then, she looked at the saber that never left his hand, feeling this novelty. The auction proceeded in an orderly fashion. Ling Yu was very interested, occasionally chatting excitedly with Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was very knowledgeable. She knew the origins of every auction item and spoke about them. This broadened Ling Yu's horizons. At the same time, he felt ashamed. Unexpectedly, his knowledge could not even compare to that of a maidservant of the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. Xiao Yu, I heard that the master behind your Soaring Dragon Pavilion is Cluster Lord Go Yu. Is that true? Ling Yu did not hold back, casually asking about a topic that interested him. Xiao Yu nodded slightly. The Cluster Lord places great importance on the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. She will definitely attend every large-scale auction. When Ling Yu heard this, he immediately perked up. He looked around and said, that is to say, the Cluster Lord has already arrived at the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. Perhaps she is in one of the boxes. Could it be that our fight just now was also witnessed by Her Highness? Since this Soaring Dragon Pavilion is not established for profit, there has to be some other purpose. After thinking about it, the only possibility is that it is to rope in geniuses. Hence, what you said is probably correct. Xiao Chen opened his eyes at some point in time. Ling Yu immediately felt somewhat disappointed. How unfortunate. Otherwise, I would have used my full power earlier. Xiao Chen said out of curiosity, you are the disciple with the most potential in the Purple Flame sect, yet you are interested in this as well. Ling Yu said with a fervent gaze, which outstanding talent of the nearby astral clusters does not want to make a trip to the Central Great Realm? If they can enter the Soaring Dragon Marquis's residence, it would be like connecting the heavens and earth, directly entering the dynasty's core. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Ling Yu's words allowed him to see a new path, a path to enter the Central Great Realm in advance. However, Xiao Chen did not think too much about it in the blink of an eye. His original intentions had not changed, never changing. He was someone determined to become the Dragon Emperor. How could he join a dynasty's Marquis's residence? If he did not have so many ambitions, the dynasty's Marquis's residence would indeed be a good springboard. After a few more years, when he was truly confident, he would personally enter the Great Thousand Realms. He would rely on himself, not anyone else. Is young Master Xiao regretting it? If you are willing, this servant can introduce young Master to the Soaring Cloud Pavilion's upper echelon. When the maidservant, Xiao Yu, saw Xiao Chen's silence, she misunderstood. Xiao Chen smiled and said, it's fine. Many thanks for Miss Xiao Yu's kind intentions. The next auction item is the Dragon Pattern Cauldron. It has more than 1,000 years of history and is a product of the dragon race. I believe I do not need to explain its value. 500,000 medial grade spirit jades. Each increment must be no less than 50,000 medial grade spirit jades. No wonder Xiao Chen opened his eyes. It turned out that it was time for the Dragon Pattern Cauldrons auction. 600,000. 650,000. 700,000. 800,000. 1 million. Before Xiao Chen could say anything, the price instantly soared to 1 million medial grade spirit jades. This far surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations, flabbergasting him. Xiao Chen frowned heavily and muttered, strange. Why is the bidding for an ordinary dragon pattern cauldron so intense? It was a fact that the dragon pattern cauldron was worth a lot. However, that dragon pattern cauldron was not of high quality. It was one of the more ordinary ones. To dragon race cultivators, it was suitable for cultivation techniques and martial techniques. To others, its value was not that high. At most, it would be 1 million medial grade spirit jades. However, for some reason, it instantly soared to 1 million. Furthermore, Xiao Chen noticed that the people who called out bids were the same group of people. They all appeared determined to obtain it. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. There was only one explanation. Without exception, all the people who came to buy the cauldron had their eyes on this cauldron. Suddenly, Xiao Yu said, young Master Xiao, actually, I was about to say this 3 days ago. Practically every time someone came to look at the cauldron, he would show an enthusiastic expression. This would lead the buyer's judgment to that dragon pattern cauldron. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he startled awake. He said, he was the one who put that cauldron up for auction. Yes, I checked. He was indeed the one who put it up for auction. When Xiao Chen heard that, he could not help but laugh in frustration. This fellow is really going all out. After thinking about it, Xiao Chen remembered that the other party had indeed, intentionally or unintentionally, strengthened his resolve to buy the dragon pattern cauldron. However, even without Jiang He's words, Xiao Chen still had to buy this cauldron. 2 million. Xiao Chen could not be bothered to continue bidding, so he directly raised the bid to 2 million. The buyout price for that dragon pattern cauldron was 2 million. Back then, the buyer did not buy it at the buyout price. This meant that 2 million exceeded their expectations. Hence, when the bid for 2 million was raised, no one else raised the bid. Thus, Xiao Chen obtained the dragon pattern cauldron as he wished. The dragon pattern cauldron was worth 1 million medial-grade spirit jades. Xiao Chen felt a pang in his heart after spending twice the price. In another private room, Jiang He rejoiced. He could tell that the final bidder was Xiao Chen's voice. With 2 million medial-grade spirit jades in hand, I am now confident in auctioning off that life juice source. Brother Xiao Chen, you did not make me look favorably upon you in vain. It is worth it. Jiang He giggled and muttered to himself. However, speaking of which, the dragon pattern cauldron used by the willow leaf saber is not a loss for 2 million spirit jades. It took me a lot of effort to steal it out. The auction continued. Soon, it was time for the life juice source. The fiery scene and the soaring prices made people feel like they were suffocating. 3,500,000. Just as the price soared, a cold and serene voice rang out on the top floor. Everyone's heart immediately sank. They knew that the Cluster Lord's residence's people had made a move. Ling Yu could not help but look in the direction of the voice. However, he discovered that the private room was tightly sealed, preventing others from checking with their mental energy. Ling Yu was disappointed in his desire to see the Cluster Lord's true appearance. Ling Yu was not the only one disappointed. Most of the people thought the same. 4 million. Just when the crowd thought that no one would dare to compete with the people from the princess's mansion, a lazy voice sounded. It turned out that Jiang He had made his move. Not caring about anything else, he immediately raised the price to 4 million. The voice from the princess's mansion did not sound again. Before many incredulous gazes, Jiang He successfully won the bid, using the sky-high price of 4 million medial-grade spirit jades to obtain 25 kilograms of the highest quality life juice source. The normal market price of 25 kilograms of life juice source was about 1.5 million medial-grade spirit jades. However, with a bunch of envious bloodline elites bidding for it, the countess's house stepping in, and Jiang He the troublemaker, it was a pleasant surprise for Xiao Chen to make a fortune. Next, there was an ordinary low-grade Dao tool up for auction. This pushed the atmosphere of the entire auction to the peak, and then the auction came to a successful end. Xiao Chen observed the inferior grade Dao tool and was not interested in it. It was tasteless, but it was a pity to throw it away. It was of little value. However, it was a Dao tool after all. Using it as the finale item showed the Soaring Dragon Pavilion's sincerity. Similarly, it attracted the most bidders. Chapter 17:16. The auction ended. By relying on the life juice source, not only did Xiao Chen not spend a single cent, but after deducting his expenses, he even obtained 2 million medial-grade spirit jades. Young Master Xiao, do you really not need me to introduce you? The Soaring Dragon Pavilion is very curious about young Master Xiao obtaining the life juice source. The pretty maidservant, Xiao Yu, blinked her eyes and looked at Xiao Chen delicately. The originally hot and seductive maid suddenly became like a lotus flower in clear water, making one feel tender and lovable. Xiao Chen said indifferently, I exchanged my life for it. There's nothing to be curious about. We'll meet again if fate allows it. Xiao Chen was not very interested in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion's invitation, so he could only reject the beauty's kind intentions. Xiao Yu was stunned for a moment. She did not expect Xiao Chen to reject her so decisively. She smiled and said, Have a safe journey. I hope we will meet again in the future. Goodbye. After exchanging greetings, Xiao Chen put away the dragon pattern cauldron and left. Outside the gates, he coincidentally ran into Jiang He. He had a cocky smile on his face as he toyed with the jade bottle containing the life juice source in his hand, attracting the attention of many people. It was hard not to notice such a high-profile and casual action. Ignoring the dissatisfied gazes, Jiang He strode toward Xiao Chen and smiled. God of fortune. No, Brother Xiao. Congratulations on obtaining the cauldron. Xiao Chen said with a smile. You're too polite. You're not bad yourself. You gained quite a lot. You even dare to oppose the people from the princess's mansion. How courageous of you. When Ling Yu saw that Jiang He was a conman, Jiang He did not even bat an eyelid. In terms of acting skills, martial uncle was still better. This fellow thought that he had fooled his martial uncle and was very pleased with himself. However, Xiao Chen did not know that the life juice source in his hand was put up for auction by his martial uncle. Jiang He laughed out loud. It's fine, it's fine. The people of the Cluster Lord's residence are nothing. How about it? Do you need life juice source? I'll share some with you. I can't give you more than half a tael. That's not a problem. Ling Yu nearly could not hold back his laughter. After all, his martial uncle had given him 50 kilograms of life juice source. How could he have the cheek to give away half a tael? That was what Jiang He was thinking. No matter what, he had to screw over Xiao Chen. He felt somewhat apologetic. Without the other party's spirit jades, he would not have been able to bid for it. Half a tael was a sign of gratitude. What? Don't be so polite with me. Otherwise, it means that you don't treat me as a friend. Seeing that Xiao Chen was silent, Jiang He deliberately put on a serious face and emphasized his tone. Xiao Chen showed a somewhat embarrassed expression. You gave me 2 million spirit jades, yet you want me to accept your life juice source? How can I accept that? Don't. Treat us to a drink. After all, you spent a lot on the life juice source, Xiao Chen said after some consideration. Jiang He laughed out loud. Haha, what a brother. Come, let's go to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. My treat. Xiao Chen muttered to himself. The name sounded like a romantic place. Smiling Daughter Pavilion. It wasn't a brothel, but compared to ordinary restaurants, there were more elegant performers playing musical instruments. True to its name, the Smile of 1,000 gold, one would have to pay an extremely high price to obtain the company of these performers. As for the Smile of 1,000 gold, it was one of the top 3 establishments in the Yanwu dynasty's capital. It had sufficient charm and fame to attract the outstanding talents to spend large sums of money here. The famous performers could even incite the scions to fight over them, all for the sake of a beautiful woman's smile and showing off before others. In Soaring Dragon City, this kind of thing happened frequently. However, Xiao Chen rarely went to such places, so he did not know much about them. The Smile of 1,000 gold had a total of 8 floors. The higher one went, the more one needed to spend. For the sake of showing off one's wealth and status, the outstanding talents who came here would do their best to go to a higher floor. Clearly, this was not Jiang He's first time here. He smiled at the maidservant and said, "To the 6th floor." The 6th floor was the highest floor that ordinary people could go to. Any higher and required special status and invitations. Our Smile of 1,000 gold is the best restaurant in the nearby dozens of astral clusters. As long as one has enough spirit jades, beautiful performers can personally serve you. That maidservant did not hide anything from Xiao Chen and Ling Yu. She smiled charmingly, causing Ling Yu to blush slightly. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he entered the elegant room and sat down. An exquisite landscape painting hung on the wall behind him. The painting was exquisite. Xiao Chen did not know which mountain it was, but it gave the illusion that he was there. When sitting at the back, it felt like a wind blew and clouds drifted around him. It was very wondrous. The decorations were elegant and refined, giving off a unique charm. This pavilion is indeed extraordinary, Xiao Chen thought. It is indeed extraordinary to be able to attract outstanding talents to spend so much money here. Jiang He asked that maidservant in a familiar manner, "Are there any headliners today?" Reporting to young master, "Today is the Luo River Water Flower Day. The 10 headliners will take turns appearing." The maidservant smiled faintly, answering as she served wine. Jiang He's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "Interesting. Brothers, you came at the right time. I should have guessed it." The Soaring Dragon Pavilion just held a large-scale auction, and the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's Luo River Water Flower Day will be brought forward. After that, Jiang He waved his hand and said, "You can withdraw first. Remember to arrange for 4 performers with exquisite zither skills and 3 pretty ladies to drink with us." The maidservant nodded and withdrew. Ling Yu asked in confusion, "What is the Luo River Water Flower Day?" Jiang He explained with a smile, "Normally, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion will only occasionally have a headliner appear. After they perform, they will have people bid for them. The Luo River Water Flower Day occurs only once every 3 months. The 10 headliners take turns performing, each displaying their skills. It is very rare to see them. Ling Yu's lips curled up as he said, "They are just some performers. Why would they care so much about them?" "You don't understand." Jiang He clinked cups with Xiao Chen. Then he said, "The 10 headliners are all extremely beautiful and have their own charm. Furthermore, their cultivations are all higher than yours. In terms of talent and air, there is no need to mention them. They have been practicing this since they were young. In the Yanwu dynasty's capital, the top 10 performers have countless experts working for them with just a word." Ling Yu was startled when he heard this, feeling dubious. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Aside from the 3,000 Great Dao, there were also 800 side paths. Indeed, there were people who could comprehend the Dao from music. However, without experiencing killing and walking the line between life and death, no matter how high one's cultivation was, one would just be a pretty face. However, Xiao Chen had not seen any experts of the Great Thousand Realms that cultivated the music Dao. He wanted to see how strong the so-called headliners of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion were. Jiang He said, "Aside from this Smiling Daughter Pavilion is definitely the place where news spreads the fastest in the Soaring Dragon Great Realm. Many secrets and recent major events can be heard here." With a thought, Xiao Chen discovered that there were no restrictions in the neighboring rooms. As long as one paid attention, one could clearly hear the news being discussed. Recently, more and more Blades men came to the Dragon Flame Ancient Land. I believe that after the Soaring Dragon Pavilion's auction ends, there will be more cultivators heading to the Dragon Flame Ancient Land. The Dragon Flame Ancient Land is the land of fortuitous encounters in the Soaring Dragon Great Realm that attracts the most geniuses and outstanding talents. Not only can one find the dragon race's ancient treasures, but one can also exchange moves with people of the same generation for experiential training. Where else can one find such a place? Actually, not really. The various astral clusters have similar experiential training lands. However, they are not like the Soaring Dragon Great Realm, which can attract the outstanding talents of the dozens of nearby astral clusters. Xiao Chen casually listened and heard something that interested him. Dragon race's ancient treasures and the gathering of experts of the same generation. If there was an opportunity, he would have to ask around about the Dragon Flame Ancient Land. This was the time when he needed experiential training. Soon, four performers entered the private room. After they bowed slightly, zither music slowly rang out. There were also 3 pretty girls sitting obediently at the side, pouring wine and chatting with them. After 3 rounds of wine, the sound of clear flowing water rang out on the 8th floor of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Xiao Chen looked up and saw mist spreading above. Amid the hazy mist, he saw a flower boat drifting over, approaching from afar. The ethereal zither music, the clear water, and the hazy mist stirred one's imagination. All of a sudden, the clamor from all the floors quieted down. Everyone knew that the rail show was about to start. All they needed to do was wait. As the flower boat approached, it was like a painting slowly unfurling. When the mist scattered, a young maidservant walked out of the flower boat. She looked exquisite and obedient, dressed in white. Amidst the mist, she was as pure as a fairy, making one feel tender and lovable. The young maidservant carried a flower basket and took out a green medallion. As she stood on the flower boat, she said in a condescending manner, "The first headliner to appear tonight is Miss Ling Long, a green medallion. Miss Ling Long excels at dancing the pipa. She was once the music teacher of the Yanwu dynasty's little princess. She has been in the palace for 3 years and is well read. She is very knowledgeable and has studied Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism." This was Ling Yu's first time seeing such a lineup. This broadened his horizons and shocked him. He whispered to Jiang He, "Big brother Jiang, what do red and green medallions mean?" Jiang He burst into laughter and said, "You are still young. Don't ask such questions. Don't say anything. Miss Ling Long will be coming out soon." Chapter 17:17. The maidservant girl left the Cloudwater Wonderland on the 8th floor, and an elegant and pretty girl walked out of the flower boat. A commotion immediately broke out in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion as the delinquents called out Ling Long's name. Xiao Chen looked at that girl. She was indeed as pretty as a flower. Devastatingly beautiful. Her appearance and aura were excellent. Of course, what shocked Xiao Chen even more was that this girl was actually a major primal core venerate. Just based on surface strength, this girl was actually stronger than Xiao Chen's. What Jiang He said was true. Ling Yu showed an embarrassed expression, still conflicted over the earlier question. He raised his head to look at that girl. With just one glance, he was stunned as he held up his wine cup. Ling Long hugged the pipa and nodded gently. Then, her delicate lily-white hands started to gently play the pipa. The beautiful pipa music rang out, sounding melodious and pleasing to the ears. The music seemed to ring out right beside them, telling a beautiful story. The moment the pipa music rang out, the noisy place fell silent. Everyone became immersed in this wonderful state. The green mountains and flowing water moved along with the stream. When one closed one's eyes, the beautiful scene that seemed like the wind was right before one's eyes, within reach. Slowly, the many decorations in the elegant room and the landscape paintings on the walls seemed to come to life. The beautiful girl carved on the screen seemed to come to life. Mixed with the pipa music coming from the boat above the clouds and water, it was extremely beautiful, like a poem or a painting. The large strings were like a torrential rain, and the small strings were like whispers. The music was noisy and disorderly, like pearls of various sizes falling on a jade plate. The oriole's words were smooth, like the flowing ice of the serene spring. There was no need to worry or hate. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. At some point in time, the music had already stopped. However, everyone remained immersed in it, not opening their eyes. Wonderful! Xiao Chen could not help praising as he slowly opened his eyes. However, he discovered that Zhang He had already opened his eyes at the same time. Brother Xiao, did you hear anything from it? Xiao Chen took a sip of wine and replied, No. I only felt that the string music was wonderful and ever-changing. It blended with the decorations in the elegant room, making one involuntarily immersed in it. However, when her song broke off at the end, it seemed like she wanted to express more. There were still many emotions that she wanted to express, but for some reason, she suddenly stopped. Zhang He smiled and said, All right, then I'll fulfill Brother Zhao's doubts. I'll have headliner Ling Long accompany you tonight. He casually waved his hand and a streak of crystal light flew toward the window. Countless medial-grade spirit jades flew out of his storage ring, forming a dazzling belt of light. Hua hua hua. The moment the spirit jade flew out, it automatically flew toward the flower basket in the young maid's hand. 100,000 medial-grade spirit jades for Miss Ling Long's token. Zhang He was very generous, spending 100,000 medial-grade spirit jades with a wave of his hand like flowing water. However, the flower basket in the hands of the young maidservant didn't reveal anything as she directly stored the spiritual jades in it. How extravagant! 100,000 medial-grade spirit jades in one go. Which rich guest is this? Everyone was startled awake from the music. Seeing such a large sum of money, they were all shocked. 100,000 medial-grade spirit jades was not a small sum. Ordinary people would not dare to spend so casually. It was not that one could not take out 100,000 medial-grade spirit jades. Rather, one would spend 100,000 medial-grade spirit jades just to win the favor of a beauty. It's him. He is the Zhang He who won the life juice source in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. No wonder he is so generous. He is someone who can afford 4 million medial-grade spirit jades. Naturally, 100,000 medial-grade spirit jades is nothing. I heard that he even offended the people of the Cluster Lord's residence. He showed himself in the limelight and stirred up many people's dissatisfaction. Zhang He did not mind at all. All sorts of discussions were going on, and he kept smiling as if nothing could trouble him. 200,000 medial-grade spirit jades. Just as Zhang He thought that he was in the bag, a clear voice rang out, and 200,000 medial-grade spirit jades flew into the flower basket. Zhang He's face sank. That voice seemed to be directed at him, directly doubling the price. Clearly, there was a deeper meaning behind it. 300,000 medial-grade spirit jades. Zhang He had already made his offer to Xiao Chen. He could not possibly not bid. 400,000 medial-grade spirit jades. 500,000 medial-grade spirit jades. 1 million medial-grade spirit jades. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Light flickered in the smiling daughter pavilion. Crystalline ribbons of light made of spirit jades moved about, making the pavilion resplendent and dazzling. The unassuming flower basket flickered with light that nearly covered the entire place, dazzling everyone's eyes. When the 1 million medial-grade spirit jades entered the flower basket, countless beautiful flowers flew out. In that instant, Flowers filled the air in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. They were very beautiful, looking indescribably beautiful. Jiang He showed a sullen expression, but he could not continue bidding. The other party raised the price to 1 million medial-grade spirit jades, making it impossible for him to continue. Everyone in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion knew that someone was purposely making things difficult for him, wanting to trample on him in front of everyone. Flowers fill the hall. This is my first time seeing such a scene. That person must have tossed in at least 4 or 5 million medial-grade spirit jades. This is rare. This is my first time seeing people compete so fiercely. This is too crazy. Is there such a need? That is the Heavenly Profound Gates Feng Chen, the Flowing Cloud Sects Chen Yun, and the Thunderflame Castles Yen Yuan. I remember them. Earlier, in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion's Divine Eye Contest, the three of them were at the very end. No wonder they are making things difficult for Jiang He. It turns out that they formed a grudge in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. Haha. Interesting. This time, Jiang He's face is slapped in a miserable manner. Excited cheers immediately rang out in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Spectators were always like this, never complaining about things blowing out of proportion. Jiang He shrugged and smiled helplessly. It can't be helped. In the end, I can't overturn Miss Ling Long's reputation. In the earlier competition, the bids totaled up to 2 million medial-grade spirit jades. Right now, Xiao Chen could no longer take out any more spirit jades. The other party was at a disadvantage against him alone. Ling Yu felt somewhat flabbergasted. This competition allowed him to see for himself. In just a few blinks of an eye, Xiao Chen. Pauper! If you can't afford to play, then don't play. You are already giving face to the Cluster Lord in the Soaring Cloud Pavilion, not making things difficult for you. To think that you still dare to come to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion to show your might. Just as Xiao Chen was about to speak, a sarcastic voice came from the private room that had been making things difficult for Jiang He. In the private room across, Feng Chen, Chen Yun, and Yen Yuan showed cold smiles and mockery as they sipped their wine in an indifferent manner. The Heavenly Profound Gates Feng Chen said indifferently, "Let's see if he can still smile in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion." Yen Yuan put down his wine cup heavily and said, "This fellow really does not know the rules. I wonder where this foreigner came from to be so arrogant. He is truly reckless. Tonight, I'll show him the rules." These three were the outstanding talents of the many nearby astral clusters. In the Divine Eye Contest in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion, they had been in the limelight. Who could have imagined that this Jiang He, who came out of nowhere, would win the life juice source in such a high-profile manner? Furthermore, he showed his might in the Soaring Cloud Pavilion without any fear. This upset the three long ago. After they investigated Jiang He's background, they followed him to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. They did this for no other reason than to suppress Jiang He's sharpness and force him to spit out the life juice source. When Jiang He heard this, he immediately revealed a murderous intent on his face. A playful smile flashed in his eyes. Xiao Chen pressed down on Jiang He's hand and said, "Play with them." This Smiling Daughter Pavilion was not a place where he could take the initiative to attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Jiang He waved his hand, and 2 million medial-grade spirit jades flew out of his palm. They turned into a gorgeous beam of light and entered the flower basket. In the private room, Feng Chen, Chen Yun, and Chen Yun were all stupefied. The 2 million medial-grade spirit jades of light persisted for a long time before the flower basket absorbed them all. When everyone saw this, they all exclaimed in shock. Their mouths gaped in disbelief. The flower basket in the maidservant girl's hand immediately shot out a dazzling 7-colored light, illuminating the 8th floor. Between the clouds and water, it looked like a paradise on earth. Whoosh! A fairy-like beauty flew out of the 7-colored light, performing a sword dance in the air. Her beauty was boundless, attracting the attention of the girl performing the sword dance in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Her extraordinary appearance gave off a hazy air. This attracted everyone to stand up and go to the window. Then, they opened their eyes wide and did their best to look. They only wanted to see that fairy's appearance. Everyone was intoxicated by this girl's beauty, unable to extricate themselves. In the end, a sword soared through the air, dominating the world. Snow and ice gathered into pure white flowers that drifted down, looking boundlessly beautiful. The fairy performed the sword dance, and ice flowers bloomed. This was on a much higher level than the earlier mysterious phenomenon of flowers blooming in the hall. Everyone was intoxicated, unable to say a word. This was the Hall of Flowers, intoxicating 3,000 guests. One sword frost 14 provinces. Chapter 17:18. Flowers fill the hall, intoxicating 3,000 guests. One sword cold 14 provinces. Above the clouds, the flower basket in the maid-servant girl's hand gave off a mysterious phenomenon. This poem was the best way to describe it. Everyone in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion became intoxicated by the ice flowers filling the sky, feeling like they melted into their hearts. Many people stood at the windows and craned their necks to look at the flower boat. However, after that fairy girl swept her sword across the sky and soared into the sky, she returned to the flower basket and did not appear again. This made everyone feel empty in their hearts, like they had lost something. They felt heartache and brooded over it. The girl known as Ling Long hugged her Peepa in the flower boat. She showed a calm expression, only showing some surprise. He truly did not expect that in this soaring dragon city, there would actually be a phenomenon that would only occasionally appear in the imperial capital of the empire. That flower basket had a great origin. It was forged with great care. In terms of complexity, it was even more complex than a peak Dao tool. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion could amass wealth on a large scale, relying on the talents and outstanding talents to compete with each other. To a large extent, it relied on this flower basket. The flower basket also had a very nice name. It was called the Fairy Basket. It was said that not only could it emit all sorts of strange phenomena, but it was also able to create many strange phenomena. It was said that not only could it give off many mysterious phenomena, but the person in charge of every branch of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion could also control the flower basket to defend against enemies. The Fairy Basket in the dynasty's headquarters was a peak existence that surpassed Dao tools. The various branches had peak Dao tools. 2 million medial grade spirit jades. No one else is bidding. Congratulations to this young master for obtaining headliner Ling Long's card. The maid-servant girl smiled as the green card in her hand turned into a beam of light, flying towards the private room where Xiao Chen was. Whoosh! Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and caught the green card. The words Ling Long were written on the front. It was a piece of superior grade jasper. Zhang He laughed loudly. I thought that trash like you could be very powerful. You are only so. It turns out that you only know how to argue. In the end, you are not even comparable to a pauper. Feng Chen, Chen Yun, and Yen Yuan showed sullen expressions, showing unsightly expressions. After being humiliated in such a manner before the many honored guests of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, Xiao Chen found it hard to swallow. They had already trampled Jiang He underfoot, but who could have imagined that Xiao Chen would suddenly show up and slap them back? They didn't even have the strength to fight back. I can't stand it anymore. The hot-tempered Thunderflame Castle's Flame Yuan was about to erupt in anger. Don't be rash. Let's wait for them to leave first. Feng Chen said indifferently. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Originally, he did not want to be a match for Xiao Chen. After all, he was a member of a rank 4 sect, unlike Jiang He, who had no background. However, Feng Chen could not care so much right now. He took a sip of wine and said, Let's go. There is no need to stay here and embarrass ourselves. After speaking, Feng Chen stood up and led Chen Yun and Yen Yuan out of the private room. They walked along the corridor and headed downstairs. As soon as the three of them appeared, they were immediately noticed by countless people and their gloomy faces. Many people knew that today's matter could not be resolved peacefully. In Jiang He's private room, he could see Feng Chen and the other two walking out with dark expressions through the window. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. These three were all on the same level as Shangguan Lei. This was somewhat problematic, but that was all, just somewhat problematic. Jiang He said casually, Don't mind them. They are just some flies. The true experts of the Soaring Dragon Great Realm are not in Soaring Dragon City. Surprised, Xiao Chen asked, Where are they then? Jiang He smiled and replied, The Dragon Flame Ancient Land. Aside from the Soaring Dragon Marquee, the main reason why the Soaring Dragon Great Realm can become the center of the nearby dozens of astral clusters is because of the Dragon Flame Ancient Land. That is a dangerous land that existed when the dragon race was still around. The environment is harsh, and flame beasts roam about. Who knows how many outstanding talents who cultivated bitterly hid there. Only those who killed their way through life and death situations can be called experts. These people are all showy but impractical. They are far from being experts. Dragon Flame Ancient Land. When Xiao Chen heard this name again, he felt surprised. If he had a chance, he had to see it for himself. After the two chatted for a while, someone knocked on the door. The headliner Ling Long had finished her preparations and kept her promise, coming to accompany the guests. Ling Long carried a pipa and wore plain clothes as she slowly walked in. When she saw Xiao Chen and Jiang He, she bowed respectfully. This performer was indeed extraordinary up close. It was a completely different feeling from looking at her from afar. Jiang He smiled and said, "Miss Ling Long, it was really not easy to invite you here tonight." Ling Long smiled faintly and said, "Duke Jiang, you are exaggerating." This concubine had no choice. Jiang He smiled casually and said, "It's fine. You accompany my brother. I'm going out to relieve myself." When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt slightly stunned. Honestly speaking, he somewhat regretted his earlier actions. Xiao Chen did not feel much about the pipa that this headliner Ling Long played. He only felt that the music was very profound. It was too unfortunate that she did not finish playing some of the states. A large part of the reason why Ling Long was willing to throw out 2 million medial-grade spirit jades was because she earned them from Jiang He. Ling Long could not bear to see Jiang He humiliated, so she used his spirit jades to help Jiang He regain his face. After Jiang He left, Ling Long looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "Young Master Xiao, do you like to listen to the pipa?" Xiao Chen did not say anything. Instead, he said calmly, "Miss Ling Long, can you perform the unfinished pipa song that you played on the flower boat in its entirety?" Ling Long felt somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen made such a simple request. However, Ling Long truly could not fulfill such a request. She said helplessly, "Sorry, I really cannot finish playing this song. The lyrics and music came from the ancients, but it is incomplete and unfinished." Incomplete? No wonder. However, that's fine. If it were the complete song, I would forget it after listening to it. On the contrary, an incomplete song would leave a deeper impression. If I can find the rest of the lyrics and music in the future, I will come and get Miss Ling Long to perform it. When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt that it was unfortunate. However, he immediately felt at ease. His mental state was calm. He would not be overly stubborn about many things, able to give and take. Ling Long smiled in her heart. What a strange person. She nodded and said, "If you can find the latter half of this pipa song, you can come to the Yanwu dynasty's capital to look for me." Xiao Chen did not know anything about the music Dao. However, headliner Ling Long had a good impression of Xiao Chen. As she spoke, she patiently explained things to Xiao Chen, allowing him to gain some knowledge. Unexpectedly, the music Dao was similarly vast and profound, no weaker than the saber Dao or the sword Dao. This was Ling Long's first time seeing someone more interested in the music Dao than her. Hence, Ling Long spoke exceptionally seriously. The two chatted happily, practically ignoring Ling Yu and the other maidservants. Aside from bringing pleasure and enjoyment, the music Dao could also kill with sound. Furthermore, it was even more terrifying. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it could kill without leaving a trace. A strong cultivator of the music Dao could even block a vast army with one song, shattering mountains and rivers and causing the world to crumble. However, such strong cultivators of the music Dao were becoming increasingly rare. The reason was none other than the fact that the music Dao was simply too difficult to cultivate. Compared to the saber Dao or the sword Dao, the music Dao had stricter requirements on talent. Furthermore, it needed to be practiced from a young age. After sending off the headliner Ling Long, Xiao Chen felt that the 2 million spirit jades he spent was worth it. At the very least, he would have a way to deal with troublesome cultivators of the music Dao in the future, preventing them from happening. After sending off the headliner Ling Long, Jiang He entered the private room. When he saw Ling Long's face beaming with happiness, he exclaimed in shock, "Miss Ling Long, you already left? How unfortunate." Xiao Chen thought to himself, "This Jiang He is definitely up to something. I just do not know what he did. I'm leaving. Many thanks to Brother Jiang for the wine. The two of us will be taking our leave as well," Xiao Chen said as he and Ling Yu stood up. Jiang He smiled confidently and said, "Let's go. I'll send you off and deal with those 3 pieces of trash while I'm at it. They have probably been waiting for a long time." After leaving the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, Jiang He and Xiao Chen were immediately stupefied. They saw more than 100 cultivators with Feng Chen and Yen Yuan in the lead. None of them had low cultivations. These people blocked Xiao Chen's and Jiang He's paths, showing hostile expressions. Jiang He said somewhat helplessly, "I seem to have forgotten that the sects behind these three have a faction in Soaring Dragon City. There were more than 100 primal core venerates and 3 outstanding talents comparable to Shangguan Lei. No matter how Xiao Chen looked at it, he could not win this battle." Chapter 17-19. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. This matter was somewhat unexpected. If it were just Yen Yuan and the other two, Xiao Chen would not fear them at all. If it were just Jiang He and himself, they could easily defeat the other party. However, so many people came at once. Furthermore, they were all primal core venerates. Many of them were even major primal core experts. This would be somewhat difficult. However, it was only a little difficult to deal with. Given that Xiao Chen had a Dao tool, it was practically impossible to stop him. On the other hand, Ling Yu was somewhat problematic. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "Ling Yu, return to the pavilion and look for Miss Ling Long, get her to arrange for you to leave." Ling Yu understood the gravity of the matter. He also believed in his martial uncle's strength and did not have to worry about his life. "Martial uncle, take care." Right after Ling Yu spoke, he turned around and returned to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. As for Xiao Chen and Jiang He, they did not think of hiding for now. These people were here for the two of them. Ling Yu's departure would not attract their attention. However, it would not be so easy for Feng Chen and Jiang He to leave. Feng Chen looked at Xiao Chen and said softly, "Xiao Chen, this matter has nothing to do with you in the first place. You can leave now." In Feng Chen's opinion, Xiao Chen had the Purple Flame sect behind him. It was best not to offend him if possible. His main target was Jiang He, the life juice source on him. Feng Chen offended the Cluster Lord and did not have any sect backing him. Furthermore, Feng Chen liked to show off before others. He had already made up his mind to teach Jiang He a lesson in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. Xiao Chen ignored Feng Chen. Leaving Jiang He behind and leaving on his own was clearly not in line with his character. Furthermore, the life juice source that brought Jiang He disaster happened to come from Feng Chen. Jiang He patted Xiao Chen's shoulder and smiled. "You are indeed a good brother. I did not spend a lot of money to invite you to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion in vain. Let's kill our way out. I'll block these 3 good-for-nothings." Whoosh! Right after Jiang He spoke, he took a step forward and charged towards Feng Chen. "You are seeking death." Feng Chen instantly attacked with the sword in his hand. A strong sword intent slowly spread out and formed a vast sword light. As the sword light pressed down, pung pung pung, the floorboards on the street all exploded and flew in all directions. Smiling faintly, Jiang He unsheathed his saber and pressed down. With a loud boom, all the scattered floorboards shattered into dust. Dang! The saber and sword clashed, giving off a loud sound. Feng Chen was knocked back by the saber strike. When he landed, he revealed a shocked expression. Jiang He smiled faintly. "You wouldn't believe me if I told you that you're a weakling." Feng Chen was enraged. He swung his sword backward and attacked again. At the same time, Yen Yuan and Chen Yun could no longer stand by and watch. They attacked together, the 3 of them completely surrounding Jiang He. The situation immediately became somewhat unfavorable. Although these 3 people were arrogant and despotic, their strength was undeniable. They were all existences on the same level as Shangguan Lei. This was especially so for Feng Chen, who was even more powerful. Xiao Chen hugged his tyrant saber, not in a rush to attack. He wanted to see Jiang He's true strength. Jiang He's situation was ugly in the face of the trio's attacks, but he remained at ease and did not fall into real danger. Jiang He's movement technique was very profound, giving off a familiar feeling. After watching for a while, Xiao Chen suddenly startled to his senses. Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art. That was right. This was a dragon race movement technique, very similar to the Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art. However, it was clearly superior. Jiang He moved around in a small area like a dragon, moving its head and wagging its tail. Together with the saber in his hand, he easily repelled the 3's attacks. Jiang He dealt with danger multiple times, always remaining undefeatable. Jiang He smiled and said, "3 weaklings. You are only a so-so even when you work together. You are seeking death." Activate your bloodline and kill him. The three of them were truly enraged, feeling very sullen. Feng Chen was the first to activate his bloodline. Next were Yan Yuan and Chen Yun. The three of them had suppressed many of their peers in the soaring cloud pavilion with their bloodline power. This showed how strong their bloodline power was. Now that they activated their bloodlines at the same time, the great desolate Aeon's divine might spread out. They instantly gained a suppressive advantage, forcing Jiang He back step by step. For the first time, a grave expression appeared on Feng Chen's face. At the same time, his eyes flickered with some hesitation. Feng Chen was also someone with a great desolate Aeon bloodline. However, he seemed to have some misgivings and did not want to reveal it in public. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. He knew that he could not continue watching and had to make a move. Tyrant Saber. Breaking vast armies. The saber moved like a rainbow, and a tyrannical might mixed with the thunder great Tao and the saber great Tao spread out in an unparalleled berserk manner. Then, it carried Xiao Chen and clashed with the three who activated their great desolate Aeon bloodlines. When Jiang He saw this, the grave expression on his face faded somewhat, and he laughed loudly. The saber in Jiang He's hand trembled intensely. In the next moment, it gave off a resplendent saber light and the great Tao's might. Immediately, the three great Tao's might merged together. They clashed intensely with the three's great desolate Aeon divine might, erupting with startling mysterious phenomena. Without activating their bloodline power, the two completely blocked the three's terrifying great desolate Aeon divine might with just their Tao might. In the next moment, both sides exchanged moves. A chaotic battle ensued. Saber light clashed with sword light, saber technique clashed with sword technique, great Tao's might clashed with the great desolate Aeon divine might. Horrifying auras spread out in all directions, attracting countless people to stop and watch. Soaring Dragon City never lacked great battles. However, it was rare to see such a scene between two Blades men. Two Blades men actually blocked three people with great desolate Aeon bloodlines without activating their bloodlines and only relying on the saber in their hands. After a while, both sides moved back. Now, Xiao Chen and Jiang He stood side by side. Blood leaked out of a corner of their lips, indicating that they were slightly injured. After activating their great desolate Aeon bloodlines, their combat prowess increased explosively. Given the three's cultivation, they could approach the strength of a Cloud Sea Star Venerate. Even with the three's Tao might merged, there was still a small gap. However, the two still relied on their exquisite saber techniques to block. Yan Yuan and the other two each had a terrifying saber wound on their bodies. What was even more terrifying was that these wounds contained Tao energy. These wounds could not heal in a short time. Blood gushed out, looking rather terrifying. What are you staring blankly for? Attack together. Feng Chen shouted coldly. He no longer dared to clash head-on with Xiao Chen and Jiang He. The 100 venerates behind him raised their weapons and charged at Xiao Chen and Jiang He, who had just clashed. Xiao Chen and Jiang He immediately split up, each fighting in a different direction. A minor primal core venerate with a Dao tool infused with two kinds of Dao might could not block even one saber strike from him. However, a major primal core venerate could not block more than 3 moves. If not for their advantage in numbers and the fact that they were all rank 4 sect disciples, Xiao Chen and Jiang He would have charged out long ago and would not suffer any injuries. Kill! Seeing that the situation was bad, Yan Yuan and the other two took a breather before charging back into battle. This made the situation even more chaotic. There is no end to this. For the first time, killing chi appeared in Jiang He's eyes. He suddenly spun the saber in his hand, and his aura changed drastically. When Jiang He swung his saber, the entire saber turned heavy. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he watched, unable to look away. The Dao might all over Jiang He's body vanished. He became one with the saber, and his sharp eyes focused on the saber's edge. After Jiang He swung his saber, the level of space continuously rose, making Xiao Chen feel like he was in the depths of a fiendish demon battlefield. This startled Xiao Chen. This was his first time seeing such a heavy saber technique. It was like lightning flashed in his mind, shocking him to the extreme. He was completely stunned, forgetting about his current situation. Bang! 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 Everywhere the saber light passed, all the venerates blocking it were chopped in half. Then, their corpses exploded and turned into pools of blood splattering everywhere. Caught off guard, Yan Yuan and the other two were sent flying by the saber light and vomited blood. They felt like their chests had been struck by a hammer. The heavy blow penetrated deep into their blood vessels and meridians, nearly reaching their sea of consciousness and soul. Sweat continuously poured down Jiang He's forehead as he swung his saber. Then, he opened a large opening and immediately fled far away. "Let's go." Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and quickly followed. It was not easy for him to open a gap. If this group of people surrounded him again, it would take some effort. Swinging a Dao tool was not an easy task. Yen Yuan and the other two, who had fallen to the ground, paled in fright. However, they did not dare to give chase. They could only watch as Xiao Chen and Jiang He quickly fled into the distance, getting further and further away. The two of them sped all the way out of the city before coming to a complete stop. After confirming that it was safe, they stopped running. Jiang He panted, but he showed a wide smile on his face. "Haha! How delightful! Brother Xiao Chen, although I'm sorry, I still have something to tell you." A thought occurred to Xiao Chen. He knew what Jiang He wanted to say. He smiled helplessly and said, "I have something to tell you as well." Chapter 17:20. Confusion appeared on Jiang He's face. After a while he smiled in embarrassment and said, "Let me say it first. The dragon pattern cauldron that you auctioned was actually mine. I was the one who pushed the bidding price up from behind the scenes. I'm sorry, brother, I cheated you." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Actually, I knew it long ago. However, it's fine. No matter what, I would have won that cauldron." This startled Jiang He. Then he smacked his forehead and laughed. "You are really a fool. I thought that you kept it a secret." Ha ha ha. What Xiao Chen said next really made Jiang He smile turn from laughter into a bitter smile. "The bottle of life juice source that you auctioned was placed there by me." "What?" Jiang He jumped up in shock, feeling stupefied. The expression on his face was as fascinating as one could imagine. After a while, Jiang He gave Xiao Chen a thumbs up. Then he said depressedly, "I was acting stupid earlier. Now, I really became stupid. I thought that I owed you, so I specially invited you to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. It turns out that I was the one who gave you money. How pitiful." When Xiao Chen saw Jiang He's expression, he could not help but smile as well. "That's all right. In the end, I gave the spirit jades to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, helping you regain your face." Who knew? When Jiang He heard that, he smiled mysteriously. "It is indeed all right. Haha. I managed to get back that fairy basket in the end." Right after Jiang He spoke, a flower basket appeared in his hand. This was the mysterious flower basket that the maidservant in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion held. "Ha ha ha. How can I, Jiang He, suffer losses when I go out? That Smiling Daughter Pavilion wants to cheat me of my money. Dream on." Jiang He felt incredibly cocky. In the end, the spirit jade still ended up in his hands. This time, this truly startled Xiao Chen. It turned out that when he said that he was going out to relieve himself, he was actually going to steal the flower basket. No wonder Jiang He immediately left when he heard that Xiao Chen was leaving. So that was what happened. With the flower basket gone, the performers could not make an appearance. They would definitely suspect the guests. Jiang He used this opportunity to come out and fight with Feng Chen and the others, preventing the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's people from suspecting him. Since he was fighting with someone and in big trouble, how could he be in the mood to steal the flower basket? In an instant, he was cleared of suspicion. Xiao Chen smiled helplessly. "You're good." Jiang He replied calmly, "It's nothing much. I'm taking the spirit jades inside, so you can have the fairy basket." After saying that, he casually threw the fairy basket to Xiao Chen, not caring about it at all. Xiao Chen took it with some astonishment. "For me?" Jiang He nodded. "I've been wandering around for so long, and I haven't really had much to talk to. Today, I accidentally exposed some of my strength in the fierce battle with those people. I have to change places again." Xiao Chen was startled. "That dragon pattern cauldron, could it be that you also stole it from the dragon tribe?" Jiang He chuckled awkwardly. Sort of, but..." Dragging out his words, Jiang He solemnly said, "I didn't lie to you about that story. The dragon pattern cauldron was indeed used by the Lancet Blade. Otherwise, I wouldn't have stolen such an ordinary cauldron." As expected, he had guessed correctly. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly. "The Lancet Blade. Is the lancet blade really that famous? Jiang He said seriously, that is natural. The lancet blade is an outstanding talent of the white dragon race. He has a pure bloodline, reaching rank 7 and above. No one knew about him in the first 30 years. However, the moment he appeared, he shook the entire dragon race. Now, he is one of the 10 most talented people of the dragon race's 6 bloodlines. Note, the entire dragon race's 6 bloodlines. The lancet blade of the white dragon race. No one knew about him in the first 30 years. However, after he appeared, he shook the entire dragon race. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat, and his body stiffened slightly. He asked uncertainly, is the lancet blade a man or a woman? A woman? What's wrong? The title of the lancet blade comes from her name, Lu Ruyue. Hee. She is an absolute beauty. Her smile is very flirtatious. Many outstanding talents of the dragon race are interested in her. Unfortunately, for some reason, she even rejected the pursuit of the noble dragon god crown prince. Jiang He spoke tirelessly, engrossed in his story. However, he did not notice that Xiao Chen appeared distracted and his expression changed. Jiang He muttered to himself, I really don't know what the reason is. Is it because she has high standards? Or is it because she has devoted herself to the martial Tao and does not want to get involved in relationships for now? Xiao Chen did his best to calm his emotions. Then he asked softly, how is she doing? Haha. An outstanding talent with a boundless future. She is very flirtatious, and everyone revolves around her. Even the dragon god crown prince is infatuated with her. Didn't you say that before? Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. Then he asked sullenly, Dragon god crown prince, is there really a dragon god? Jiang He smiled and explained casually, that is how it is. He is just the son of the current dragon emperor. However, given his status, it is not too much to call him the dragon god crown prince. Oh, it seems like I have said too much. This matter has gone too far. In any case, the lancet blade has no relationship with you. There is no point in saying so much. No relationship? Xiao Chen smiled faintly and did not say anything more. He looked at Jiang He and said, if I guessed right, you should be a member of the dragon race, right? Tell me about it. Stealing a cauldron that the lancet blade used should not be a heavy crime. What exactly did you steal to make you so nervous? Jiang He's smile did not fade. However, the expression in his eyes was no longer as casual as before. He said seriously, you don't have to worry about that. Actually, a large part of the reason I got close to you at the start was because you were an expert sent by the dragon race. I thought that you were an expert sent by the dragon clan. However, from the looks of it now, I can dispel my worries. Although you have the dragon race's bloodline, it is too thin. Furthermore, you are not from any of the 6 bloodlines. It can only be a coincidence. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. It looked like the other party really had a dragon race treasure on him. It was worth taking the risk. However, Xiao Chen could not bring himself to attack someone he had just fought with. Furthermore, this Jiang He did not reveal himself. However, that stunning saber strike at the end was frighteningly mighty. This is probably the state that senior brother Yi Zifeng mentioned. Xiao Chen held a Dao tool and 2 Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques. Even so, he might not be able to take down the other party easily. Who knew what other trump cards the other party had? Xiao Chen tossed a small jade bottle over. Before I leave, here's a gift for you. Jiang He casually caught it and joked. What is it? Could it be poison? 50 kilograms of life juice source. The next time we meet, I might not let you leave so easily. I am not as simple as you think. The connection between me and the dragon race is deeper than you imagine. Letting me know that you have a dragon race treasure is not a smart move. Xiao Chen said with a calm expression and a normal tone. Xiao Chen was not interested in Jiang He. He was only interested in the dragon race treasure that Jiang He stole. As the last inheritor of the blue dragon bloodline, Xiao Chen had promised the old dragon horse and the others that he would become the dragon emperor and revive the blue dragon bloodline. Xiao Chen had promised the old dragon horse and the others that he would become the dragon emperor and revive the blue dragon bloodline. Whether Xiao Chen was willing or not, he could not feign indifference after learning about the dragon race's treasure. An ordinary man's wealth was his own ruin. Jiang He felt slightly stunned. Then he smiled and said, that's right. I did not notice earlier that you would rather draw your Dao tool and fight bitterly. Even so, you are not willing to reveal your great desolate Ian bloodline before me. It looks like there really is something more to it. However, you should rejoice that you did not rashly attack me. Otherwise, Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, no one knows what the result will be. However, I am truly grateful to you for the information you told me earlier. Zhang He's eyes gleamed. He discovered that he could no longer figure out this person before him. Interesting. It looks like he really has a trump card to fight me. I'm leaving. I hope that we can meet again. Haha. Whether you attack or not, I am very happy to see you again. Goodbye. Zhang He laughed loudly. Then, his figure flashed a few times, vanishing from Xiao Chen's sight. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, interesting person. Honestly speaking, aside from the fact that Zhang He had a great treasure, this person was indeed worth befriending. After the smile faded, Xiao Chen's face turned sorrowful. He had not expected to learn about Lu Ruyue under such circumstances. She was an outstanding talent with all sorts of charm. Even the dragon god crown prince was captivated by her. Xiao Chen took out the dragon pattern cauldron and placed it in it. As he looked at the dragon pattern cauldron that Lu Ruyue once used, many things of the past flashed through his mind. After a while, Xiao Chen's gaze turned resolute. As he looked at the saber in his hand, he muttered, from today on, I will officially call you Sun Yu. Chapter 1721. After a long time, Xiao Chen put away the dragon pattern cauldron. Then, he entered deep thought as he looked at the flower basket in his hand. The exterior of the flower basket was exquisite, adorned with all sorts of flowers. Aside from its pretty appearance, there was nothing special about it. However, when Xiao Chen saw the wonders of the flower basket in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, he naturally would not treat it as an ordinary flower basket. However, it seemed that its miraculous effect was only a decoration. It looked incredibly gorgeous, filled with flowers and powerful sword dances. These were all things that tempted profligates to throw money at. Some looked impressive, but they were useless. If they were really useful, Zhang He would not have casually tossed them to Xiao Chen. Could there be spirit jades in there? I better not think about it. Even if there were, Zhang He would have taken them all. Why would he leave them for me? Never mind, I should refine it first. No matter what, it is a Dao tool after all. When Xiao Chen sent his spiritual sense into the flower basket, he immediately felt the world spin around him as if he had entered a maze. Countless exquisite screens were placed in the middle, crisscrossing and looking incredibly complicated. No matter how Xiao Chen tried, he could not get out, completely trapped inside. After some thought, Xiao Chen increased the strength of his spiritual sense and sent in some soul energy. Xiao Chen prepared to force his way through. Rumble! Xiao Chen crashed into the screens, breaking one after another. However, the result was that he sank deeper and deeper. It was like there was no end to it. How troublesome! Xiao Chen lost his patience, and his spiritual sense directly exploded. Rumble! The entire maze shattered. The screens shattered into pieces like glass and floated in the air. Xiao Chen revealed a smile on his face. However, before his smile could spread out, it froze. With a whoosh, all the screen fragments reassembled, turning into a brand new maze that was even larger and more complicated. The more problematic thing was that Xiao Chen discovered that he could not pull out this portion of his spiritual sense. Xiao Chen was completely trapped inside. He could only escape if he severed it. However, this was Xiao Chen's spiritual sense, which involved soul energy. If he severed it, his soul would be affected. Damn it, this is bad. No wonder Zhang He was not greedy. It turned out that Xiao Chen already knew that unless he possessed the strength of a Cloud Sea Star Venerate, he would not be able to forcefully break out of this maze and obtain control over this flower basket. It was just a decoration in his hand, completely useless. It couldn't even bring out those mysterious phenomena. What should he do? Xiao Chen fell into a dilemma. He could either sever his divine sense and accept his bad luck and suffer the damage to his soul. At the very least, his life wouldn't be in danger. Or he could continue walking and solve this maze. Hesitation was not Xiao Chen's character. He immediately made a decision. Xiao Chen cut off his spiritual sense and retreated. Face pale and dizzy, Xiao Chen's body swayed for a while. He closed his eyes and covered his head. After resting for a while, Xiao Chen barely regained some energy. However, The damage to his soul would require several days to recover. Looking at the flower basket, he smiled bitterly. Before Jiang He left, he had left a hole for himself. He was indeed a very interesting person. He seemed carefree and always had a smile on his face. In reality, he was extremely proud in his heart, unwilling to admit defeat. He was bold but careful. However, Xiao Chen did not hate Jiang He, not even close to hating Jiang He. The relationship between the two was more like that of opponents. Jiang He could sense the saber intent in Xiao Chen's body, and confirm his identity as a bladesman. Jiang He was also present. He immediately saw through the saber intent that the other party hid. Before a true bladesman, that sharpness could not be hidden. When two true bladesmen fought, they would definitely have a competitive mentality. Neither would be willing to admit defeat. While the two did not seem to have any conflicts, in reality, they had clashed more than once. In the Soaring Dragon Pavilion, they could be considered to have fought once. Xiao Chen caused the other party to suffer a loss, and the other party even treated him to a drink. In the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, Jiang He stole the fairy basket without anyone noticing, turning the tables on Xiao Chen. Earlier when the two fought the three, they had purposely held back, wanting to see who would reveal their true trump card in the end. However, neither of them revealed their trump cards, so it was a draw. Like you, I also look forward to meeting you again, whether I attack you or not. A smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face. Then, he put away the fairy basket and returned to the city to look for Ling Yu. In the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, when Xiao Chen returned, the place was already deserted, no longer as bustling as before. Xiao Chen, who knew the reason, was not surprised. After reporting, he found Ling Yu happily drinking tea in a private room. "Martial uncle, why are you back?" When Ling Yu saw Xiao Chen, he felt greatly startled. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "After escaping that group of people, I was afraid that you would worry about me, so I came back to meet you and say goodbye." "Goodbye?" Ling Yu felt somewhat shocked. "Martial uncle, you are not returning to the Purple Flame sect?" Xiao Chen nodded. "That's right. I plan to remain in the Soaring Dragon Great Realm for a while before returning to the Grave Sea." "How long?" "Maybe half a year, maybe 1 year." Ling Yu felt disappointed. However, he understood. His martial uncle's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. It was time for him to go out on experiential training. Furthermore, this Soaring Dragon Great Realm was filled with experts. The truly incredible people of the dozens of astral zones were all here. With martial uncle's strength, this was the most suitable place for experiential training. The Grave Sea was rather small. Ling Yu thought of something, and his expression changed slightly. "Oh right. Martial uncle, something major happened in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion." "What major matter?" Xiao Chen asked despite knowing the answer. Ling Yu whispered, "Their fairy basket disappeared. That fairy basket is extremely precious. Without that flower basket, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion cannot continue operating. They need to wait for the headquarters to send a new fairy basket. However, the refinement of the fairy basket is extremely complicated. There are many steps and takes a long time. This Soaring Dragon City's Smiling Daughter Pavilion probably can't continue operating." Ripples appeared in Xiao Chen's heart, but he did not show it on his face. Unexpectedly, the matter blew up so much. However, it was impossible for Xiao Chen to hand over the fairy basket. Xiao Chen kept feeling that this fairy basket still had some mysteries and great value. In any case, it would not be traced back to him. Xiao Chen asked softly, "Are there any clues? Who stole it?" Ling Yu shook her head and replied, "No. The person who did it did not leave any traces. This is simply strange. Right now, they suspect that a holy venerate did something to it. After all, this Smiling Daughter Pavilion has a Cloud Sea Star venerate guarding it." Xiao Chen smiled in his heart. This is a grave mistake. That fellow, Jiang He, could even steal the dragon race's treasure. Furthermore, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's fairy basket was a treasure of the dragon race. There were peak dragon race experts guarding it, at least sovereign personages. Sorry, there was some chaos in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, so I did not receive young Master Xiao personally. As Ling Yu spoke, headliner Ling Long walked in with an apologetic expression on her face. Xiao Chen felt embarrassed in his heart. Such sincerity made him feel somewhat embarrassed. However, He definitely could not expose himself now. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "It's fine. I heard from Ling Yu that Miss Ling Long has any plans." Ling Long smiled bitterly and replied, "What plans can I have? Naturally, I will return to the imperial capital. One cannot do as one pleases in the mundane world." When Ling Yu heard that, he could not help saying, "Miss Ling Long, how about returning to the Purple Flame sect with me? Given Miss Ling Long's talent, you can definitely become a true inheritor." When Xiao Chen heard that, he could not help thinking, she is already used to the bustling world. How can she endure loneliness? In the end, my little martial nephew is still young and does not understand the ways of the world. Ling Long did not deny that. Instead, she smiled at Ling Yu and said, "Thank you, young Master Ling, for your kind intentions. In the future, if I no longer have a place to stay in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, I will definitely remember young Master Ling's words." Ling Yu smiled and said, "No problem. Earlier, Miss Ling Long made arrangements for me without hesitation. Naturally, I, Ling Yu, will do as I say." Ling Long smiled faintly before saying, "I would like to speak with young Master Xiao alone." Ling Yu glanced at his martial uncle curiously before retreating as he was told. After Ling Yu left, Ling Long's expression changed slightly. Then she asked directly, "Your friend stole that fairy basket, right?" Xiao Chen's expression did not change, not revealing anything. He looked at Ling Long and asked, "Why do you say that?" "It is just a suspicion. The time he left was too coincidental. It happened to be when the fairy basket was stolen." Ling Long said sullenly, "Don't worry. I did not tell anyone. No one would believe that a major primal core venerate would steal the fairy basket." Xiao Chen felt surprised. "Why?" Ling Long replied softly, "To me there is no loss. Furthermore, I sincerely treat young Master Xiao and young Master Ling as friends. I do not want the two of you to get into trouble." Xiao Chen felt warmth in his heart. No matter what, as long as Ling Long voiced her suspicions, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion would definitely question him. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion would definitely question him. That would be troublesome. "Many thanks. You're welcome. If we are fated, we will meet again in the Yanwu dynasty's capital." Ling Long bowed and left. As Xiao Chen watched the other party leave, he entered deep thought. After Ling Yu entered, he asked, "Martial uncle, what did Miss Ling Long ask you?" Xiao Chen did not answer the question. "Do you like this girl?" Ling Yu immediately blushed. "Martial uncle, why do you ask that?" Xiao Chen smiled faintly and replied, "Because even a fool can tell that if you like her, you should marry her. Miss Ling Long is a good person." Chapter 1722. When Ling Yu heard Xiao Chen's words, he asked somewhat embarrassedly, "Martial uncle, can I?" That Miss Ling Long had seen many marquises and Holy Gate outstanding talents in the royal dynasty's capital, but none of them had moved her heart. "I'm just a core disciple of a small fourth-grade sect. How could I be worthy of her?" There was one more thing that Ling Long did not say. What was even more awkward was that although this Ling Long did not reveal herself, her cultivation was even higher than Ling Yu's. Xiao Chen said with a straight face, "How old are you?" "You're only in your 20s. Life is like a blank piece of paper, filled with endless possibilities. But if you don't even dare to think about it, then it's really impossible. How could senior brother have such a disciple?" Ling Yu felt somewhat powerless to argue. "Martial uncle, but Xiao Chen said softly, "there are no buts or buts. If you don't have the determination, then give up on this thought as soon as possible. If you have the intention, why can't you set this as your goal? You can make your own decision." Everything about Ling Yu was good. However, he was somewhat indecisive and lacked boldness. His innate bloodline was not inferior to anyone. As long as he was willing to work hard, anything was possible in the future. Otherwise, why would Yi Zifeng accept him as his disciple? "Martial uncle, I've decided. I'll go see Miss Ling Long now and have her wait for me in the imperial capital for 5 years. If she gives me this chance, I will work hard and live up to the 5 years she gave me. If you don't give it to me, I'll give up on this thought." Ling Yu hesitated for a long time before finally making up his mind. He knew that his martial uncle was doing this for his sake. If one does not act decisively, one will fall into chaos. However, as Xiao Chen watched Ling Yu turn around and leave, he smiled faintly. He did not believe that Ling Yu truly had the guts to say that to his face. However, he couldn't care too much about this matter. He could only wish him good luck. Indeed, it was as Xiao Chen expected. When Ling Yu saw Ling Long in his hot-bloodedness, he was instantly defeated by one look from the other party. "Young Master Ling, why are you looking for me?" Ling Long blinked as she looked at Ling Yu with a serious expression. Ling Yu immediately calmed down, not daring to look straight at Xiao Chen. However, he felt incredibly anxious in his heart. He did not know how to say the words that he had prepared many times. The words were at the tip of his tongue, but he couldn't say them. An awkward expression appeared on his face, and he did not know what to do. After holding it in for a long time, Ling Yu could not think of anything to say. Seeing that he had to say something, he racked his brains and said, "Miss Ling Long, I wish to learn the pipa from you." The moment Ling Yu said that, he showed an embarrassed expression. He wished that he could find a hole in the ground and hide in it. Ling Long's eyes widened. She was stunned for a moment before she burst into laughter. What kind of man would want to learn the pipa? Ling Yu immediately felt disappointed. He was still too much of a failure. Compared to his martial uncle, he was far inferior. He did not even have the courage to speak. But just as he was about to say his goodbyes, headliner Ling Long smiled and said, "However, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion is closed for this period. I happen to be free, so I will not rush to the imperial capital. Young Master Ling Yu, if you are interested, I can give you some guidance." This was simply joy falling from the sky. Ling Yu's wooden head was stunned for a moment before he reacted, feeling incredibly joyful. "Thank you, Miss Ling Long. I'll go buy a pipa now." Overjoyed, she ran out and told Xiao Chen what had happened. She couldn't hide the smile on her face. Xiao Chen did not know why Ling Yu was so happy. However, as long as his martial nephew was happy, that was enough. In that case, congratulations. You can stay in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion for this period. I'll find another place to cultivate for a while. Don't forget to cultivate as well. Xiao Chen patted Ling Yu's shoulder and took his leave. After renting an independent courtyard in Heaven Dragon City, Xiao Chen started his preparations to upgrade the Heavenly Flame. Xiao Chen casually waved his hand, and the dragon pattern cauldron landed heavily on the ground. As he looked at the dragon pattern cauldron that Lu Ruyue used, a determined expression flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. The words that Xiao Chen said to Ling Yu earlier were also meant for himself. If Xiao Chen had not made up his mind, he would have given up now. After making up my mind, I will never change it. As long as you are still around, I will not abandon you. Lu Ruyue was an outstanding talent, charming and charming. The dragon god crown prince fell head over heels for her, but she remained unmoved. Lu Ruyue's position in the dragon race put some pressure on Xiao Chen. However, it also strengthened his resolve. He needed sufficient capital before he could enter the Central Great Realm and head to Ancestor Dragon City. If he was not strong enough, even if Lu Ruyue did not abandon him, he would feel very uncomfortable. The pride in Xiao Chen's heart did not allow him to compromise. Xiao Chen shook his head and tossed aside these distracting thoughts. Then he threw a palm strike, and the heavenly flame entered the cauldron. Boom! The heavenly flame burned fiercely. It seemed like Lu Ruyue's face appeared in the flame, making one think about her and think about her. Xiao Chen exhaled softly. Then, he placed the dazzling sunlight true flame into the cauldron. Whoosh! Although the dazzling sunlight true flame was of a high rank, it was much weaker than the heavenly flame. The dazzling sunlight true flame looked very mighty. However, it could not cause much of a stir before the heavenly flame. The dazzling sunlight true flame flopped around a few times before dying in the cauldron, slowly being swallowed up by the heavenly flame. Xiao Chen firmly controlled the heavenly flame with his mind, slowly swallowing the dazzling sunlight true flame. After half a day, the heavenly flame, which had been crying piteously for food, finished swallowing the dazzling sunlight true flame. The blazing heavenly flame gathered into one spot. Only a light came from the dragon pattern cauldron, shining golden and dazzling. Boom! Just as Xiao Chen felt suspicious, the spot of heavenly flame suddenly expanded and burned intensely. A terrifying heat wave surged out, and the air in the surroundings turned dry. The flowers, grass, and trees in the courtyard turned scorched yellow. The ground cracked, and cracks appeared. It's rank 1. Xiao Chen's face lit up in joy. The The heavenly flame's origin flame finally broke free from its primitive state. Relying on the nourishment of the dazzling sunlight true flame, it reached the limits of rank 1. In that case, I'll add some more fire. Xiao Chen did not hesitate to send the Purple Thunder True Flame from the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation into the cauldron. The electric flame gathered and turned into a beam of light that continuously poured into the cauldron. The rank 1 heavenly flame immediately blazed even more fiercely. In the dark night, a strand of golden radiance could be seen rushing into the sky, illuminating the surroundings and making everything bright. Fortunately, there were all sorts of strange things happening in Soaring Dragon City. Experts were everywhere. Occasionally, there would be some mysterious phenomena. For example, some outstanding talents cultivating enclosed-door cultivation, some old monsters refining medicinal pills, and some experts refining weapons. The mysterious phenomena in the courtyard had not reached a world-shaking level yet, so it did not attract much attention. Xiao Chen lit up 5 stars on his 9-star primal core, looking resplendent. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation circulated wildly, continuously draining his veritable essence energy, turning it into the Purple Thunder True Flame and sending it into the cauldron. With Xiao Chen's vast cultivation, he managed to force the absorption of the Purple Thunder True Flame into the cauldron for 1 hour. After that, there was a loud boom, and the flame in the cauldron shrank back to a spot. Having experienced this before, Xiao Chen did not dare to rest. He stretched out his hand and formed a barrier, preventing the heavenly flame from causing too much damage. Boom! In an instant, the barrier was burnt to a crisp by the explosion of heavenly fire. Everything that could burn in the courtyard started burning at the same time. The entire building started giving off smoke. When Xiao Chen saw the situation, he was startled. All the buildings had restrictions. If they were triggered, it would definitely cause a huge shock wave. Heavenly Snow Divine Flame. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, and a suffocating cold surged out, instantly sealing the heat waves in ice. Pure white snowflakes drifted down from the burning courtyard. In one breath of time, they turned into ice, filling the place with frost. It's rank 2 now. Xiao Chen muttered to himself as he looked at the heavenly flame in the cauldron. However, he did not show much joy on his face. Originally, Xiao Chen had expected to be able to break through to rank 3. Now, it looked like the heavenly snow divine flame completely suppressed the heavenly flame. Yin and Yang could not balance. He definitely could not form the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. In the end, it was all for naught. After withdrawing the heavenly flame, Xiao Chen frowned heavily. He entered deep thought and muttered, "It looks like I can only think of another way. Perhaps there would be such an opportunity in the Dragon Flame Ancient Land." The moment Xiao Chen heard the name, he knew that it had something to do with fire. However, there was no need to go now. There were more important things to do. The greatest use of the Dragon Pattern Cauldron was not for the heavenly flame to consume flames. It was for Xiao Chen to cultivate the dragon race's body tempering cultivation technique. The divine dragon body tempering art that the blood-soaked dragon emperor gave Xiao Chen needed a good cauldron. A dragon race cauldron would be even better. Back when Xiao Chen bought the Dragon Pattern Cauldron, one of his main considerations was to cultivate this divine dragon body tempering art. Chapter 1723. Divine Dragon Body Tempering Art. There were a total of 9 layers. Not only did they cultivate vital qi, but they also remolded their physical bodies to that of the ancient dragon clan. This allowed the fleshly body to reach the physical strength of the ancient dragon race, possessing a strong bloodline, a terrifying defense, and a resilient physique. The first layer was to cultivate the dragon tendons, making the meridians as strong as the real dragon tendons. That way, they would be able to withstand more vital qi surging through the meridians. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to use his powerful vital qi. Xiao Chen knew that using vital qi harmed the body. Back in the Kunlun realm, he had damaged his body, resulting in a huge hidden danger. The body and bones were always the foundation of a martial artist. They could be tempered and risk their lives, but they absolutely could not leave behind any hidden injuries. The second level was to cultivate the dragon bone, which was to cultivate the bones of one's entire body to resemble the bones of a dragon. The skeleton was the main frame of the fleshly body. It was also the main protective layer of the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. As long as the skeleton was injured, the heart, liver, gallbladder, spleen, and other important parts of the body could be further injured. Although after becoming a perfected being, One would no longer have a mortal body, and the recovery ability of one's physical body would be very strong. It could even reach the stage of regrowing severed limbs. However, if the heart was instantly crushed, it could still cause fatal damage to the cultivator. After all, it was impossible to grow a new heart without a few months. Of course, there were some special cultivation techniques that could reconstruct the heart in a short period of time. However, there were only a few of them. These kinds of cultivation techniques were also quite rare, and ordinary martial artists could not buy them at all. By cultivating the divine dragon body tempering art's second layer, one could modify their bones, making their bones as strong as the ancient dragon races. It could allow a martial artist to withstand more damage and protect their internal organs from fatal injuries. The third layer was the cultivation of dragon blood. Only with this layer could one be considered to have reached the next level and officially begin to cultivate qi. As the saying goes, qi and blood boil, qi and blood are inseparable, and there is vitality in the blood. Bloodlines were the source of energy, especially after awakening the blue dragon bloodline. He could take advantage of this point. To any cultivator with a great desolate Aeon bloodline, the power of their bloodline would forever be an inexhaustible treasure trove. They would not give up on any method to develop their bloodline power. Any natural treasure that could unearth the potential of one's bloodline would be sold for an astronomical price. This was the reason why the life juice source was so revered. There was a total of 6 more layers. They were all in Xiao Chen's mind, personally passed down by the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor. With just a thought, all sorts of information about the divine dragon body tempering art would appear in his mind. If one wanted to cultivate the divine dragon body tempering art, one needed a cauldron, an ancient cauldron. In ancient times, cauldrons were revered. They sought to conquer the world, and the cauldron stood on the ground. One had to observe its form, feel its meaning, and comprehend its soul. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged. His eyes lit up as he looked at the dragon pattern cauldron. The dragon pattern cauldron was a square cauldron with 4 legs. It was squarish and had sharp edges. The surface of the cauldron was painted with vivid and lifelike dragon patterns. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that it was a dragon swimming within the cauldron. The dragon pattern cauldron that came from the dragon clan was indeed more suitable for Xiao Chen. Not long after, he felt the will of the real dragon in the cauldron. The image of a primordial true dragon appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. It soared through the clouds and stirred up the rain. As it breathed, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The might of a primordial true dragon imprinted itself in Xiao Chen's mind, inspiring a desire to worship it and not to profane its divine might. Xiao Chen calmed his mind and meditated on its soul, comprehending its spirit. Soon, he entered a state where he forgot about himself and the world. That was the will of an ancient true dragon. The will of an primordial true dragon imprinted itself in the depths of Xiao Chen's mind and wandered about freely. Without Xiao Chen noticing, the dragon pattern cauldron had already merged into his body without him noticing. The sky was above, and the earth was below. There was an insurmountable chasm between heaven and earth. Xiao Chen used his body as the cauldron and the dragon soul as the will, connecting the sky above and the earth below. The cauldron stood between heaven and earth, connecting heaven and earth, merging into one. The power of heaven and the power of earth merged into the dragon pattern cauldron. After the dragon pattern cauldron modified it, it turned into dragon energy that flowed in Xiao Chen's body. At this moment, the first layer of the divine dragon body tempering art circulated naturally. Under the modification of the dragon energy, the meridians in Xiao Chen's body slowly changed. Because Xiao Chen had already condensed the blue dragon war body long ago, he did not have a follow-up cultivation technique and had been stuck at a standstill. Now that Xiao Chen formally cultivated the divine dragon body tempering art, it went very smoothly, practically without any obstacles. In merely 4 hours, the pure dragon energy formed by the might of heaven and earth circulated a minor cycle in Xiao Chen's body. Half a day later, Xiao Chen had completed 18 minor cycles. 3 days later, he successfully completed a major cycle. Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief and slowly opened his eyes. He felt comfortable all over, and his meridians felt strong and powerful. He clenched his fist and gathered 4 cauldron force in his body. Xiao Chen flicked his finger, and 4 cauldron force gathered at his fingertip. Buzz! Space trembled, and the dust on the surfaces of all the objects in the courtyard fell off. Whoosh! 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 It was like fine snow had fallen, spreading everywhere. A spiral-shaped ripple spread out from where Xiao Chen's fingertip touched, dissipating in waves. Xiao Chen felt some pain in his meridians. Bursting out 4 cauldron force at his fingertip within a short time was somewhat unbearable. However, this was already a great improvement. In the past, Xiao Chen would not have dared to use 4 cauldron force so crazily, erupting it in an instant. Then, Xiao Chen closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged, continuing to cultivate. 1 month later, Xiao Chen opened his eyes again. He had succeeded in cultivating the Divine Dragon Body Tempering Art's first layer. Next up was continuous accumulation. As Xiao Chen's cultivation increased, his dragon veins would improve as well. Right now, the meridians in his body had undergone a complete transformation, turning into dragon veins. Furthermore, he had unexpectedly gained 1 cauldron force. Xiao Chen's total vital qi improved further, reaching 5 cauldron force. With a gentle tap, he could make 5 cauldron force explode at the same time. Explode! Suddenly, Xiao Chen shouted and pointed. 5 ancient cauldrons appeared above his head, and the energy at his fingertip instantly exploded. Boom! Vital qi burst out. Everything that stood in front of Xiao Chen's line of sight turned into dust. When the wind blew, it disappeared without a trace. Not only did the meridians not feel any pain, but they also moved with ease, far from reaching their limits. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. He felt that it was somewhat wasteful to use only 5 cauldron force in these meridians. Could I use the sharp spirit finger like I did in the Kunlun realm to merge my veritable essence energy into my vital qi? The primordial energy in the Kunlun realm was far from comparable to the veritable essence energy that could burst out after the primal core was formed through the harmonization of yin and yang. Furthermore, what Xiao Chen condensed was a 9-star primal core. His veritable essence energy was even denser and denser. After thinking hard for a while, Xiao Chen entered closed-door cultivation again. After lighting up 5 stars on the 9-star primal core, it is already equal to the veritable essence energy of a peak major primal core cultivator. If I gather all my veritable essence energy into one spot, the destructive power would be no weaker than 5 cauldron force. Xiao Chen was somewhat worried that his newly transformed dragon veins would not be able to endure it. The more important thing was that once he executed the sharp spirit finger, he would use all his vital qi and veritable essence energy, leaving nothing behind. The explosive power was not as simple as 1 + 1. Instead, it was multiplied. Xiao Chen pondered the pros and cons. If the dragon tendon was damaged, it would be very difficult to recover. The gains did not make up for the losses. Actually, using the sharp spirit finger to attack was not worth it. Once executed, it would drain veritable essence energy and vital qi for a short time. This was his trump card. If the enemy did not die, he would be the one to die. Therefore, after Xiao Chen learned the sharp spirit finger, he rarely used it. Because he didn't like to put himself in a hopeless situation. After executing the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques breaking the mundane and resolving the mundane, Xiao Chen did not end up in such a sorry state. The efficiency of the sharp spirit finger was too low. It was of little value. It was useless, and there were not many chances for it to be used. Once it was used, it meant that Xiao Chen had to fight with his life on the line, and he was already in a desperate situation. It would be a pity to abandon it, but it was still a killing move that could give him a chance to survive in a desperate situation. Could he modify it and turn it into a more efficient conventional move? As soon as he thought about it, he couldn't stop it. In the end, after thousands or tens of thousands of attempts, he failed. I keep thinking of using the sharp spirit finger to attack. Why have I never thought of using it for defense? With a change of thought, all sorts of ideas appeared. This made Xiao Chen, who was somewhat numb to failure, excited again. My defensive means are limited in the first place. I can't condense my strongest defensive martial technique, the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram, for now. Indeed, I need a defensive martial technique that I can use more frequently. How should I modify it? Xiao Chen thought hard. However, he rejected all sorts of ideas. Just when he felt that he had run out of ideas, Xiao Chen glanced around and saw the dragon pattern cauldron on the ground in front. The cauldron stood on 4 legs, not moving at all. Just this simple cauldron's existence gave off a Tao, making one think deeply about it. Xiao Chen revealed a smile on his face. Cauldrons are revered. Cauldrons are precious. Cauldrons stand tall and seek the world. The wisdom of the ancients is actually all concentrated on this seemingly simple cauldron. To think that I ignored such a good reference before me. I am really stupid. No matter how strong the wind was or where it came from, the cauldron did not move at all, looking as majestic as a mountain. However, it was even more majestic than a mountain, more vivid and simpler. This was how the great Tao was simple. Why don't I use my body as a cauldron, my head supporting the sky and my feet standing on the ground? When the sky changes color and the wind blows in all directions, I will remain unmoving. Watching the wind rise and clouds churn, listening to the surging waves, remaining unchanged to deal with all changes. After finding his direction, Xiao Chen entered closed-door cultivation again. This time, his thoughts became clearer and more lively. In a mere 7 days, he had thought clearly about how to change the sharp spirit finger. Xiao Chen stood up and silently circulated his energy for the sharp spirit finger. His vital qi surged, and 5 ancient cauldrons appeared above his head. 5 stars lit up on his 9-star primal core, and he drove all his veritable essence energy. Veritable essence energy and vital qi merged. Immediately, a strong aura burst out of Xiao Chen's body, equal to that of a peak major primal core realm cultivator and infinitely close to that of a star venerate. However, the energy did not flow to his fingertip. Instead, it poured into his entire body, freezing him like an ancient cauldron. His entire body, including his blood, froze. As his aura spread out, it even affected the surrounding space, freezing it completely. It was like time stopped flowing. At this moment, not a single strand of Xiao Chen's hair moved. In the courtyard, Xiao Chen looked very foolish. However, at this moment, even a star venerate would not be able to knock him back. Scatter. Such a situation could not last for long. Xiao Chen held 2 fingers together and gently waved them. The frozen space immediately broke, and cracks appeared on the ground. In the next moment, countless pieces of cracked soil soared into the air. Chapter 1724. Using the body as a cauldron, the ultimate skill was reborn. The sharp spirit finger had obtained a new application method. It had changed from an offense to a defense. Furthermore, he managed to make use of the newly grown dragon veins in his body. After cultivating in seclusion for 2 months, he had indeed gained a lot. When Xiao Chen saw this, he revealed a smile. However, such a commotion is too great. It will waste a lot of quintessence and vital qi. I have to properly sculpt it, or else I won't be able to use it frequently. Xiao Chen was very satisfied with the new sharp spirit finger. With this consummate skill, he would be able to face strong enemies much more easily in the future. After cultivating in seclusion for another month and concentrating on cultivating the new telepathic finger, Xiao Chen finally stepped out of the dilapidated courtyard gate. After leaving the room, Xiao Chen started to inquire about the Dragon Flame Ancient Land. Before entering closed-door cultivation, Xiao Chen had already made up his mind to go to the Dragon Flame Ancient Land next. Cultivating in closed-door cultivation was mostly to prepare for the Dragon Flame Ancient Land. He still didn't know what kind of dangers there would be, so it was undoubtedly better to strengthen his strength in advance and make sufficient preparations. There were many places in the city where one could ask for information. The Dragon Flame Ancient Land was not a secret forbidden land. Xiao Chen spent some spirit jades and quickly obtained the information he wanted. Before he finished looking, he left the city, preparing to rush to the Dragon Flame Ancient Land. Along the way, he sensed a few weak auras staring at him, not letting go. He had hidden himself very well, but his spiritual sense was sharp, so he had still discovered some clues. Strange, 3 months have passed. Could it be that Feng Ji and his people still haven't given up? Perhaps it was because Xiao Chen's cultivation of the divine dragon body tempering art caused a huge commotion, attracting the attention of some experts. No matter which aspect it was, Xiao Chen secretly kept an eye on it. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he carried the information about the Dragon Flame Ancient Land out of the city. After leaving the city gates, Xiao Chen casually waved his hand, and the mutated flood dragon on the cycle throne turned into a tall black dragon horse. The black dragon horse whipped the horse. Amid the churning dust, it galloped like lightning. After walking for an hour, Xiao Chen suddenly stopped. A group of people had appeared in front of him, blocking his path. The person leading the group was Feng Feng of the Heavenly Profound Gate. However, Yan Yuan and Yan Yuan were not present. Instead, the disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect and the Thunderflame Fortress appeared behind Feng Feng. Xiao Chen, we'll take turns guarding you for 3 months. This young master really doesn't have time to play with you. What a pity you came out now. Feng Chen looked at Xiao Chen. The murderous intent in his eyes seemed solid, and the flames of hatred looked like they would spew out at any moment. He wished he could kill Xiao Chen on the spot. Scanning the surroundings with his spiritual sense, Xiao Chen got off his horse and said coldly, "Loser, are you here to die?" "Humph, even if you have great abilities, you will die here today." Clang! The sword in his hand was unsheathed, and a cold light shot out from the tip of the sword. It was dazzling, and frost covered the ground, freezing everything within 100 feet. The sword came fast, ruthless, decisive, and without any fancy moves. Feng Chen relied on his cultivation, his comprehension of the sword Dao, and his state of the will of ice to thrust his sword forward. The timing he chose happened to be the moment Xiao Chen got off his horse. It had to be said that Feng Chen had very sharp eyes. The cold qi mixed with the sword intent turned into a solid wind that blew at Xiao Chen's face, making his long hair flutter. The sword wind caused Xiao Chen's hair to flutter, and the frost dyed it white, causing it to flutter wildly behind him. Whoosh! However, the wind suddenly seemed to stop. Xiao Chen's fine black hair did not move. Time seemed to stop flowing, and space froze. Xiao Chen stretched out 2 fingers and gently caught the tip of Feng Chen's sword. Xiao Chen easily caught the sword that shot over at an extremely fast speed, not moving at all. No matter how much force Feng Chen used, he could not advance an inch. Even after using all the veritable essence energy in his body, he could not pull the sword out. Feng Chen revealed an extremely shocked expression. Horror spread in his heart, and he immediately panicked. Damn it! How can it be like this? My sword strike was fast and ruthless. Although I did not use a martial technique, it should not be something that can be caught with 2 fingers. Could it be that Xiao Chen already possesses the strength of a star venerate? Only the Cloud Sea Star Venerate can catch my sword strike so easily. That is impossible. Kasie. The state of using one's body as a cauldron, supporting the sky with one's head and feet on the ground, suddenly scattered. Xiao Chen gently shook his 2 fingers. The veritable essence energy and vital qi that were driven by the sharp spirit finger surged out together with the tip of the sword. The sword in Feng Chen's hand quickly trembled and flew out of his hand. The force spread out, and Feng Chen's entire body trembled as he went flying. He felt like his bones were about to fall apart. At this moment, Xiao Chen's clothes and his fine black hair fluttered in the cool breeze. The frost on his fine black hair drifted down like snowflakes. As he stood there, Xiao Chen looked indescribably handsome and elegant. Feng Chen, your martial arts are really regressing. You can't even block 2 of my fingers. Seeing Feng Chen fall to the ground, Xiao Chen mocked coldly. Senior brother. The group of disciples behind quickly helped Feng Chen up. As they looked at Xiao Chen, horror flashed in their eyes. Xiao Chen looked around and said indifferently, Senior, are you not coming out? Are you preparing to collect the corpse? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A figure flashed in the distance, appearing on a nearby tree. Then, with another flash, he landed in front of Xiao Chen. Martial uncle, you must kill him. Feng Chen immediately shouted when he saw this person appear. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. It turned out that a Cloud Sea Star Venerate brought out the senior of his sect. No wonder this Feng Chen dared to block me alone. After verifying that it was just a Star Venerate, Xiao Chen relaxed. The matter was not as serious as he thought. Right now, Xiao Chen was no longer the Xiao Chen who had just arrived at the Blessed Land, unable to retaliate when he ran into a Star Venerate. Furthermore, this white-haired old man before Xiao Chen was far weaker than the Black Lotus Church's protector. This person was probably only an early-stage Star Venerate. The white-haired old man looked at Xiao Chen and said indifferently, Hand over the Dao tool in your hand, and you can leave. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. I was wondering why you would send out your Dao tool. However, you are not qualified. Instead of getting angry, the white-haired old man laughed. Don't think that I did not see through your earlier trick. Don't try to act mysterious before a Star Venerate. Some tricks might be impressive before the juniors, but they are not sufficient before this old man. Hand over the Dao tool obediently. Clearly, the old man was referring to the sharp spirit finger, which caught Feng Chen's sword with 2 fingers. Xiao Chen revealed a meaningful smile as he said indifferently, If you want it, I'll give it to you. Xiao Chen waved his hand, and the tyrant's saber, which had been renamed Moon-Seeking, flew towards the white-haired old man. No one had expected such a scene. The Tao soldier had also successfully attracted everyone's attention, including the white-haired old man. Divine Lightning Eye. Xiao Chen instantly executed the Divine Lightning Eye's fourth layer. 10 thunderclouds immediately appeared in the sky, each containing a bolt of tribulation lightning. The 10 purple petals in the Divine Lightning Eye quickly spun and merged into a complete purple flower. At this moment, the tribulation clouds also gathered. However, their target was not the white-haired old man but Feng Chen. By the time the white-haired old man noticed this, it was already too late. A thick bolt of tribulation lightning struck Feng Chen. When the lightning landed on Feng Chen's body, it gave off a loud sound. Electric light flashed, and the nearby cultivators were blasted into a mangled mess. The white-haired old man, who had grabbed the tyrant's saber in the air, turned his head and happened to see this scene. He could not help turning pale with fright. Martial nephew. Who could have imagined that Xiao Chen would use such a strong killing move on Feng Chen instead of the white-haired old man? The dust scattered, and Feng Chen appeared with a weak expression. The protective treasure that the sect gave him had saved his life at the crucial moment. Feng Chen was only severely injured and did not die on the spot. The white-haired old man relaxed. His gaze turned cold as he turned his head to look at Xiao Chen, radiating killing qi. However, the white-haired old man only saw an afterimage burning with purple light. When the white-haired old man looked back, he saw Xiao Chen taking advantage of the instant the white-haired old man turned his head to arrive beside Feng Chen. Xiao Chen gently lifted Feng Chen up and grabbed him. The white-haired old man immediately felt irritated. This Xiao Chen actually managed to fool him. His face turned extremely sullen, looking extremely scary. Junior, let him go immediately. Otherwise, the heavenly profound gate will make sure you die a tragic death. Xiao Chen grabbed Feng Chen's neck and used his veritable essence energy to lock down Feng Chen's meridians. Then, he looked at the white-haired old man and exerted some force with his right hand. He smiled coldly and said, "Interesting. To think that you dare to threaten me. Martial uncle, save me. I don't want to die." Feng Chen, who had just barely survived the tribulation lightning, immediately fell into Xiao Chen's hands. Death enveloped him, scaring him out of his wits. Aside from surviving, Feng Chen did not have any other thoughts. When the white-haired old man heard that, he felt stifled. Most of his arrogance immediately vanished. As he looked at the Tao tool in his hand, he sighed. The younger generation will surpass us in time. This old man admits that I underestimated you. Let him go, and I am willing to swear to let you go. I will also return the Tao tool to you. It's too late, Xiao Chen said coldly. Then, the veritable essence energy that entered Feng Chen's body exploded. From the inside out, Feng Chen's body exploded into pieces right in front of the white-haired old man. He could not be more dead. Xiao Chen had never been a kind-hearted gentleman. After being bullied time and time again, how could he still be merciful? From the moment Feng Chen appeared before Xiao Chen already wanted to kill him. Feng Chen had to die. Such a bloody and terrifying scene appeared before the white-haired old man, angering him so much that his entire body trembled. He was a star venerate, yet a junior actually killed his martial nephew right in front of him. Furthermore, even after the white-haired old man gave in, Xiao Chen still showed no mercy, decisively killing Feng Chen. If the white-haired old man had not been greedy and had not tried to grab that Tao tool, how could Xiao Chen have stood a chance? However, when the white-haired old man thought of this, if all this was part of this junior's plan, then it would be too terrifying. Xiao Chen had calculated every step and thought of how to kill Feng Chen long ago. How dare you? Your Tao tool is in my hands. Let's see how you are going to overturn the situation today. The white-haired old man flew into a rage. He unleashed his aura at full power, wanting to use his star venerate strength to subdue the tyrant's saber and forcefully draw it. However, the white-haired old man was somewhat shocked to discover that he could not draw the tyrant's saber. That's not right. Even if it is a superior-grade Tao tool, the aura of a star venerate should be enough to suppress it. Why can't I draw it? Xiao Chen revealed a mocking smile. He leaped into the air and stretched out his hand. The tyrant's saber flew out of its scabbard and into his hand, breaking the mundane. While the white-haired old man was still feeling uncertain, Xiao Chen instantly executed, breaking the mundane. A Buddhist swastika appeared on the white-haired old man's forehead. When he looked up, he immediately sank into a memory deep in his heart. By the time he startled awake, the 3-kilometer-long saber light was already within reach. Kasie! The white-haired old man retaliated with all his might. However, this saber strike still broke several of his ribs. The white-haired old man vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. The scabbard in his hand also fell off. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and waved, snatching back the scabbard. A saber light flashed, and the saber returned to its scabbard. As the white-haired old man stabilized himself, he said indifferently, "The so-called star venerates are merely a so-so." Chapter 1725. As the white-haired old man looked at the wound on his chest, he revealed a stunned expression. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen managed to injure him as well. The other party was just a peak minor primal core venerate. This was especially so for Xiao Chen's words, which angered the white-haired old man. What did he mean by the so-called star venerate is merely so? The white-haired old man snorted coldly. How arrogant! I think you really do not know how horrifying a star venerate is when angry. Boom! Right after the white-haired old man spoke, his aura soared. Stars flickered in his eyes. The scarier thing was that a will of soul surged out of his forehead and surged toward Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen immediately felt his soul tremble. He could not help recalling the horrifying experience when he faced the Black Lotus Church venerate. However, he was no longer the Xiao Chen of the past. He would not make the same mistake twice. Furthermore, he had never thought of defeating this white-haired old man. Although Xiao Chen did not fear early-stage star venerates now, he was still far from their strength. Being able to kill Feng Chen and injure him under the other party's nose was already something to be proud of. What else was there to be dissatisfied with? It is indeed horrifying. Goodbye. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. To the white-haired old man, Xiao Chen's respectful words were filled with mockery. Turning around, before the will of soul could reach him, Xiao Chen had already fled with lightning speed, fleeing into the distance. The white-haired old man felt slightly stunned. Unexpectedly, the insufferably arrogant Xiao Chen left at the drop of a hat, not showing any intention of fighting him at all. How could the white-haired old man endure this? Xiao Chen injured him and even killed Feng Chen. If the white-haired old man left just like that, he would be frustrated to death. No matter what, the white-haired old man had to vent his anger. Xiao Chen had to die. You want to leave? You have to ask me first. The white-haired old man withdrew his will of soul, and his figure flashed as he gave chase. Breaking the world. Who knew? Right after the white-haired old man withdrew his will of soul, Xiao Chen, who had been shielding himself, suddenly turned around and drew his tyrant saber again. Suddenly, Xiao Chen turned around and drew his tyrant saber again, executing the strongest killing move of the army-breaking saber technique. When Xiao Chen used the army-breaking saber technique and a superior-grade Dao tool at full power, he could bring out 20% of the Dao tool's might. Xiao Chen swung his saber down like a peerless overlord. He turned around and swung his saber. The saber light illuminated the sky, destroying the world. The white-haired old man had just withdrawn his will of soul. He had not expected this. Xiao Chen chose this time to make a sudden attack, and it was such a strong killing move. He immediately panicked. He was unable to unleash his will of soul within this short period of time. He had no choice but to turn around to defend himself and throw a punch with all his might. Puchi! Xiao Chen was blasted far away by this punch, but the white-haired old man retreated even further because he was passively receiving the attack. It was just that he was superior in terms of cultivation, so he didn't suffer too much damage. After Xiao Chen chopped out with his saber, he retreated again. This time, he dodged even further. The white-haired old man paused for a moment. Looking at Xiao Chen's back, he cautiously chased after him. He had to be on guard against Xiao Chen's sudden attack. It had to be said that he felt somewhat aggrieved. One person chased, and one person fled. Xiao Chen focused on executing the fish dragon art, and a faint layer of purple flames covered his entire body. Xiao Chen did not have an advantage over the white-haired old man in terms of speed or cultivation. However, this new fish dragon art was perfect for long-distance raids. Xiao Chen did not fear a fight of attrition with the white-haired old man. A cloud sea star venerate was terrifying, but that was all there was to it. Right now, Xiao Chen was completely confident that he did not fear early-stage star venerates. Whoosh! 1 hour later, a figure suddenly landed in front of the white-haired old man, blocking his path. The white-haired old man's face sank. This newcomer was also a star venerate. Furthermore, this newcomer's aura was even more terrifying than his. Who are you? Why are you blocking my path? The white-haired old man asked, not daring to be too impudent. The newcomer snorted coldly and took out a medallion. The medallion gave off a piercing, dazzling light, causing the white-haired old man to squint slightly. When he saw it clearly, his expression changed drastically. Dragon Marquis Medallion. The white-haired elder immediately lowered his head and said, I deserve to die. How have I offended the soaring Dragon Marquis? Cut the crap. You don't have to chase after this person. The grudge between your profound sky sect and him ends here. Don't let me find out that you're bullying the weak. Get lost. When the white-haired old man heard this, he immediately felt aggrieved. What do you mean by the strong bullying the weak? It was clearly that kid who was bullying my profound sky sect. Not only did he injure him, he even killed martial nephew Feng Cun. However, the other party had the Dragon Marquis medallion in his hands, which was equivalent to the soaring Dragon Marquis's words. He had to swallow this bitter pill even if he did not want to. However, in reality, even if this person didn't appear, the white-haired old man wouldn't be able to see Xiao Chen's figure after chasing for a few more hours. He had already been injured by Xiao Chen, and he was also afraid that Xiao Chen would turn around and attack him, so his speed was much slower. Catching up to Xiao Chen, who executed the new fish dragon art, would be somewhat difficult. I know. The white-haired old man didn't dare to disobey. He flashed away in a somewhat sorry state. The person who arrived glanced in the direction Xiao Chen left in and entered deep thought. This person was somewhat surprised that a peak minor primal core cultivator could force a star venerate into such a sorry state. Whoosh! Whoosh! After a while, that person's figure vanished from where he was and reappeared. He was now in Soaring Dragon City, meeting with the Cluster Lord's personal maidservant in the Cluster Lord's residence. Miss Xiao Yu, Xiao Chen is already fine. Based on the direction he left in, he should be heading to the Dragon Flame Ancient Land. The black-clad old man reported respectfully. He could not understand why Cluster Lord Go Yu wanted to protect this unconventional bladesman in secret. However, when he thought about Cluster Lord Go Yu's position in the Soaring Dragon Marquis's heart, the Soaring Dragon Marquis gave her the Soaring Dragon Great Realm as her conferred land right after completing experiential training. If the black-clad old man could keep his mouth shut, it would be best not to say anything. If Xiao Chen were here, he would definitely recognize this Miss Xiao Yu. She was the maidservant that he met twice in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. Xiao Yu nodded and said, You may withdraw. I will inform the Cluster Lord of this matter. The black-clad old man silently turned around and left, not saying anything more. After Xiao Yu saw the old man leave, she turned around and walked a long distance. Then, she met with Cluster Lord Go Yu in a pavilion. Xiao Yu repeated the black-clad old man's words. Dragon Flame Ancient Land? Are you sure it's the Dragon Flame Ancient Land? Countess Go Yu revealed a grave expression as she asked in a deep voice. It should be close. Old Zhang said that young Master Xiao went in the direction of the Dragon Flame Ancient Land. Xiao Yu was not very sure, so she could only repeat old Zhang's words. As for the specifics, it would depend on Princess Go Yu's judgment. Cluster Lord Go Yu slowly stood up, revealing worry in her eyes. The Dragon Flame Ancient Land is not a peaceful place. Out of 10 people who enter, at least 5 will die there. Your Highness, should we continue sending people to protect young Master Xiao in secret? Xiao Yu asked softly, her eyes filled with doubt. The Cluster Lord was really attentive to this young Master Xiao. There were so many noble clans that did not care for him. Why did the Cluster Lord care so much about a bladesman with an unknown bloodline, a weak sect, and a low cultivation? Cluster Lord Go Yu shook her head and said, There's no need. Once he reaches the Dragon Flame Ancient Land, whether he lives or dies will be up to him. Perhaps that person did not wish for anyone to follow him in secret. Cluster Lord Go Yu could not help thinking back to the past. The scenes of her experiences in Purple Sun City when she was still Lan Luo appeared in her mind. Back then, her final conversation with Xiao Chen had not been pleasant. However, it had taught her some principles. Since she was young, No one had ever dared to lecture her like that. Perhaps she did not even know when she started to develop this bad habit. Unexpectedly, fate was fickle. After parting in Purple Sun City, the other party actually appeared in Soaring Dragon City. Furthermore, he even came to the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. However, the parting back then was somewhat awkward. She could only get Xiaoyu to come out and entertain him. Can he understand my painstaking efforts? Perhaps after he found out, he would still fly into a rage like last time. Cluster Lord Go Yu also felt nervous in her heart. She shook her head and did her best to control herself, not thinking about it anymore. On the other side, Xiao Chen, who had been traveling quickly, suddenly stopped. Xiao Chen revealed a doubtful expression. It had already been 4 hours since he had sensed the white-haired old man's aura. I shook him off? That was impossible. Based on Xiao Chen's estimates, he would need at least another 8 to 10 hours to truly shake off the white-haired old man. However, no matter what, Xiao Chen could no longer sense the white-haired old man's aura. Strange. Xiao Chen muttered to himself. Then, he kept an eye out and summoned out the Cycle Throne, continuing to the Dragon Flame Ancient Land. As the Cycle Throne traveled through the clouds, Xiao Chen sat on it with his eyes closed, recovering his spirit, qi, and mind. At the same time, Xiao Chen ran through some of the details of his earlier fight with the white-haired old man. Soon he found the crux of it. Will of Soul. A star venerate could start cultivating soul energy and condense a star-like will of soul. Once the will of soul appeared, the opponent would feel an irresistible will of soul that penetrated deep into the soul. Only a star venerate could block it. This was an insurmountable chasm. If I can block the will of soul, I will have an easier time facing a star venerate. The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram should be able to block the will of soul. Xiao Chen rubbed his chin and opened his eyes, muttering to himself. The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram was Xiao Chen's strongest defensive means. The Taiji diagram formed by 2 kinds of primal chaos grade flames would reach unprecedented heights. Xiao Chen recalled that an ordinary Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram could block the aura of a high-ranked expert in the Kunlun realm. The will of soul should be able to do the same. It's decided then. Whether it works or not, my first goal in the Dragon Flame Ancient Land is to condense the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. Xiao Chen made up his mind and set his first goal in the Dragon Flame Ancient Land. Naturally, his long-term goal was to raise his saber techniques to the level that Yi Zifeng mentioned. Spreading out the information on the Dragon Flame Ancient Land, Xiao Chen continued reading while seated on the Cycle Throne. After a while, he put away the information, and his expression turned somewhat grave. 10 people enter, but only half come out alive. Most of them die miserably. Xiao Chen felt shocked. To think that the mortality rate was as high as half. The Dragon Flame Ancient Land was even more dangerous than the fiendish demon battlefield. The Dragon Flame Ancient Land was the place that the young experts of the nearby dozens of astral clusters looked to for the most. Let's see what exactly is so powerful about it. A spark flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He felt somewhat excited, not frightened by the 50% mortality rate. Chapter 1726. Half a month later, Xiao Chen met with an invisible resistance in the clouds. The gravity multiplied, and the Cycle Throne felt heavy pressure, making flying exceptionally difficult. I've arrived. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and looked down. Dust filled the air, obscuring everything. He could not see clearly. The Dragon Flame Ancient Land still had an ancient, savage aura. The space there was different from that of the outside world. Although Xiao Chen could not see clearly, he guessed that he had arrived. Xiao Chen leaped into the air and jumped off the throne. When he landed, the throne turned into a beam of black light that attached to his clothes. Everywhere Xiao Chen looked was desolate. The ground was dry and cracked. Not even a blade of grass could be seen. Hot, dry, and lonely. An ancient, savage aura lingered in the air, giving Xiao Chen a deep sense of familiarity. This was the Dragon Flame Ancient Land. It did not seem to feel any threat at all. Let's go to Dragon Flame City first. The Dragon Flame Ancient Land was vast, occupying nearly 1/3 of the Soaring Dragon Great Realm. More than 70% of it had yet to be fully explored. Dragon Flame City was the only city in the entire Dragon Flame Ancient Land. Maintaining some caution, Xiao Chen carefully set off. After about 7 minutes, Xiao Chen took out a bottle of water and drank it.
He discovered that the drain on his body here was far greater than in the outside world.
One should not underestimate this. Cultivators were not immortals who did not eat or drink. It was just that the drain was smaller. If one did not come out of closed-door cultivation, they would last at most half a year. If one stayed any longer, one would need to replenish themselves with food and water unless one was a divine vein powerhouse that surpassed the Cloud Sea realm. It looks like the environment of your Dragon Flame ancient land is indeed somewhat terrible. You made yourself look like an ordinary person. Holding the tyrant's saber in his hand, Xiao Chen casually chose a direction and walked over. After taking only a few steps, Xiao Chen saw a charred corpse in an exceptionally miserable state. With a gentle touch of the scabbard, the corpse turned to ashes. It was not as simple as being charred. The corpse's entire source of life had been drained.
Flame demon.
Xiao Chen spat out two words indifferently. One of the threats to survival in the Dragon Flame ancient land was a ferocious beast that lived here, the flame demon. To be precise, flame demons were a type of fiendish demons. The conditions for their birth were rather harsh. They were much more terrifying than ordinary fiendish demons. They were also one of the fiendish demon eagles that were still active in the Great Thousand Realms. However, once they left the special environment, the threat of the flame devils would be greatly reduced. A true major power would not intentionally seek out the flame devil's MO fan. It was impossible to kill them all. As long as the Dragon Flame ancient land existed, more flame demons would be born, never ending. The corpse was still so well preserved earlier. This means that the flame demon did not go far. Xiao Chen pondered for a moment before deciding to meet this flame devil. The heavenly eye on Xiao Chen's forehead immediately turned into a beam of light and flew out, searching the surroundings. Not long after, he finally found some clues. At the foot of a hill far away from him, a man and a woman were fighting a flame demon. The two were both major primal core venerates. However, they found it very taxing to face a flame demon of the same cultivation realm. There were many charred corpses around them. It was a ghastly sight. Strange. That charred corpse seems to be only a minor primal core cultivator. Its remaining strength is not very strong. Not even a great desolate Aeon bloodline. Xiao Chen did not understand why these people took the risk to enter the Dragon Flame ancient land. Xiao Chen stopped thinking about this for now and focused his gaze on the flame demon. The flame demon looked no different from a human. One could only make out its aura and attack methods. The flame demon's evil aura could not be faked. The white flame twirling around its hand was close to blue, inspiring fear in the two cultivators. Even if the flame demons had the same cultivation, there were differences in strength. The white flame demons were low-rank flame demons. The blue flame demons were middle-rank flame demons. As for the red flame demons, they were high-rank flame demons that no one wanted to meet. The color did not represent strength but a kind of aptitude, similar to the grade of a human's bloodline. Of the same strength, one blue flame demon could easily kill 10 white flame demons. The flame that this flame demon gave off was already close to blue. This meant that its aptitude was already very high. It was close to middle-rank flame demons. Xiao Chen withdrew his heavenly eye.
With a few flashes, he arrived near the man and the woman.
"Big brother, someone is coming." The male cultivator looked at Xiao Chen and immediately frowned slightly. A minor primal core venerate. It's useless. He really came at the wrong time. He was just delivering resources, and he actually ran into a peak low-rank flame demon. Upon seeing Xiao Chen appear, that flame demon abandoned the two and directly launched itself at Xiao Chen. Perhaps it discovered that Xiao Chen's cultivation was relatively low. That flame demon grinned and launched itself at Xiao Chen. That man and woman immediately took the opportunity to flee without even turning their heads back. "Human, taste the feeling of being burned." The flame demon cackled strangely. A scorching aura surged over, making it feel like its hair would burn. Whoosh! A saber light flashed. Before the flame demon could see its arm clearly, Xiao Chen chopped it off. A miserable shriek rang out, and the flame demon's severed arm spat out a terrifying flame. The flame demon held its wound with its left hand and looked at Xiao Chen in horror. Then, it turned into a clump of flames and merged into the ground, fleeing into the distance. The vertical eye on Xiao Chen's forehead opened, and the heavenly eye clearly saw a clump of black shadows fleeing to the north. Xiao Chen closed his vertical eye and waited for that black shadow to flee far away before giving chase. As for that man and woman from earlier, Xiao Chen could not be bothered with whether they lived or died. That was a group of fugitives. They transported resources from the outside world to Dragonflame City, earning dozens of times the price difference. Of course, they might also run into a flame demon and die. Xiao Chen gave chase unhurriedly, hiding his aura and cautiously giving chase. Flame demons were fiendish demons that lived in groups. Xiao Chen wanted to see if this flame demon would return to its tribe. If it could bring him over, he would not mind barging into a flame demon tribe. Flame demon tribes were formed by gathering fire. A gathering place definitely had a strong flame, which was what Xiao Chen needed. Before coming, Xiao Chen had already thought of such a plan. Half a day later, the sky turned dark. Suddenly, the flame demon that Xiao Chen had been following suddenly disappeared. Whoosh! 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 After a long time, Xiao Chen appeared from the darkness and landed at the place where the flame demon last disappeared. Could the flame demon tribe be underground? Xiao Chen did not have the ability of a flame demon to burrow into the ground. However, Xiao Chen had chased them all the way here after much difficulty. It was impossible for him to give up. Propping up his chin with his right hand, Xiao Chen thought for a while. Then, he ferociously punched the ground. Silently, the dust that had turned into powder flew out. After a while, a hole appeared in the ground. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he entered the hole. As he descended, Xiao Chen discovered that the underground was as he expected. It was not completely sealed. Instead, there were many intersecting caves, looking as complicated as a maze. Xiao Chen followed the source of the heat waves and carefully walked through them. 1 hour later, Xiao Chen finally felt the surging heat waves and the auras of many flame demons in this complicated cave.
So, it really was hidden here.
A brilliant light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. After thinking for a while, he quickly moved over. Xiao Chen's body moved through the cave with incredible agility.
He looked around and discovered that the one-armed flame demon that he injured was heading for one of the caves.
Xiao Chen's lips curled up in a smile. He stuck close to the ceiling of the cave, looking like a lizard as he quickly followed. Xiao Chen saw that one-armed flame demon stop at one of the caves. After chatting with the 2 flame demons guarding it, he walked in with large strides. Right after the other party entered, Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he quickly descended. Xiao Chen attacked at lightning speed. The heavenly snow divine flame instantly sealed the flame demon on the left in ice. Then, he stabbed his other arm into the chest of the flame demon on the right. When he pulled it out, a white flame crystal appeared in his palm. The flame crystal was the life core of the flame demon. Once it was lost, it would die immediately. Before the 2 flame demons could say anything, Xiao Chen silently killed them. Xiao Chen calmly walked in, continuing to follow the one-armed flame demon quietly without the one-armed flame demon leading the way. Without the one-armed flame demon leading the way, Xiao Chen would not be able to find this complicated cave. There were flame demons guarding the main camp of the flame demon tribe at regular intervals. However, Xiao Chen attacked at lightning speed every time. Almost right after the one-armed flame demon left, Xiao Chen would immediately kill the flame demons that the one-armed flame demon talked to. Along the way, Xiao Chen already had close to 50 white flame crystals in his hand. Suddenly, the one-armed flame demon in front seemed to sense that something was wrong, so it quickly turned its head. However, it did not see anything. The instant the one-armed flame demon turned its head, Xiao Chen already sensed it, and his body silently floated above the cave. After the other party left, Xiao Chen landed.
He followed the other party in the shadows, neither far nor slow.
Behind Xiao Chen were all dead flame demons, either sealed in ice or turned to ashes. Relying on his skill and boldness, as well as his cool-headedness, Xiao Chen did something that seemed crazy. He entered the depths of the flame demon tribe alone. Finally, that one-armed flame demon arrived at an exceptionally vast cave. A clump of scarlet flame burned fiercely in the center, flickering with a strange light and giving off surging heat waves. A blue-haired flame demon with a gloomy gaze sat on a stone throne at the end of the cave. Several flame demons stood in other places, the weakest of them major primal core realm cultivators. These flame demons had expressions of enjoyment as they absorbed the heat from the scarlet flame. It was clear that only the strong or talented flame demons were qualified to enter this place. Xiao Chen stood outside, watching from afar, his gaze landing on that scarlet flame. Xiao Chen could not recognize the flame seed. However, He could sense that it was a young attributed flame no weaker than the dazzling sunlight true flame. Furthermore, it was even older, at least 1,000 years old. The fire-attributed energy it contained was rather significant. Yan Feng. How did you get injured? Tell the truth. The blue-haired flame demon on the stone throne said with an unhappy expression as he looked at the one-armed flame demon. Tribe chief, I was injured by a white-clad bladesman. He chopped off my arm with one saber strike. He was so fast that I could not see clearly. Thinking back to that scene, this one-armed flame demon could not help trembling. Fool. All the tribes have issued strict orders not to offend any humans carrying a saber. Didn't I tell you that? The blue-haired flame demon scolded loudly. This subordinate saw that his cultivation was rather low and was somewhat careless. This subordinate deserves death. The one-armed flame demon immediately knelt on the ground in fright. Humph. You are not allowed to enter the Holy Flame Cave for 1 month. You can use the Holy Flame to treat your injuries only after 1 month. This subordinate understands. The one-armed flame demon did not dare to rebut. It looked greedily at the blazing scarlet flame before turning to leave. The blue-haired flame demon was just halfway there when he suddenly startled awake. You trash. Someone chopped off your arm with one saber strike. How did you manage to return alive? Whoosh. Right after the blue-haired flame demon spoke, the gazes of all the flame demons in the Holy Flame Cave turned cold as they uniformly looked at the one-armed flame demon. Speak. How did you return? Chapter 1727. Xiao Chen's figure flashed as he entered the Holy Flame Cave from the darkness. He immediately felt like he had fallen into a sea of fire. You are not dead yet? The man exclaimed. However, the moment he said that, he regretted it, showing an extremely embarrassed expression. Speak. How did you come back? Hand over the Holy Flame. Whoosh. Whoosh. Primal Chaos Grade Flame? The holy flame that sustained the tribe for 1,000 years was snatched away. How could they be willing to do so? In the next moment, an intense heavenly flame surged out. The 4 major primal core flame demons on standby soared into the air and threw palm strikes at the same time. The major primal core flame demons in the Holy Flame Cave immediately went out in a flash, searching the surroundings. The scarlet flame seed remained in the altar, burning fiercely and not extinguishing for 1,000 years. There was no more waiting. Xiao Chen finally saw through the situation. The people on the city walls had no intention of opening the city gates. Seeing the flame demon army approaching, the fiery clouds covering the sky and the sun, the cultivators gathered below the city walls shouted with all their might. All they breathed was hot air. Extremely hot. When the cultivators running for their lives saw Xiao Chen pass them, they were startled. Although this action would result in a lot of waste, it was better than nothing. Only a blaze crystal remained, wobbling as it fell to the ground. However, the other party was not a star venerate in the end. Furthermore, he was not underground, and his tribe was in a mess, unable to take care of itself. At this moment, the entire southern side of the Dragon Flame ancient land descended into utter chaos. Countless flame demons crawled out of the ground. The first thing the other party said was that he was not dead yet. Xiao Chen had a good temper and did not bother arguing with him. If it were someone with a bad temper, they would have killed him on the spot. Indeed, the city gates were already closed. However, many young cultivators rubbed their fists and palms together on the city walls. The entire Holy Flame Cave shook, looking like it would collapse. Xiao Chen ferociously swung the scabbard in his hand, and blood spurted out of that person's chest as he crashed into the wall. Those who were stopped were the weak. How could a city gate stop a true powerhouse? The flame demons are on a rampage. To prevent the flame demons from entering the city in disguise, everyone has to pay 20 blaze crystals before they can enter. In Xiao Chen's eyes, flames surged up to the sky like a huge wave. The dense flames were like lava, incomparably terrifying. Those who were slightly slower would immediately be cruelly killed by the flame demon, turning into charcoal. Without stopping, Zhang Xian flew toward the crimson flames at lightning speed, intending to collect the fire seed. Xiao Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with him, so he turned around and left. Search! Without hesitation, Xiao Chen reached in and grabbed the fire seed tightly in his palm. The blue-haired flame demon soared into the air and turned into a fiery cloud in hot pursuit. Damn! A purple flame devil. What kind of variant is that? After running for a full 2 hours, he had already left the blue-haired flame devil far behind.
Gone? With a wave of his hand, the heavenly snow divine flame spread out.
This was a rank 3 primal chaos level flame, a much higher grade than the flame that the flame demon released. Wherever it passed, it completely sealed off the space as it attacked fiercely towards Xiao Chen. That injured person was startled and afraid, not daring to say anything. Just at this moment, 2 flame demons ran over in a fluster and knelt on the ground.
Humph!
You lowly human, you simply don't know what the holy flame means to flame demons. By stealing the tribe's holy flame, you become enemies with all the southern flame demon tribes. Today, you will definitely die. However, the closing of the city gates that the heavenly snow divine flame mentioned was problematic. Boom! The heavenly flame burned the 4 flame demons.
However, the flames on their bodies blazed even more fiercely.
Xiao Chen did not dare to be careless. Aside from the high temperature, the flames of these flame demons were extremely powerful. Xiao Chen smiled coldly. Then, he suddenly accelerated and dodged that kick. Boom! Flames shot out. The flames that shot out from Xiao Chen's palm looked solid as they surged out. As the man and woman watched Xiao Chen leave, they paled in fright, feeling some lingering fear. The combat prowess of this middle-rank flame demon was very terrifying. In terms of true strength, Xiao Chen was much weaker than him. Xiao Chen successfully broke through the attacks of the 4 flame demons. The instant he revealed his true body, the 4 flame demons and the blue-haired flame demon were startled. This startled the blue-haired flame demon.
That's impossible. After killing him, he must have hidden the flame seed in his body.
Young attributed flames were great nourishment for them, providing too much nourishment. The heavenly flame anxiously consumed the scarlet flame's flame seed in Xiao Chen's palm. The 4 flame demons turned into flaming figures and flew at Xiao Chen. In this state, the combat prowess of the flame demons clearly increased significantly. Quickly open the city gates. When that man and woman saw Xiao Chen, they showed stunned expressions. When fire poison invaded the body, even a star venerate would find it hard to bear. Seeing Xiao Chen flying over while enduring this might and pressure, someone smiled coldly and kicked at Xiao Chen. The voice of the blue-haired flame demon on the throne was somewhat cold, causing the temperature in the holy flame cave to drop. Xiao Chen was very satisfied with the heavenly flame's performance in the holy flame cave.
However, he could not care about wasting a flame seed in such a simple and crude manner.
He wanted the people outside to be cannon fodder first. Big brother, stop talking. We are almost at Dragon Flame City. We will be safe once we enter the city. Xiao Chen said indifferently, just take care of yourself. Xiao Chen soared into the air and directly barged in. There was no need for him to fear. While the blue-haired flame demon was distracted, Xiao Chen landed not far from the scarlet flame. It was just a riot of the southern flame demons, not that scary. To some people, this was a chance to show off. I arrived at Dragon Flame City. This blue-haired flame demon's aura was extremely terrifying. Although this blue-haired flame demon was only a peak major primal core cultivator, he gave Xiao Chen the aura of a star venerate. There was no chance to dodge at all. It looked like this surging flame would bury Xiao Chen in the next moment. The blue-haired flame demon smiled coldly and said, I was waiting for you. Block him for me. The city walls were 300 meters tall, and the formations were already activated. The ancient city's might and pressure were extremely strong, making it difficult to fly up. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, and golden light suddenly appeared in his empty palm. Bang! Amid a loud sound, the 4 flame demons exploded at the same time. The light in the holy flame cave suddenly dimmed. Whether you are alone or someone is receiving you, you will die an unsightly death tonight. The blue-haired flame demon roared ferociously as he stood up. Damn it! Why am I so unlucky? I ran into a flame demon in the day, and the people of the merchant group all died. Then, I ran into a riot of flame demons at night. However, Xiao Chen had already moved one step ahead of time. He held up the tyrant saber and broke through the rock layer, charging towards the ground. Since Xiao Chen's attributes countered each other, he immediately sealed all the surging flame waves in ice. Countless flame demons tore through the ground and appeared in the dark night, illuminating the surrounding 5,000 kilometers. Clan head, it's not good. The brothers guarding along the way are all dead. The blue-haired flame demon reverted to human form and reappeared in front of Xiao Chen. He showed a murderous intent on his face, wishing that he could eat Xiao Chen alive. If Xiao Chen continued waiting and those flame demons returned without accomplishing anything, it would be even more difficult to deal with. Middle-rank flame demons were indeed terrifying. Xiao Chen did not protect his body with veritable essence energy, continuously draining it. A thick layer of purple flames burned all over his body. The blue-haired flame demon raged. His entire body burned, turning into a blue flaming man as he launched himself at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "Even star venerates cannot stop me. What right do you have to stop me?" Xiao Chen's figure flickered continuously, and the flames sealing the flames cracked and shattered like ice cubes. What fast speed! Everyone, run! However, the result was already pretty good. The might of the heavenly flame had increased significantly, and Xiao Chen was one step closer to breaking through to rank 3. The flame demon's palm turned bright red. The scorching temperature nearly melted Xiao Chen's palm on the spot. Now that the situation was urgent, he could only refine it on the spot. He could not use the dragon pattern cauldron to slowly refine it. After making a judgment of the flame demon's strength, Xiao Chen's figure flashed as he quickly retreated, not clashing with it. The city gates were already closed, barring entry. The blue-haired flame demon's expression turned extremely unsightly. He had not expected Xiao Chen to instantly break through the flames of 4 flame demons and snatch away the holy flame's flame seed. Xiao Chen used the new fish dragon art to continuously pull away from the blue-haired flame demon. 5 stars lit up on his 9-star primal core. Otherwise, someone would have barged in long ago. Why? We are clearly all humans. Why are you not letting us into the city? Aside from that, Xiao Chen's palm was empty. There was nothing else. Not bad. However, you are still some distance away from breaking through to rank 3. The holy flame is not with me. Do you think you can leave after stealing the holy flame? That's easy for you to think. The flame demons are on a rampage, and the city gates are already closed. How can it be easy to enter? Right after the blue-haired flame demon spoke, flames soared into the sky from the ground in the darkness. Beams of fiery light soared into the clouds in the darkness. The moment the blue-haired flame demon said that, the one-armed flame demon immediately fell to the ground in fright. That's impossible. I was very careful on my way back. No human cultivator could follow me. Several cultivators on the city walls took the opportunity to extort money from the flame demon. Xiao Chen found the voices somewhat familiar.
He glanced over and saw that they were the man and woman he saved during the day.
Xiao Chen stood at the city wall and swept his cold gaze across. Immediately, no one dared to move. After about 7 minutes, Xiao Chen broke out of the ground. The cultivators risking their lives in the dark all paled in fright as they fled in the direction of Dragon Flame City. If they could not endure it, there could only be one result. After a while, Dragon Flame City came into view. Xiao Chen slowed down, and the purple flames on his body vanished. Now, he looked like an ordinary person. Xiao Chen's expression immediately changed slightly. He had not expected the matter to blow up so much. Xiao Chen maintained a calm expression as he sped forward, not turning his head back to look. Many flame demon tribes appeared, quickly approaching Xiao Chen's location. Xiao Chen secretly observed the Holy Flame Cave. At this moment, aside from the 4 strongest flame demons, only the blue-haired flame demon remained in the Holy Flame Cave. The blue-haired flame demon glanced at the one-armed flame demon on the ground.
Then, he stretched out his hand and pulled the one-armed flame demon over.
Then he punched, causing flames to fill the air. Several people had already paid the blaze crystals, but the city gates still did not open. They wanted to trample on the blue-haired flame demon to serve as a warning to others.
Nice.
The blue-haired flame demon looked like a flaming man. If not for the purple flame demon, he would definitely be misunderstood. If one fell from the city walls, the might of the ancient city would definitely result in flesh and blood splattering everywhere. If one's physical body was slightly weaker, one would be crushed into meat paste, an exceptionally terrifying sight. The blue-haired flame demon looked at Xiao Chen. In his eyes, Xiao Chen was already a dead man. Whoosh! Strength reigned supreme in the Dragon Flame ancient land. There was no such thing as hypocrisy. Xiao Chen landed and opened his palm. The terrifying wound on his palm was healing quickly. Chapter 1728. Right now, Xiao Chen was at the southern city gates. As the southern city gates were close to the periphery of the Dragon Flame ancient land, there were not many experts in this area. Watch out for my saber. That was a bona fide star venerate level flame demon, the leader of this flame demon riot. The beautiful saber light formed a light screen, forming a perfect defense. As Xiao Chen watched the other party leave and regroup with the northern city cultivators, he revealed a contemplative expression. The fiery rain blasted terrifying deep pits in the ground. The soil instantly melted and turned into nothing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The blue blaze crystal fell to the ground, giving off a crisp sound. It flickered with resplendent blue flames, looking exceptionally dazzling. The many eager cultivators on the city walls leaped off at this moment. Dang! Despicable human bastards who stole our lives. We meet again. After attracting the attention of the flame demons, people of the same level as the clan heads immediately targeted these experts. When these experts looked forward, they saw flaming clouds covering the desolate ancient land. Sparks of fire littered the ground, appearing everywhere. Breaking the world, ruthlessly charging over. The flame demons had the advantage of physical bodies. In this dragon flame ancient land, they also had the geographical advantage. Furthermore, their cultivations were not low. Just at this moment, several experts leaped onto the city walls. All of them radiated a cold light as they looked at the rioting flame demons in front with grave expressions. However, when the blue-robed man looked up, he noticed something strange. He saw a purple flower petal appear in Xiao Chen's right eye. Xiao Chen could use his soul energy to target the soul and imitate illusions. After Xiao Chen landed, his expression turned somewhat grave. He had been somewhat careless. He just did not want to get surrounded by the flame demons. Since this blue-haired flame demon wanted to fight, he would do as he wished. Kill. The masked bladesman smiled faintly and retracted his move. Then, he stretched out his hand to grab the blue blaze crystal. Bang! 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 Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and soared into the air, moving at lightning speed to grab that blue blaze crystal. I heard that most of the experts in the northern city have already formed teams and set off to explore deeper. This flame demon riot will not be easy to deal with. Xiao Chen saw through the blue-haired bladesman's ploy. He smiled coldly to himself, not clashing head-on with it. This caused the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Lightning to lose its target, forcing it to stop. Recently, there have been many new saber experts in Dragon Flame City. In any case, the flame demon had already swallowed the so-called holy flame. There was no need to go all out against it. With a roar, the large group of flame demons immediately retreated like the wind. In that terrifying space, Xiao Chen's body continued to fall. Below him was a terrifying abyss that seemed to have no end. It was also at this time that the leader of the flame devils in the center was at a disadvantage against Bai Ming Feng. Without much thought, the masked bladesman retreated quickly, decisively giving up on the blue blaze crystal. Xiao Chen reached out his hand and grabbed the blue crystal. Bai Ming Feng! Xiao Chen sneered in his heart. The reason why he had retreated earlier was not because he was afraid of the other party. A strange light flashed in the masked bladesman's eyes. He smiled and said, "Your saber technique is pretty good. We will definitely meet again." Among the flame demons, there was a flame demon whose entire body emitted demonic blue flames, which was especially eye-catching. All of a sudden, strange phenomena appeared. A clump of fire clouds descended from the sky and landed in front of Xiao Chen, blocking him from killing. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, he retreated quickly, directly giving up on the blue blaze crystal. However, a dark light came from somewhere. When the dark light appeared, it was the masked bladesman that Xiao Chen had paid special attention to earlier. Xiao Chen had no choice but to give up on that precious blue blaze crystal. His figure flashed as he retreated. Due to the formation's might and pressure, it looked very unsightly coming up, but it was very easy to fall down. Furthermore, with the tyrant's saber in his hand and his great Tao energy, he was already undefeatable. Just at this moment, one of the experts from the northern city also attracted Xiao Chen's attention. The roaring and raging flame demons slowly pressed closer to Flame Dragon City. One of the 10 strongest swordsmen of Dragon Flame City. With him around, the flame demons will not be able to cause much of a commotion. However, The greatest weakness of the flame demons was that they did not have systematic martial techniques. Xiao Chen relied on his saber techniques. Boom! The strongest killing move of the army-breaking saber technique encased the flame demons. Killing intent appeared, mixing two great daras. Seeing Xiao Chen successfully climb up the city walls, several people tried to imitate him. However, the results were extremely miserable. It was not as simple as Xiao Chen's high cultivation. He also exuded a heavy killing qi and an invisible aura. This was also the adventurous land that experts like to go to. This time, the flame demon's rampage forced out so many experts. Xiao Chen did not know how many people in the northern city had yet to show up. Who knows? The flame demons are cruel. The flesh, blood, essence, and soul of human cultivators are great nourishment for them. Maybe they are greedy again. This southern flame demon rampage happens once every half a year. I wonder what's going on this time. It has only been 3 months, and it actually came again. Xiao Chen's strength immediately attracted a lot of attention in the chaotic battlefield. At the highest point of the city walls, a black-cloaked middle-aged swordsman holding a treasure sword appeared at the same time. Supported by great Tao energy, 5 stars lit up on his 9-star primal core. The army-breaking saber technique started a massacre amid the chaos. Xiao Chen focused and calmed himself. He guarded his dantian, not panicking at all as he calmly swung his saber. This move could be considered a consummate technique of the flame demons. It covered a wide area, was fast, and possessed great destructive power. Xiao Chen spread his arms and slid backward. The saber light in his hand danced around, breaking the incoming flames. The illusion disappeared. However, the saber light in the masked bladesman's hand appeared before Xiao Chen in reality. Humph! I'll take your life. A figure whizzed through the air, causing everyone to feel waves of pressure wherever it passed. When the blue-haired flame demon saw the situation, he glared at Xiao Chen and took the opportunity to retreat. Some of the people in the northern city who have yet to leave were startled as well. After 10 moves, the blue-haired flame demon was at a disadvantage. It was like Xiao Chen had fallen into hell on earth. Karmic flames burned the evil spirits in the surroundings. Chains filled the space, stringing up those who had committed sins in their lives. Xiao Chen's saber techniques were ruthless, clean and efficient, with great force. Combined with his peak major primal core cultivation, a flame demon of the same cultivation could not last 3 moves against him. Every time Xiao Chen killed a flame demon, he would instantly take out a white flame crystal. The strong preyed on the weak, survival of the fittest. However, not everyone could be like Xiao Chen, easily subduing an enemy. Regular cultivators had to be careful when facing a flame demon. When the flame demons arrived on the city walls, the cultivators who could not enter the city had to fight to the death with the flame demons. The masked bladesman wore black, and his saber techniques were ruthless. He wore a mask, and his long hair draped over his shoulders. Earlier, Xiao Chen did not look carefully. Only when he started fighting did he discover that there was a bladesman among them. As for Bai Ming Feng, he was a bona fide star venerate. The feeling that he gave Xiao Chen was much stronger than that of the white-haired old man from the Heavenly Profound sect. The masked bladesman smiled coldly, and a black saber light charged at Xiao Chen with a strange sound, sounding like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. The masked bladesman swung his saber mercilessly, chopping the blue-haired flame demon that turned around and retreated in half. The masked bladesman stretched out his hand, and the 7 deadly sins turned into a sharp saber. Then he started a massacre. That white-robed bladesman is very strong. Several human cultivators caught in the shockwaves died on the spot or were poisoned by fire, forcing them to leave in a hurry. Whoosh! The northern part of the city faced the interior of the Dragon Flame Ancient Land, a forbidden land with 70% of the region unexplored. Just at this moment, Bai Ming Feng leaped into the air and landed in the middle of the flame demon army, directly clashing with the strongest flame demon. Relying on the physical body of a fiendish demon and a ferocious force, the flame demon clashed with Xiao Chen, not letting up. The strong blue flame crystal could help the heavenly flame raise its rank. Flames filled the skies as a mid-ranked flame devil perished just like that. With one glance, Xiao Chen could tell that this was the aura of an expert. The flaming clouds in the sky reformed into a humanoid shape. Just as the flame demon was about to charge down, a saber light soared up. After the blue-haired flame demon landed, he showed a weak expression, no longer showing his initial arrogance. The aura that the blue-haired flame demon exuded was extremely terrifying. Even from a distance, one could feel the fiendish chi from him. Xiao Chen sized up the cultivators in the northern part of the city. They did indeed have some extraordinary aspects. With a casual wave, the 7 deadly sins turned into 7 beams of light and vanished. Xiao Chen drew the tyrant's saber, and the might of the army-breaking saber technique immediately increased significantly. Your cultivation is not high, but your saber techniques are so startling. How surprising. Xiao Chen held his saber horizontally and said coldly, "What can you do to me?" After Bai Ming Feng defeated the flame demon leader, he left silently without saying a word. This strategy was pretty good. A cultivator's veritable essence energy could not compare to a flame demon's. In the end, it would be hard to say who would win. The minor primal core flame demon could not even block one move from Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's eyes flickered. After thinking for a while, he also leaped up and charged at the flame demon. In the past, the southern part of the city has fallen many times. Every time the flame demons entered the city, it was a massacre. Based on the discussions on the city walls and the information that Xiao Chen came to understand, he gained a rough understanding of Dragon Flame City. Dragon Flame City was indeed a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Furthermore, the flame demon's reaction was very sharp. The moment Xiao Chen executed the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Lightning, he sensed something wrong and quickly dodged. Xiao Chen watched coldly from the side. He did not stop the flame demon but did not join in the kicking, either. However, this group of flame demons has some weight. They will not enter the northern part of the city. Dragon Flame City was divided into the northern part and the southern part. This masked bladesman's saber techniques were actually no weaker than Xiao Chen's. The martial technique that the masked bladesman cultivated was actually the same as Xiao Chen's Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. If one was slightly weaker, the might and pressure would cause them to fall and turn them into a mangled mess, a sorry sight to behold. The flame demon turned into a clump of blue flame clouds and soared into the air. Then it roared ferociously, and boundless flames shot towards Xiao Chen like rain. It's coming! Xiao Chen had already discovered the preciousness of blaze crystals. They could be directly consumed by the heavenly flame, replenishing its expenditure. The blue-haired flame demon's figure flashed, and he arrived before Xiao Chen. Then, he threw a palm strike, sending out boundless heat waves. No one dared to stay near the two's fight. The saber strike sent the blue-haired flame demon flying. Flames continuously shot out of its body, looking like blood spurting out. Chapter 1729. Originally, the uprising of the flame demons was a huge matter for the southern city. However, after the experts of the northern city appeared, it turned into something neither too big nor too small. This matter made Xiao Chen realize something. In Dragon Flame City, the northern city and the southern city were two completely different worlds. One could only venture around the periphery of the Dragon Flame ancient land, while the other ventured into the center, even exploring unknown regions. The two could not be compared at all. The difference in strength between the cultivators of the southern city and the adventurers of the northern city was clear. This was especially so for that masked bladesman. He left a deep impression on Xiao Chen. In the end, Xiao Chen still could not figure out why the other party would give up on the blue blaze crystal. The blaze crystal of a medial rank flame demon was rather precious. However, that blue-haired flame demon had not lived for long. Although the blue blaze crystal that Xiao Chen obtained was precious, it was not that rare. If it were an old flame demon that had lived for more than 1,000 years, its value would be completely different. Of course, the strength of a 1,000-year-old medial rank flame demon would definitely be terrifying as well. That white-robed bladesman is pretty strong. A few stern-looking cultivators from the southern city gathered together and said as they watched Xiao Chen leave. For him to be able to block the ghost saber's move, that explains a lot. It looks like he is destined to go to the southern city. At that time, there might be a chance to work together. Haha, perhaps he is an enemy. The strongest of the group, the azure-clad man, said indifferently, ending the topic. Saber Ghost, sparing his life and giving up on the blaze crystal is not your style. The azure-clad man smiled indifferently when he saw the masked bladesman come over. The masked man known as Saber Ghost smiled coldly and said, "There will be plenty of time in the future." After saying that, the masked bladesman left without looking back, returning to the city alone. The azure-clad man smiled faintly, and his gaze fell on Xiao Chen's back. He said, "You all go back first. I'll go and deal with that white-robed bladesman." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
With a few steps, the azure-clad man seemed to vanish into thin air.
Suddenly, he appeared in front of Xiao Chen without any warning. Xiao Chen's gaze sank.
He asked with a grave expression, "What's the matter?"
"My name is Lung Feng. I don't have any ill intentions. It's just that your saber technique looked familiar. It's a little similar to our Divine Shield Army's Thousand Army Sword technique, but it's not. It's quite puzzling."
The green-robed man smiled, indicating that he had no ill intentions.
Divine Shield Army? What a coincidence, but it wasn't too surprising. Many sect disciples and aristocratic family disciples would choose to join the two armies under the Ocean Star when they went out for training. It was said that the Ocean Star was originally a joint effort of the many inherited noble clans of the Central Great Realm. Xiao Chen did not wish to have anything to do with this.
He said indifferently, "You are mistaken.
That is the army-breaking saber technique, not the Thousand Army Sword technique. I've never seen the Thousand Army Sword technique either." Lung Feng smiled in understanding. He said, "So that is the case. If there is a chance, I hope we can work together to explore the Dragon Flame Ancient Land. Fighting alone in this Dragon Flame Ancient Land is seeking death. Having more friends is not a bad thing. Xiao Chen, I don't mind cooperating if there's a chance. I hope we won't become enemies."
The green-robed man narrowed his eyes slightly, his thoughts unfathomable. Then, he vanished into thin air before Xiao Chen.
Xiao Chen entered deep thought. The Space Tao? That should be right. However, it might be some inherited bloodline or some clan cultivation technique.
Otherwise, given the other party's current cultivation, he was still far from being able to appear out of thin air.
The Dragon Flame Ancient Land was truly filled with experts. Indeed, I came to the right place. Xiao Chen smiled faintly as he calmly entered the city. Dragon Flame City did not have a city lord or any rules. Strength was the pass to enter this place.
If one was strong, many things would come to them automatically.
Without strength, many things would be pointless. Simply put, there were no rules about who could or could not enter the southern city or the northern city. However, if one was not strong enough and stayed in the northern city, one might be humiliated at every turn. Seeing that one was weak, one would bully one. Inviting one to join the team was also using one as cannon fodder. Everyone was very self-aware. The region one stayed in depended on one's strength. Forming a team to explore was also convenient. There was no need to seek trouble for oneself. Xiao Chen stayed in the southern city for close to 3 months. During these 3 months, the flame demons rebelled 3 times. Naturally, each time had something to do with Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was not in a rush to enter the northern city. He needed to raise the rank of the heavenly flame quickly to complete his first goal. After 3 adventures with the flame demon tribes, his heavenly flame finally reached rank 3. With yin and yang in balance, Xiao Chen successfully executed the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. The effects of the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram executed by the primal chaos level flame were unexpectedly good, greatly increasing Xiao Chen's strength. Just like that, a perfect trump card was born. In the future, even if Xiao Chen ran into a star venerate, he would not have to fear them. He could face them head-on. Aside from this, Xiao Chen also collected many white blaze crystals, which could be used to replenish the heavenly flame's expenditure. The heavenly flame was like a cultivator's veritable essence energy. When one wanted to release it, one could not do so indefinitely. After exhausting the heavenly flame, one needed to refine it for a while before accumulating enough. However, blaze crystals could be used as supplements, quickly replenishing the heavenly flame's energy, just like the veritable essence energy medicinal pills that cultivators consumed. On this particular day, Xiao Chen was in closed-door cultivation in his courtyard. He felt that the bottleneck of his minor primal core realm had loosened significantly, and he could break through to the major primal core realm at any time. Xiao Chen had been undergoing experiential training for the past 3 months. His cultivation had not fallen behind at all. He could already light up 6 stars on his 9-star primal core, and lighting up 9 stars was just around the corner. Suddenly, a murderous intent came from outside. Xiao Chen, who was in closed-door cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes. He saw a person and a sword stabbing at the restrictions in his courtyard. When the sword light touched the restrictions, they crumbled like rotten wood. The layers of walls turned into powder. There was no way to stop the sword light from piercing in. In that swordsman's eyes, it was like all obstacles were nothing. That swordsman's gaze pierced through the courtyard walls, the great hall, and the many walls. He only saw Xiao Chen, who was in closed-door cultivation. By the time Xiao Chen opened his eyes, most of the courtyard had already been destroyed. Xiao Chen, who had been in the secret room, was now exposed. The surroundings were in ruins. The sword light flew out, cold and merciless. One man and one sword, unrivaled. Bai Ming Feng? Xiao Chen did not have much time to think. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he stood up and instantly executed the sharp spirit finger. Xiao Chen's head supported the sky and his feet stood on the ground. He merged his veritable essence energy and vital qi into his entire body, using his body as a cauldron to communicate with the power of the world, becoming one with the world. At the critical moment, 2 fingers clamped down on that sword. In that instant space froze. Xiao Chen's entire body became like a statue. Even his hair stopped fluttering. The force contained in the sword was too strong. Xiao Chen could not bounce it back. He could only swing it gently. When Xiao Chen let go, he leaped back and landed on the wall behind him. Bai Ming Feng sheathed his sword and looked coldly at Xiao Chen. This sword strike is a warning to you. Don't casually break the rules. There are existences that you and I cannot afford to offend at the edge of the Dragon Flame ancient land. In the future, you are not allowed to go to the Flame Demon tribes to steal young flames. Right after Bai Ming Feng spoke, he left, his black cloak fluttering behind him as he vanished from Xiao Chen's sight. Xiao Chen showed a strange expression. Every time the Southern Flame Demons went on a rampage, Bai Ming Feng would make a move without seeing any other star venerates. Xiao Chen had long felt that this was strange. Today, he was certain that there was something fishy about this. Dragon Flame City was a land without a master. However, there were still some strong sovereigns in secret. Perhaps Bai Ming Feng was the sovereign of the southern city. This involved many benefits, including the Flame Demon tribes. As Xiao Chen looked at the courtyard that only half remained, the other half looked like a sandbox that someone had erased. Xiao Chen felt lucky. This Bai Ming Feng's sword technique was truly terrifyingly strong. Even if Bai Ming Feng did not use the Will of Soul, Xiao Chen would not be a match for him. If Bai Ming Feng does not allow me to go, so be it. In any case, the Heavenly Flame has already advanced to rank 3. I already plan to head to the northern city. However, I will have to return this sword strike sooner or later. The sudden strike was merciless. If his reaction had been slightly slower, he would have died. If Xiao Chen's reaction had been slightly slower, he might have gotten pierced through and died on the spot. Xiao Chen was sure that if he could not block it, that Bai Ming Feng would not have shown mercy. He would not have minded taking another life. Dragon Flame City really could not be carried away at all times. Perhaps once one closed one's eyes, one would not be able to open them again. Xiao Chen gave a deep look in the direction that Bai Ming Feng had taken. Then, he turned around and landed, flying towards the northern city. Chapter 1730. This is incredible. That white-robed bladesman actually blocked Bai Ming Feng's sword strike. Furthermore, he only used 2 fingers. Could he have been hiding his strength? Tomorrow, the entire southern city will probably be shaken up. Someone used 2 fingers to block Bai Ming Feng's sword strike. However, in the end, Bai Ming Feng still chased him away. In the past few years, many people have broken the rules and died at Bai Ming Feng's hands. This white-robed bladesman is really lucky. There were many people in the southern city. The earlier sword strike had already startled everyone. Many people saw Xiao Chen catching Bai Ming Feng's sword strike and found it inconceivable. As everyone looked in the direction Xiao Chen left, discussions rang out. Only a few people in the southern city would discover that Xiao Chen's sharp spirit finger actually contained many mysteries despite looking simple. It was not as simple as a light pinch. Unfortunately, there were not many experts in the southern city. If it were in the northern city, there would definitely be people who could figure it out. Xiao Chen left the southern city, moving neither fast nor slow. He leaped from roof to roof for an hour before reaching the dividing line between the northern and southern cities. With Xiao Chen's speed, he would need another hour to reach the dividing line. This showed how vast Dragon Flame City was. The moment Xiao Chen landed, he saw a panting person land before Xiao Chen. That person smiled and said, "Friend, I finally caught up to you." Xiao Chen had noticed that someone was following him long ago. Furthermore, it was not just one person. However, he did not try to shake them off. He wanted to see what these people were up to. Now that someone had jumped out, it saved him some trouble. "Speak, why are you following me?" Xiao Chen asked directly. That person wore gray robes and was not very strong. He smiled happily and said, "Friend, you are going to the northern city, right? If you want to make a living in the northern city, you will definitely have to enter the depths of the Dragon Flame ancient land. You will definitely have to find a team. I have some connections that can directly introduce you to a strong team." Xiao Chen entered deep thought, his expression not changing. Leng Feng had said that if one wanted to explore the depths of the Dragon Flame ancient land alone, only death awaited them. Xiao Chen had some doubts about this. However, when he heard something similar again, he somewhat believed it. Perhaps the depths of the Dragon Flame ancient land were not suitable for traveling alone. "Young master, please don't doubt my identity. Every strong team has spies in the southern district. There will always be people who die during training, and the team will always be short of people. Young master obviously meets the requirements. If you can pass the test, I can also get a share of the benefits." The person who came was also frank, directly explaining to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen said lightly, "What's your name?" "Just call me Gu Yun. Although I am not strong enough, I have lived in this Dragon Flame City for more than 10 years. I know all the rules." Hearing Xiao Chen's tone, Gu Yun felt that there was hope and said with a smile, "Everyone has their own way of living. Some people are destined to have no talent or courage, and can only live like Gu Yun. There was no lack of such people running errands and earning resources anywhere." Xiao Chen nodded. "Lead the way." "Roger that. Let's see what's going on first." Although he preferred to work alone, Xiao Chen wasn't opposed to joining a team. After about 7 minutes, Gu Yun led Xiao Chen to a lavish courtyard and stopped. "Gu Yun, are you inviting people to join the team again? Don't bring trash over like last time and make yourself a laughing stock," a man guarding the door said with a smile when he saw Gu Yun. "How could I? Absolutely not this time." "Absolutely not," Gu Yun said with a fawning smile. "How could I? Absolutely not this time." "Absolutely not," Gu Yun said with a fawning smile. Xiao Chen followed Gu Yun and was about to enter the courtyard. "You still have to ask me first whether you can enter or not." The man guarding the door looked coldly at Xiao Chen. Without saying a word, he blocked Xiao Chen's path. Boom! However, right after the man spoke, Xiao Chen's fist landed on the man's chest. 5 cauldron force instantly erupted. Xiao Chen blasted the man's body into the courtyard like a small mountain and sent the man crashing into the ground. Ignoring the shocked Gu Yun, Xiao Chen walked in with large strides. Xiao Chen saw the man groaning endlessly on the empty ground in the courtyard. The cultivators living in the courtyard were all startled by the commotion and came out one after another. Xiao Chen took a rough look and found a total of 100 people. The weakest among them was a major primal core venerate. The eyes of several experts flickered, and their auras became startling. However, more importantly, Xiao Chen discovered some familiar faces. The azure-clad man, Lang Feng, whom he met in the southern city 3 months ago, and the masked bladesman were among them. However, that Lang Feng did not seem to be the leader of this team. "What's going on? Who is so bold to injure our people?" A gray-clad old man walked out of the crowd. He swept his gaze around and stared at Xiao Chen. Gu Yun quickly stepped forward and explained, "Senior Ma, this is the person I introduced. He used only 2 fingers to catch Bai Mingfeng's sword in the southern city." Whoosh! The moment Gu Yun said that, a huge commotion broke out. Many people whispered to each other, occasionally glancing at Xiao Chen. Bai Mingfeng was one of the few experts in Dragon Flame City. Furthermore, he was one of the few strong swordsmen. Ordinary venerables might not even be able to withstand a single strike from him. Not to mention, Zhang Xian had caught his sword with just 2 fingers. Clearly, Senior Ma was the leader of this group of people. He was an early-stage star venerate, the highest cultivation. When the old man heard Gu Yun's words, his expression did not change. He said indifferently,
I believe that he would not dare to lie in front of so many people, but this old man really does not believe it.
Senior Ma, he is the white-robed bladesman I told you about 3 months ago. The green-clothed man, Lang Feng, stood out and said to old Ma. Senior Ma valued Lang Feng's words.
When he heard Lang Feng's words, his expression immediately warmed.
Since Lang Feng vouched for you, there is no need for you to prove your strength. Are you interested in joining our team to explore the unknown forbidden lands of the Dragonflame Ancient Land? Xiao Chen looked around at the surrounding people. If the people going to explore the Dragonflame Ancient Land were all like this, then it would be meaningless for Xiao Chen to go alone. A single person's strength was too insignificant in front of a team. If there was a conflict and he became enemies with the team, he would not be able to retaliate at all.
Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Sure."
Catching Bai Mingfeng's sword with just 2 fingers? Even if you are bragging, that is not how you brag.
The person who spoke was also a swordsman.
As he looked at Xiao Chen, he showed disdain on his face. Clearly, he did not believe that Xiao Chen could catch Bai Mingfeng's sword. Seeing that Xiao Chen wanted to join the team, he expressed his opinion. Senior Ma's expression changed slightly. Xiahou Yun, with Lang Feng vouching for him, it is sufficient to prove his strength.
Humph!
Did Lang Feng personally see him catch Bai Mingfeng's sword? If he is really that capable, I will not stop him from joining the team if he can catch my sword with just 2 fingers. Xiahou Yun hugged his sword, showing a proud and aloof expression, unwilling to cooperate. Xiahou Yun locked his gaze on Xiao Chen and continued, "There is no need for you to make things difficult for Senior Ma. If you are capable, catch my sword. Use your strength to prove yourself. This is the rule of Dragon Flame City. You make your move."
Xiao Chen said simply as he looked at the other party.
"Good. Watch out for my sword." Whoosh! Right after Xiahou Yun spoke, his figure flashed.
The sword in his hand had already left its scabbard at some point in time.
It gave off a cold light as it stabbed at Xiao Chen at lightning speed. Xiahou Yun intentionally made things difficult for Xiao Chen.
The blade of his sword was covered in frost and cold qi.
If Xiahou Yun caught it with his bare hands, his fingers would freeze on the spot. With a backhand strike, he could chop off Xiao Chen's entire arm. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes, and in the time it took for a spark to fly, he made his move. 2 fingers firmly clamped down on Xiahou Yun's sword. To think that Xiahou Yun really dared to do this. He was truly reckless. Xiahou Yun smiled coldly in his heart. Just as he was about to draw his sword and execute a backhand strike, he discovered that he could not draw his sword at all. The surrounding space seemed to have solidified. "Sorry for my incompetence." Xiao Chen gently flicked his sword, and a mix of veritable essence energy and vital qi surged out together with the sword. The sword immediately twisted and bounced Xiahou Yun back with a loud bang. He really managed to catch it. This broadened the horizons of several cultivators in the courtyard. Unexpectedly, a peak minor primal core venerate like Xiao Chen still had such a move. Senior Ma laughed loudly and said, "Wonderful! Little brother's move is really brilliant."
Using the body as a cauldron to communicate with the power of the world, instantly driving all the veritable essence energy and vital qi in the body.
Interesting. Truly interesting.
Just using the body as a cauldron was already very ingenious, not something that ordinary people could comprehend. Merging vital qi and veritable essence energy and instantly infusing the entire body was even more demanding on the meridians.
How could a regular meridian body endure the merging of veritable essence energy and vital qi? What was even rarer was that Xiao Chen's cultivation was not high, yet he managed to do this. His veritable essence energy foundation was definitely very vast. It was very likely that he would condense a 7-star primal core. As a star venerate, Senior Ma could make out many things. However, although he could, it was practically impossible for him to do it. Just the merging of veritable essence energy and vital qi stumped him. Chapter 1731. Seeing Xiao Chen actually use only 2 fingers to clamp down on Xiahou Yun's sword, the spectators were all shocked. They whispered to each other, sharing their opinions with their surrounding companions.
Regarding this sharp spirit finger, as the experts of the Northern City, most of the team's experts naturally understood some of the profoundness behind it.
It was easy to tell how much effort one had to put into practice and how high one's talent was required to succeed in this simple move. As they looked at Xiao Chen, they no longer had the initial disdain. No matter what Xiao Chen's cultivation was, just this move was enough to win their respect. I'm not convinced. Just now I was just careless. If I were given another chance, I don't believe that he can still catch it. Xiahou Yun stood up, his eyes filled with unwillingness as he felt the gazes of the surrounding people.
He felt the gazes of the surrounding people as if they were looking at an idiot.
To think that he was defeated by someone with 2 fingers. This was truly an extraordinary humiliation. Insolence. Senior Ma's face sank as he scolded angrily. Xiahou Yun, do you really not see it or are you pretending not to? His gentle pinch is much more exhausting than your sword strike. To think that you actually suggested trying again. Aren't you afraid of being mocked by others? Haha. If you try again and still catch it, then you will be utterly humiliated. There were also people who were not friendly with Xiahou Yun who spoke up at this moment. The azure-clad man, Lang Feng, smiled and said, Brother Xiahou, everyone knows your strength. No one will underestimate you because of today's matter. This move of Xiao Chen's was indeed beautiful. If it were me, I might not be able to pierce him either. It could be seen that Lang Feng's position in the team was rather high. Not willing to affect the harmony of the team, his words were also to give Xiahou Yun a way out. Most importantly, he said that he could not pierce Xiao Chen either, leaving Xiahou Yun with a lot of face. Xiahou Yun knew that this was the only way, so he could only go with the flow and say, Xiao Chen's strength is indeed strong. I have no objections to him joining the team. Senior Ma turned his head and whispered a few words to Lang Feng. Lang Feng had a smile on his face, nodding continuously. After a while, Senior Ma said with a smile, Since no one has any objections, then Xiao Chen will officially become a member of our Starfire group from today onwards. Da Lu, prepare a residence for young Master Xiao. Reward Gu Yun with 5,000 medial grade Ling Yu, 100 blaze crystals, a stalk of blood flame grass, and a blood flame fruit. Big Lu was the brawny man who had been sent flying by Xiao Chen at the beginning. Gu Yun, who had accepted Xiao Chen into the group, was overjoyed when he heard of this reward and quickly bowed to express his thanks. Disperse. Senior Ma waved his hand and said a few words to Xiao Chen before leaving. On the roof, the masked bladesman known as the Ghost Saber looked at Xiao Chen, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. His figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. Lang Feng walked over slowly and said, Looks like we are really fated. It has been 3 months since we last met. I did not expect to meet you again so soon. Xiao Chen said, We are indeed fated. Has young Master Lang been in the northern city for the past 3 months? Lang Feng shook his head and sighed softly. I just returned. This time, I ran into another team. Not only did I suffer heavy casualties, but I also did not obtain any benefits. Xiao Chen thought to himself, It looks like there are not always fortuitous encounters in this dragon flame ancient land. Lang Feng smiled and said, I know what you are waiting for. Wait for another 2 months. In another 2 months, the ancient transportation formation in Dragon Flame City will open. At that time, we can directly teleport to many unexplored places in the Dragon Flame ancient land. An ancient transportation formation? That's right. That is a transportation formation that the dragon race built when they were still ruling this place. However, it is very old and activates only once every few decades. Recently, it has been activated only once every 100 years. Lang Feng said sullenly, The various teams have already returned to the city and started to recruit. I have been waiting for this moment. Hence, when Senior Ma saw you join, he was exceptionally happy. After chatting for a while, Lang Feng also took his leave. This place really used to be the conferred land of the dragon race. However, for some reason, why did the dragon race give up on this place? Xiao Chen wondered which of the 6 bloodlines of the dragon race once ruled this place. Xiao Chen thought to himself, becoming increasingly interested in this dragon flame ancient land. Flame dragon? There did not seem to be such a dragon. Of the 6 colored dragon races, the red dragon was of the fire attribute. It was possible that the bloodline mutated and gave birth to a flame dragon. After thinking about it, this place was most likely the former territory of the red dragons. However, that was hard to say. Just the words, dragon flame, could not provide much information. Any dragon could spit out dragon flame and refine fire. However, they would not be as strong and proficient as the red dragon bloodline. Young Master Xiao, your residence has already been arranged. I'll bring you over. When the man guarding the door saw Xiao Chen again, he was very respectful,
not daring to act rashly.
Xiao Chen collected his thoughts and nodded. Lead the way then. There were many empty rooms and pavilions in the courtyard. Everything a cultivator needed was available. There was a meditation room, a small alchemy room, and a gravity room. Although it was small, it was complete. It was even more complete than the courtyard that Xiao Chen snatched from the southern city. Xiao Chen felt very satisfied. After dismissing the man, he entered the meditation room to cultivate. After entering closed-door cultivation for 7 days and exhausting more than 10,000 medial-grade spirit jades, Xiao Chen felt the bottleneck of the peak minor primal core realm weaken significantly. He was now one step closer to breaking through to the major primal core realm. The exquisite primal core in Xiao Chen's dantian was decorated with 9 stars, looking boundlessly resplendent. Advancing from the minor primal core realm to the major primal core realm was not a qualitative breakthrough. It was just that the amount of veritable essence energy that one could use would increase significantly. It was like a container becoming larger, able to store more energy. For cultivators, this would significantly increase their combat prowess. They would not feel any heartache when using all sorts of killing moves. Some killing moves that could not be practiced due to the amount of veritable essence energy could be learned. If Xiao Chen broke through to the major primal core realm, he was confident of practicing the third move of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, entering hell. There are still 2 more months. That is more than enough time to break through to the major primal core realm. There is no need to rush. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "What I need now are ancient dragon bones. I can start cultivating the divine dragon body tempering art's 2nd layer." Xiao Chen had already finished cultivating the divine dragon body tempering art's 1st layer. Now, he officially started cultivating the 2nd layer, cultivating the dragon bones. There was a total of 206 bones in the human body. What Xiao Chen needed to do now was to cultivate all of them to the level of the ancient dragon race's dragon bones. After cultivating the dragon bones, the physical body's ability to withstand damage would increase significantly. Cultivating the dragon bones was something that lasted for a lifetime. Before one's cultivation reached a certain level, one could only cultivate the dragon bones to the color of blue. As one's cultivation increased, the dragon bones would continuously grow stronger, eventually turning into the noble golden dragon bones. Finally, when one returned to their natural state, the dragon bones would return to their normal color. Right now, Xiao Chen did not have such a high goal. He only wanted to cultivate the dragon bones to the color of blue and then cover his entire body, forming a complete dragon skeleton. If Xiao Chen had some supplementary materials for cultivating the 2nd layer, he would be able to cultivate it even faster. With sufficient dragon bones and some rare herbs, Xiao Chen could turn all the bones in his body blue in 2 months. At that time, when the ancient transportation formation opened and he entered the inner region, his strength would increase significantly. After leaving, Xiao Chen went to look for Senior Ma, who was currently busy, and explained his purpose for coming. "You want the true dragon remains?" Xiao Chen shook his head and replied, "They are not true dragon remains. They are great desolate Aeon dragon bones. True dragons could not even compare to the 6-colored divine dragons." Xiao Chen did not care for their remains. What Xiao Chen needed was the great desolate Aeon, when the 10,000 races fought for supremacy. Those were the dragon bones of the pure-blooded dragon race, not the bones of cultivators with dragon race bloodlines. The true dragon remains left in the Kunlun realm could not compare to the pure-blooded dragon bones of the great desolate Aeon. Senior Ma's eyes flickered as he said, "It might be difficult in other places. However, it is not difficult in this dragon flame ancient land." Many people guess that this dragon flame ancient land was a battlefield of the great desolate Aeon in the past, as people occasionally found fragments of great desolate Aeon dragon bones in the depths of the dragon flame ancient land. "How many spirit jades do you have? I'll send people to collect them for you. I still have some connections in Dragon Flame City." After all, Senior Ma was a star venerate level expert. Furthermore, he managed such a large team in the northern city. He had many more connections than Xiao Chen. However, based on Senior Ma's expression, he only treated this as a business deal and did not intend to let Xiao Chen benefit. After all, Senior Ma did not have much of a friendship with Xiao Chen. The so-called team was free to come and go, and there was no direct relationship. Perhaps Senior Ma himself would leave Dragon Flame City if they ran into some great fortuitous encounter. At that time, the team would immediately disband. Xiao Chen had a clear mind. He said, "The more the better. No matter how many pure-blooded dragon bones there are, I can take them all. Good. I'll give you the results 3 days later. Deal. As Senior Ma watched Xiao Chen leave, he entered deep thought. This fellow's origins are unknown. His cultivation is not high, but he is unfathomable. His tone is also startlingly bold. Even when facing a star venerate, Xiao Chen remained calm and collected, not showing any servile behavior. Xiao Chen hoped that Senior Ma did not recruit an ingrate. There were many cases of traitors appearing in teams in Dragon Flame City. Under the temptation of benefits, no one could be completely trusted. However, there was no need to pay too much attention to this Xiao Chen. After all, he was only a peak minor primal core cultivator, far from Senior Ma's level. The ones that Senior Ma truly needed to be wary of were Lung Feng, the Ghost Saber, and the others, existences that could threaten him. Senior Ma just treated obtaining pure-blooded dragon bones for Xiao Chen as a business deal. If the other party's strength increased, it would be a good thing for the team. After thinking for a long time, Senior Ma personally supervised this matter for Xiao Chen. 3 days later, Xiao Chen ran all over Dragon Flame City. Using his connections, he collected all the pure-blooded dragon bones that he could. There are 30 pure-blooded dragon bones. Check them yourself. Several of them are perfectly preserved spine bones. 3 days later, Senior Ma showed Xiao Chen the pure-blooded dragon bones he collected. Senior Ma revealed a cocky expression. Only he could collect so many pure-blooded dragon bones in such a short time. Collecting 30 true dragon skeletons. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to do so. Who knew? Disappointment flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. There are not many, but it should be enough. Many thanks, Senior Ma. An embarrassed expression flashed on Senior Ma's face. Then he smiled and said, "Your tone is really extraordinary. A total of 3 million spirit jades." Xiao Chen gave Senior Ma a strange look. However, he did not say anything. After handing over the spirit jades, he turned and left. Chapter 1732. After breaking through the bottleneck, Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy cleansed his entire body, raising his physical body and physique to another level. During the ancient times, this type of transport formation was called a Dao platform. It could move through the 3,000 great realms, roam the 7 great forbidden seas, travel between the 2 realms of Yin and Yang. Lung Feng looked at the terrible surroundings and asked, "Senior Ma, where are we now?" Another 3 days passed, and the 10 dragon bones were successfully transformed. After returning to his residence, Xiao Chen entered closed-door cultivation and started to cultivate the divine dragon body tempering art's 2nd layer. After chatting for a while, Meng Zhuang took his leave. Spiritual qi gathered and converged toward Xiao Chen in the eye of the formation, turning into streams. A terrifying dragon roar could be heard, and all the bones in Xiao Chen's body crackled. Dragon might spread out from Xiao Chen's body as if it was corporeal. We can only pray for good luck. Furthermore, Senior Ma is very experienced. He went to the depths of the Dragon Flame ancient land in the past and knows how to dodge. The dragon bones and dragon tendons in Xiao Chen's body seem to have some kind of connection to the will of the divine dragon, making him feel closer to the dragon pattern cauldron. The experts of Dragon Flame City already gathered nearby. The Dao platform flickered with light as batch after batch of the city's cultivators were sent to an unknown region of the Dragon Flame ancient land. A moment later, the Dao platform's body glowed with divine light, and a door of light appeared. Lung Feng nodded. Not only are all the strong groups in Dragon Flame City preparing to go all out, but many rank 5 sects and noble clans in the Great Thousand Realms are also using the activation of the ancient teleportation formation as experiential training for themselves. Xiao Chen's entire body, from the inside to the outside, became radiant. As Xiao Chen passed through the door, he immediately felt his body and soul sink. His entire body formed a complete divine dragon skeleton. There were always some fragments that, due to various reasons, didn't lose their ancient aura, surviving until now. The early-stage major primal core realm is finally not the minor primal core realm. I still have to catch up. Xiao Chen regained his calm. His aura was the same as before he went into seclusion. More importantly, cultivating this divine dragon body tempering art also tempered his vital qi. 1 hour later, all the medial grade spirit jades in the formation had weathered away. So. Using the pure blood dragon bones, It took him a month and a half to completely transform the dragon bones. Assemble. What about Gui Dao? Rival a star venerate? Old Ma was in high spirits. Beside him was Xiahou Feng, whom Lung Feng and Meng Zhuang had spoken of. Xiao Chen put away the dragon pattern cauldron and took out medial-grade spirit jades. Then, he placed them in the formation of the cultivation room. Meng Zhuang introduced politely. That day, Xiao Chen caught Xiahou Yun's sword with 2 fingers. Meng Zhuang had seen it with his own eyes. There were many strong people in the team. Existences that could rival star venerates definitely had something extraordinary about them. Coupled with the ample preparation time, the process of breaking through the bottleneck was smooth and uneventful. Any specialized cultivation room would have a formation similar to a spirit gathering formation, which could absorb the spiritual essence in the spirit jades more efficiently. Every day, Xiao Chen would observe the dragon pattern cauldron and experience the will of the divine dragon. He would consume the dragon bones and speed up his cultivation of the divine dragon body tempering art. The great wasteland continent shattered into countless fragments, forming tens of thousands of great worlds. The Dao platform could only unleash 10 to 20% of its power. Old Man Ma's opening price of 3 million spirit jades was truly a scam for him. This slightly startled Xiao Chen. There were at least 100 people in the entire team. His eyes gained some spirituality, looking spirited and able to see through people's hearts. His observation of things became more detailed and complete. All the sharpness in his eyes vanished. Xiao Chen gently knocked on the wooden table and muttered, "Rank 5 sects have sovereign personages holding down the fort. The noble clans of the dynasties all have the inheritances of their predecessors. All of them are not easy to deal with. If I run into them, it will be really difficult." The energy quickly flowed through all the meridians in Xiao Chen's body, heading for his 9-star primal core. The current Xiao Chen could not be said to be brand new, with no qualitative changes. However, his strength had increased by quite a bit. As Meng Zhuang said, Xiahou Feng's strength could not be underestimated. When he stood beside Old Ma, his aura was no weaker. With a thought, Xiao Chen withdrew his aura. After the talisman strips were distributed, someone on the Dao platform contacted Old Ma. Old Ma waved his hand, and everyone ascended the Dao platform. Meng Zhuang thought very highly of Old Ma's strength and experience. Xiao Chen's seated cross-legged body slowly floated up. His long hair fluttered, and he showed a solemn expression. Is it because of the activation of the ancient transportation formation? Meng Zhuang paused for a moment before continuing. However, not many came. The depths of the Dragon Flame ancient land are very vast. It will not be easy to run into them. However, right now, the dragon characters were incomplete, and the tall platform was dilapidated, showing the vicissitudes of history. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and looked at the dragon pattern cauldron before him again. He vaguely felt even more moved. In half a month, he had converted half of the 206 bones. After another month, he had converted all the bones into dragon bones. Let's go. Xiao Chen's vital qi increased from 5 cauldron force to 6 cauldron force. I am Meng Zhuang. I know that Brother Xiao lives next door and wanted to visit long ago. Unfortunately, Brother Xiao has been in closed-door cultivation for the past 2 months and could not find an opportunity. After a while, members of Old Ma's team appeared beside Xiao Chen one after another. That's right. The time it takes to repair the ancient teleportation formation is getting longer and longer. This time it took 100 years. Next time it might take 200 years, even 500. Naturally, the nearby rank 5 sects and noble clans will not let go of this opportunity. However, without Old Man Ma's connections, Xiao Chen would not have been able to obtain so many dragon bones in 3 days. Hence, Xiao Chen did not say anything. If an outsider were here, they would find it hard to connect Xiao Chen's current aura to the normally low-profile, reserved, white-clad youth. Xiao Chen saw a boundless wasteland. It was dark and gloomy, with strong winds howling and dust spreading everywhere. When mentioning the dragon bones, Old Ma knew that he had tricked Xiao Chen. He smiled in embarrassment and continued distributing the talisman strips. Xiao Chen muttered to himself, encouraging himself. 7 days later, the first bone was successfully converted into a blue dragon bone. Furthermore, our team ranks within the top 5 in Dragon Flame City's northern region. Aside from geniuses like Lung Feng, there is also Xiahou Feng. These two people are strong enough to rival star venerates. The spiritual light in the surroundings suddenly vanished. The resplendent and translucent 9-star primal core absorbed all the light. Old Ma started to distribute the talisman strips to everyone. When it was Xiao Chen's turn, his sharp eyes noticed something different about Xiao Chen. The ancient transportation formation, in the center of the northern region. When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt slightly surprised. The rank 5 sects and the noble clans are all startled? Under the leadership of Old Ma, Lang Feng, and the other elites, the team started to gather at the colossal dragon. It's hard to say. The depths of the dragon flame ancient land are very vast. There are unknown regions everywhere. You all lead your own teams and carefully explore the surroundings. Don't take any risks. Meng Zhuang smiled and said, "It's fine. Brother Xiao, after being in closed-door cultivation for 2 months, you probably do not know that a storm is brewing in the northern region of Dragon Flame City. Undercurrents are surging, and all sorts of people are gathering. It is not very peaceful." This person was Xiao Chen's neighbor, an old man in Old Ma's team. An ancient and boundless great desolate Aeon dragon might surged out. This was an ancient aura that had gone through the baptism of many epochs during the great desolate Aeon and still did not fade. The cultivators in the same batch of Dao platforms would not be too far from each other. Each batch would be randomly sent to the depths of the Dragon Flame Ancient Land. After crossing many obstacles and entering the depths of the Dragon Flame Ancient Land, there would be fortuitous encounters. However, there would be even more danger. All of these were the benefits of cultivating the divine dragon body tempering art. After a while, Xiao Chen opened his eyes, and a brilliant light flickered in them. A sharp light radiated from his entire body, and strong winds swept out in all directions. It was very rare for 2 batches of teams to be sent to the same location. 3 days later, all the members of Old Ma's team gathered. This was a tall platform that looked ancient and ancient, made of divine stones and treasure pillars. Ancient dragon characters carved on the platform looked majestic and unfathomable. This could be considered a familiar face. When adventuring in the future, they could take care of each other at crucial moments. This was a Taoist gate. After passing through this gate, one would enter the Dragon Flame Ancient Land, a mysterious hinterland that many people had never reached before. Young Master Xiao, your complexion looks pretty good. After 2 months of closed-door cultivation, your strength has improved significantly. Xiao Chen did not have to worry about exhausting his veritable essence energy, and could execute many killing moves. After filling up the grooves in the formation, Xiao Chen closed his eyes and circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. These were the elites of the sects of the dozens of nearby astral clusters. None of them were simple. Xiao Chen was rather satisfied with their speed. At this moment, he could only rely on the experienced Old Ma. Xiahou Feng and Lang Feng, the 2 young experts, felt confused. The weakest among them was a major primal core venerate. All of them radiated sharpness and had calm auras. They were all outstanding geniuses capable of fighting above their cultivation realms. Xiao Chen received the talisman strip and said indifferently, "I still have to thank Old Ma for the dragon bones." Everyone sighed in amazement, feeling exceptionally shocked. The formation spun silently, flickering with a dazzling spiritual light between the patterns. This allowed Xiao Chen's vital qi to contain the state of the divine dragon as he punched. The stirred veritable essence energy washed through his entire body, including his internal organs, every cell, and pore. A tyrannical aura spread out from within. Meng Zhuang revealed a doubtful expression. He shook his head and said, "I'm not sure. He has always been a lone ranger and does not have a strong presence. He only joined the team a few months ago and is not as experienced as Lang Feng and Xiahou Feng." Hearing Meng Zhuang talk about the team, Xiao Chen asked about the masked bladesman. "There is still half a month left. It is time to break through the minor primal core bottleneck." After Old Ma entered, his expression turned rather grave. He had been to the depths of the hinterlands before and knew how dangerous it was. The dragon bones spun continuously, forming a huge whirlwind in Xiao Chen's body. Of the 30-odd pure-blood dragon bones, only a few were remains. These would be worth 2 million medial-grade spirit jades at most. In the afternoon, when Xiao Chen came out of closed-door cultivation, he unexpectedly received a visitor. Xiao Chen had a firm foundation in the first place. There was no major bottleneck between the minor primal core realm and the major primal core realm. Practice makes perfect. After figuring out the ropes, Xiao Chen's cultivation speed increased. Take this talisman strip and crush it when necessary. It can send you back to the Dao platform. It can be considered a life-saving talisman. However, activating this talisman requires some time. Remember, the fingernail-sized 9-star primal core was crystalline and translucent. As spiritual energy poured in, it flickered with resplendent and dazzling light.